A few decades ago, an interdimensional storm erupted on planet Earth. A huge number of beings from another dimension have been discovered, such as gods, immortals, ghosts, monsters, angels, demons, and elves that exist only in myths. All of these lives are divided into 4 classes: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical. Their abilities and destructive power are far beyond human imagination. While humans belong to the lower class of mortals, they can strengthen their physical form and develop their life class by cultivating the life force technique. However, in addition to cultivating the life force technique, humans have another way to accelerate their evolution, namely, to hunt and kill creatures from another dimension and take their crystals for yourself. But the places where creatures from another dimension live are very dangerous. If people enter these places, their chances of survival will remain very slim. A math lesson was taking place in an ordinary secondary school. An elderly teacher with a bald head and glasses turned to a student named Joe Wen. The student did not respond to the teacher's request. Then the teacher called out his name louder. All the students looked at Joe Wen, and he calmly lay down on his desk, covered with an open textbook, and slept sweetly. The teacher saw that Joe Wen was sleeping and shook his head. The former principal had also attached great importance to this student before, and now he was neglecting his loyalty like this. The teacher's name was Chubai A. He recalled walking down the alley with his former principal a long time ago, and the latter told him that there were 2 types of geniuses. And the first type is Joe Wen, and all the other geniuses belong to the second type. Suddenly, the bell rang for recess. Joe Wen seemed to be awake. He abruptly jumped out of his seat, shouting the word "bell," and ran out of the classroom. Teacher Kubai A just thought that the principal had clearly overestimated this student. Joe Wen quickly ran out of the school and into the street. He was actively thinking about something. He was approaching the sports field. When he arrived there, he sat down under the netting and picked up the phone. His life had completely changed since he received that mysterious phone. He stopped listening in class and even stopped cultivating diligently, all because of playing on that phone. This phone is extremely strange in general. First, you need to turn it on by dropping a drop of blood on it. The phone will turn on. Then you need to launch the Dungeons application. The app started to open and Joe Wen looked around. After those manipulations, he picked up the needle again to pierce his finger. One more puncture is needed to get another drop of blood that Joe Wen used to create his character. So another drop of blood hits the phone screen and something incredible starts to happen. This drop activates the creation of the game's hero. The boy did everything as he should, and now his character is ready to continue the unusual game in the strange phone. By increasing the abilities of the game character, Joe Wen becomes stronger in real life. He thought it was safe, convenient, and fast. It's just amazing. This game completely captured the guy. So far, the hero Joe Wen is a little boy. He meets small monsters in the dungeon that he has to defeat. The hero has his own specific skills and uses them to kill those monsters. As a result, mortal creatures are killed, powerful ants. There are many geniuses in the Federation who can develop their life force at the age of 16. However, Joe Wen is probably one of the few who tempered himself and developed his life force only through the cultivation of Zen suffering without any external help. All the teachers and students at Guide Middle School thought that Joe Wen would definitely make great progress in the future. It is not difficult for him to take first place in the real combat test that will soon take place with his abilities. Teacher Kubai A thought a lot about this student. He also saw all the boy's abilities and had high hopes for him, but no one expected what happened a month ago. Everyone knew Joe Wen's fighting skill. He was very strong, and suddenly someone wanted to challenge him, and what was even stranger was that a girl expressed such a desire. The school students were very surprised by this statement from an unfamiliar girl. They wondered what school she had transferred from, and this stranger did indeed challenge the #1 student of Guidi School on her first day here. Everyone called her crazy for that. But as the challenge was made, Joe Wen and the brave woman stood opposite each other, preparing to take on the fight. Joe was very calm and confident. He just looked at his opponent more closely and asked her if they had met before. Instead of answering, she told Joe Wen to attack. So the girl did not want to answer Joe's question, so he said that in that case he would not restrain himself. And the guy started attacking his opponent. The girl instantly reacted and struck a counterattack to Joe Wen. The boy fell to the floor without even being able to strike back. The other students ran up to him, shocked that someone had managed to defeat Joe Wen. They exclaimed in one voice that the girl was very strong. Everyone wanted to know her name. Her name was An Jing, Teacher Chiu Bai, a thought that she was the reason why Joe Wen was behaving like this. The guy collapsed just after An Jing defeated him, and now he's either sleeping or playing. Unfortunately, this was the situation. The teacher sighed sorrowfully, worried about what would happen if this continued. And Joe Wen continued to sleep in class and then play a game that fascinated him. He sincerely believed that if he continued in the same spirit, he would be great. And now he was sitting under the fence again, playing on his phone. By defeating monsters, he was getting crystals. Immediately, those crystals were absorbed. After absorbing the crystals dropped in the game by the bloody avatar, it will directly affect the player himself, increasing his own abilities. Not only that, but the player through the game can also clearly see their characteristics that cannot be seen in reality. Joen knew that if he simply cultivated suffering Zen, he probably would not be able to progress so quickly even after a few years. It's a shame that the crystals that drop in the game can't be realized. Otherwise, Joen could lead a relatively comfortable life simply by selling low-end crystals that he would not use. The boy got so lost in his thoughts that he was a little distracted from the game. Suddenly, his avatar was attacked by a red, mutated, powerful ant. The speed of this ant is definitely greater than that of ordinary powerful ants, as is its strength. It can be defeated if the guy has enough time. However, in general, there are more and more monsters, and they all attack the bloody avatar. Joen was sitting by the fence of the sports ground as usual, specifically on the badminton court, and then a girl began to approach him. She had short-cropped pink hair and brown eyes. She wore a light hoodie and shorts. She looked at Joen with interest. Her name was Fanhosi. The boy was worried that she was looking for him. After all, it only prevented him from playing. It was very bad timing. Joen can't let her find out the secret in this phone, or it will be very troublesome. On the other hand, he can't stop playing because he's in the middle of a battle. Joen did not know what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Fanjosi came closer to him and said that she had finally found him. For Joen, it was not surprising that in the eyes of others, he was nothing more than an internet addict addicted to games. Fanhosi explained why she was looking for Joe. She wanted to invite him to join her team for the final combat test of the final exam. Joe did not expect such an invitation at all. He even decided to ask if it was really true. He asked why Fanjosi wanted to join a team with him. At the same time, Joe continued to play his game and was very worried that he was going to lose because of all the talk. Fanjosi said that she had to do her best to get a high score in the real combat test, so she needed strong teammates. Then she added that she knows for sure that Joe has strength. Joe asked, upset if Fan was referring to him from a month ago when he was really strong. However, the girl furrowed her brows and said loudly and clearly that in her opinion, Joen is Joen. He is still the only one she considers her rival in Guida High School. Then Joe asked what Fan thought of Anjing. She replied that Anne had transferred to another school and she even thought Joe knew about, but this was real news for the guy. Fan continued. She didn't know what Anjing's background was, but she was sure that this girl had surpassed the mortal class. Her arrival and departure were so unexpected that one might even think that she had come to beat up Joen on purpose. Fangjosi also thought that Anjing and Joe had known each other for a long time and that there was some kind of enmity between them. The guy immediately denied these speculations. He said that he had never met Anne before, so there could be no enmity between them. Fan just always thought about everything a lot. She asked Joe again what he had decided about the team, whether to join or not. Without taking his eyes off the phone screen, the guy replied that he didn't mind if she did. Fan also added that she had found 2 other people to join them on the team. The 4 of them will train together during self-improvement classes in the afternoon, and they will do this every day to achieve a well-coordinated teamwork during a real combat test. After agreeing to train together for the exam, Fanjosi went on about her business, and Joen remained sitting on the sports field, continuing to play his game. The guy was completely immersed in it, and his bloody avatar managed to defeat the mutated powerful ant. When the monster was defeated, a spatial crystal fell out of it. Many other mutated powerful ants gathered around the avatar. Joe decided to quickly pick up the crystal and run for his life. However, it was difficult to escape, so at least he would keep the crystal. As soon as the spatial crystal was in the hands of the bloody avatar, it was destroyed by mutated ants and the game was over. Joen stood up, his legs stiff from sitting in one position for a long time, and decided to check the latest statistics after returning home. But suddenly he felt terribly weak. The phone in his hand seemed to catch fire. Joe felt very bad. The spatial crystal had done this to him, and he was acting crazy. He even thought that this crystal might contain the legendary life force skill. But what kind of skill could have fallen out of the mighty ant this time? Joe immediately decided to get back into the game, so he quickly dripped a drop of blood on his phone screen to activate it. He opened the stats and saw that his avatar had gained the life force skill Divine Mighty Fist, level 7. A little while later, Fanjosi, along with Joen, addressed her team and informed the other participants that Joe would now join them as the 4th participant. One of the team members said that Joen is a really strong player, but he hasn't trained for more than a month, and it is unlikely that he will be able to return to his previous level now. Their team's goal is to win first place at Guida School in the college entrance battle. Therefore, that player believes that Joen is not the best choice for them and suggested that they invite their friend Zheng Yi to join the team instead. Joe thought that the combat test for college admission is a very important event that affects the rest of one's life. Whether you get into a prestigious school or find a job or even a classroom, all of this is largely related to the combat test. Moreover, the strength of teammates also affects personal safety. That's why it's normal for teammates to think this way. However, Fanjosi had a different opinion. She said that even though Zheng Yi is talented, she still thinks that Joen is more suitable for them. Then one of the players suggested a small test in this case and asked Zhou if he didn't mind, and depending on the result, they will know whether Zhou Wen is a good fit for their team or not. Fang Hosi asked what kind of test her team wanted to give Zhou, since none of them had ever taken it. Tian Xiangdong said that everything would look very simple. Since he is the weakest player in the team, Zhou Wen will compete with him. If Zhou wins, he will get the right to join their team. It's not like they're mocking him or anything. Fang Hosi said she was fine with that, but Zhou Wen said that in a real battle, there is a risk that one of the two of them will get hurt. Tian Xiangdong said that their school has a strength meter, but dry numbers are boring, so he suggests fighting with fists, and the one who backs down loses. Fang Josi wondered what kind of a competition in strength it would be. Tian Xiangdong cultivates the Thunderbolt Life Force technique, which specializes in bursts of power and includes the Thunder Fist skill. Despite the fact that Zhou Wen cultivates the Suffering Zen technique, he has never bought any crystals to help him improve. His family is probably experiencing financial difficulties, and he may not even have the Life Force skill. Reflecting on these aspects, Fan Hosi had no idea what Zhou would decide, and Zhou replied that it would be better to use the school's strength meter. Tian thought he was just scared. Zhou laughed at that and said that he was afraid of accidentally killing his opponent in an unequal battle. So the four of us returned to school and went to the gym to compete in strength on the appropriate apparatus. Tian Xiangdong asked Zhou who would be the first to show his strength. Wen replied that he didn't care. Then Zandong laughed and decided to start the competition. He stretched his fist, adjusted himself, and struck the force measurement device. On the screen of the device, the numbers flickered, replacing each other, and finally the result was shown, a strength of 7 units. I'm not much of a difference between that meter and the power stats in the game. Zhou knew that, but it shouldn't be too different either. His strength was only 7 before he received the mysterious phone. It was obvious that Tian Xiangdong was satisfied with his stroke. He invited his opponent to participate in the competition, and Zhou performed his stroke. Meanwhile, teacher Chubai A was walking through the school corridors. He heard some noise and wondered who decided to use the school's force meter at such a late hour, so he went to see. The teacher slightly opened the door to the hall, deciding not to enter immediately but to look through the crack. Chubai A was extremely surprised to see that Zhou Wen had struck such a powerful blow. Zhou was still standing alone, reeling from how hard he had hit the device. Everyone was waiting for the result, looking at the screen. Numbers were running across the monitor, and finally they stopped at 10. Everyone was quite surprised. No one had expected such a result. Teacher Kubai A also saw the incredible result on the screen of the force measuring device. He could not believe that he saw the result of 10. Kubai A wondered if Zhou hadn't given in to despair, if he always slept in class because he was practicing hard. The teacher immediately remembered what the former school principal had told him about the boy. He did have a black eye, a class of mortals with the power of 10. Perhaps no one in Guidei's school can compare to him. Zhu delivered a 1-inch punch. In fact, he used the most difficult technique to measure strength. He managed to score 10 points without using any life force skills. This impressed Fan Yozi quite a bit. Tian Xiangdong approached Zhou and told him that he had made it to their team, but if he thought he could beat him for nothing, he was deeply mistaken. The guy was very angry that Zhou Wen showed a better result than his own, so he wanted to compete a little more. He roughly pushed Wen away from him and went back to the force measuring device. Another team member noted that Tian Xiangdong is desperately trying to maintain its reputation. Xiangdong gathered all his potential together and used his Thunder Fist and Life Force skills. He struck the butt of the rifle with extreme force. As a result, the number 11 appeared on the monitor. Tian Xiangdong was very pleased with himself because he had surpassed his opponent's previous score. Zhou praised him, and then he began to look at the force measuring device thoughtfully. Xiangdong asked him what he was looking at. If it's hard for him to continue the competition, let him say so. After all, there is absolutely no shame in losing to someone like him. Zhou only asked if the school would make him pay if he destroyed the force meter. Tian Xiangdong replied that if Wen actually destroyed the meter, he would pay the school for it himself. Then Zhou said that this calmed him down, and now he was ready to strike at him, so he prepared himself well. Everyone was waiting, even teacher Kubai A, who was peering through the doorway. Tian Xiangdong himself thought that Zhou was playing a fool, because this device was designed to measure strength, and although it is a rather old model with a limit of only 20 units, there are only a few high school students who can beat the maximum value on it, and there are even fewer who can break it. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen curled his fingers into a fist and prepared to deliver a punch so powerful that everyone's mouths dropped open. Wen intended to use the spiritual power skill. The blow was struck. It was something never seen before. The device sparked, and the image disappeared from the monitor. No one expected such a powerful blow from the guy. Everyone who saw this picture watched Zhou's actions in amazement. Teacher Kubai A could not believe his eyes, and Tian Xiangdong was smiling with delight. The teacher knew that the limit of the school's power meter was 20 units, but that didn't mean it could only withstand that value. It takes a spiritual power skill of at least level 8 or 9 to break the device. Chiu Bai immediately recalled the words of the former headmaster Gui Dai about the two types of geniuses, namely that the first type was Zhou Wen and the second type was everyone else. Now he understood what the former headmaster meant. Zhou turned to Tian Chengdong and asked him if he was serious about paying for everything if he broke the measuring device. Tian just patted him on the shoulder in amazement and said that he would definitely pay for everything. They had been classmates for a long time and now they were on the same team, so Zhou shouldn't worry about relying on him. And Fan Josie was only pleased to note that Zhou Wen was even more interesting than she had thought when she invited him to the team. It was starting to get dark, so his classmates decided to go home. Zhou Wen also walked home thinking about the events of that day. Usually people who have received the legendary class consider it beneath their dignity to even stand next to mortals. But Jing, on her own initiative, challenged him, a mortal student. Zhu Wen had never traveled outside of Guida County in his life, so how could he possibly have pissed her off? Such thoughts swarmed in his mind. Zhou's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was his father calling to ask if his son was coming to his wedding. Wen was quite surprised by this question. He didn't even know that his father was getting married, and he didn't know who he was marrying. The father lightly said that he had sent his son a photo of his fiancée. A few seconds later, his father sent a photo and asked Zhou what his new mother looked like. Her name is Wu Yanlan. Zhou simply asked when and where the wedding ceremony would take place. The father replied that it would take place in Luoyang in about a week. The son said he had a skills test in a week, so he couldn't go even if he wanted to. Wen then asked his father if he had seen a metal cookie box in their dressing room, but his father didn't know what he was talking about. Zhou explained that it was a square iron box, each side of which was about 30 centimeters long, with a cartoon bear painted on it. My father said it was a box of cookies he used to eat as a child, but the cookies of this brand are no longer available, so most likely this box has been there for a long time. And he asked why his son was suddenly interested in it. Zhou said that there was a phone in that box. He wondered if his father had put it there. The father began to remember something. He asked his son if the phone had a white body, a black screen, no buttons, and was about 17 to 20 centimeters long. Zhou felt himself getting very worried and told his father that this was the phone he was asking about. Then the father replied that the phone belonged to Zhou's grandfather. If his son hadn't asked him about it, he wouldn't have even remembered. Zhu now began to inquire even more diligently about where his grandfather had gotten the treasure. Then my father told me that Zhou's grandfather was a carpenter. During the restoration of the old city of Guidai, he had to repair a lot of ancient wooden structures, so he worked there for over a year. One day they dug a dried-up well on the construction site. It was deep in the night. Only a few people stayed to work overtime. There was a subtle glow coming out of that well. All the workers thought they had found some kind of treasure and were about to become rich. But it turned out to be an old wooden box. There were many small cracks on its lid. The light came through them. And inside the box was a phone. At first it was on, but it immediately turned off as if it was dead as soon as it was taken out of the box. There were absolutely no buttons on it, and the workers didn't even find a charging connector on the case. The workers were very disappointed and thought that someone had just decided to play a joke on them by planting a broken phone. Everyone quickly lost interest in it, and Zhou's grandfather threw it into his tool bag. The father told his son that there was no way to turn on the phone. He even took it to a repair shop when he was younger because he wanted to exchange it for a few packs of cigarettes. But the repairman said that the phone was worth absolutely nothing, so he threw it in a cookie box. Then his father asked Zhou if he also wanted to get some money for it. Zhou said that it was a good thing that his father could not exchange the phone for cigarettes, otherwise they would be biting their elbows. And then he asked if the phone had really never been turned on. Instead, my father asked how to turn it on. Who knows how many years that phone has been lying there. It is either broken or completely discharged. Then the father decided to end the conversation by referring to the pile of things he had to do. He told his son about the wedding and let him decide whether to come or not. After the conversation with his father ended, Zhou began to think about the information he had heard. So his strange phone was dug out of a well in the old city of Guidai. The test of combat skills will be held there. He would have to try to find this well if he could. Then Zhou remembered that he had forgotten to ask his father if he had offended anyone in any way. The boy returned home and soon night fell. All the time he was thinking about the strange phone and playing his game on it. The next morning, Zhou went to school as usual and slept through all the lessons again. Teacher Kubai A was not even surprised. Meanwhile, the members of the team that Zhou Wen was accepted into were constantly training and practicing their skills. A few days went by like that. Zhou slept in class and played on his phone after school. Teenagers at school sometimes chased each other during breaks and after school. Once, some students also chased each other. Suddenly, we came across a strange man with long blonde hair, with guards wearing dark glasses. Out of surprise, one boy fell down right in front of that strange man. It was noticeable that he was even a little scared. When his friend caught up with him, he helped him up and asked how he was feeling. The guy who fell politely apologized to the strange man for bumping into him. The man didn't say anything, he just kept walking. He was followed by his 2 bodyguards. The guys felt that the man was somehow creepy. They felt uncomfortable meeting him. Tian Changdong approached Zhou Wen and apologized, saying that he could not join the team with him because his friend had invited him. And then he hurried away, leaving Zhou wondering why he had done this. Zhou did not even have time to answer him. So, Tian Xiangdong has left the team, and it is not known whether Fan Houzi has a backup plan. In such a difficult time, it will be hard to find a new team member. Later, Zhou met another member of their team, Li Ji, and asked him if he knew that his friend Tian had left the team. Li Ji only replied with an apology that he would not be able to participate in the skills test with him because he had his own reasons. Zhou asked what those reasons were. However, Li Ji told him not to ask and that he was very sorry for that. At school, Fan Houzi came up to Zhou and started to apologize as well. But the boy immediately stopped her and told her that he already knew everything, so she shouldn't worry. Zhou then said that he was the one who should apologize. After all, someone still wants to deal with him, and as a result, members of his team were also involved in that incomprehensible story. Wen put his hand on the girl's head and told her to try to find someone to replace him as soon as possible. He also said that Fan needed to get a good grade in her skills test, otherwise he would be very upset. Fang Zhouxi said that she had no idea who Zhou crossed paths with, but that person clearly had a lot of influence, so he should be careful. Zhou simply walked away, waving goodbye to Fan. The test of combat skills that was to take place soon was very important and time was running out. The boy seriously wondered where he could find a companion he could trust completely. He was walking down the school corridor with his hands in his pocket. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. It was the teacher Kubaye. He came out of the classroom and saw Zhou and called the student to come to him. The teacher told me that Commander An was a very high-ranking officer. His real name is An Tianzhou. He asked Zhou if he was sure he did not know him. The student replied that he was sure. Then the teacher said that in that case it was all very strange. If Zhou Wen did not know Commander An, why did he criticize Wen, a simple high school student, when he came to inspect Guida County? Zhou loudly asked who the commander An Tianzhou was. Teacher Kubai continued to tell. The Commonwealth of the Earth is divided into 4 districts: North, South, West, and East. Although the commander, An Tianzhou, is still quite young, he comes from a noble family. In his 20s, he already holds a high position and is an important military official in the Eastern Zone. He has enormous power and is a very prominent person. Zhou Wen asked if An Tianzhou was against him. The teacher replied that he was not sure, but the mere phrase about how bad Zhou is and how those who want to curry favor with him are ready to do anything. Then the boy said that since An Tianzhou was a high-ranking official, didn't he know that one careless word could ruin a student's future? Wen also asked if there was any connection between that official and An Jing. Teacher Kubai answered that it was possible, but we can deal with that later. Right now, the student needs to find a team and register for the combat skills test. The deadline for applications is the day after tomorrow, so you can't put it off for a second. Otherwise, there is a risk of not being in time. And this time, there is no need to rely on some ordinary student. The teacher said that there is a student in their school named Li Xuan. If he wants to team up with Zhou, then most likely no one else will stop Wen. But instead, he has to help Xuan get a higher score using all his strength. He should also be the best in their team. Zhou asked if he understood correctly that he would have to act solely in Li Xuan's interests. Teacher Kubai replied that even if Zhou could not take first place in his team, it was better than not being able to participate in the martial arts test at all. Then Zhou Wen asked his teacher to help him contact Li Xuan. After leaving school, Zhou decided to call his father and ask him if he knew someone named An Tianzhou. The father replied by asking how his son knew that Tianzhou was his older brother. For Zhou, this information was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned to hear this. Meanwhile, the father continued to tell, Tianzhou is the son of Yanlun. If he marries that woman, then Tianzhou will become Zhou's older half-brother. And then the father added that Zhou would also have a younger half-sister, An Jing. This was amazing information. Zhou asked his father what kind of relationship he had with An Tianzhou. His father replied that they had a good relationship, and that An Tianzhou and An Jing respected him very much. After talking to his father, Zhou was left wondering why his future stepbrother and sister were treating him this way. Perhaps deep down they are against their mother's marriage to Zhou's father. And Jing could easily defeat him, and just because of one phrase from An Tianzhou, he almost lost the opportunity to take the entrance exam. Zhou realized that he was still very weak. If he were an epic-class strongman, then there was nothing they could do to him. After this conversation with his father, Zhou Wen became completely immersed in the game. His apartment ended up with a pile of garbage. For the past few days, he had been doing nothing but destroying powerful mutant ants. However, he hadn't gotten anything else besides the crystal, with the spiritual power skill that fell out of the first ant, even though he had killed more than 10 of them. In fact, there were no more ants left. And then, after the last mutant ant was destroyed, something interesting fell out of it. It was an egg with a pet. Here it is. But as far as we know, mortals rarely have a companion pet, mostly those who have already reached the legendary class, have them. And yet Zhou Wen decided to pick up the egg that fell to him as a reward. As soon as his bloody avatar leaned toward the egg, it cracked, and some red waves began to flow out of it. Those waves created a kind of sign and hit the bloody avatar right in the heart. At the same time, the words of an oath to serve until death were heard. Zhou Wen felt a burning pain, and the words of the oath continued to echo in his head. It lasted for a while, and after it stopped, Zhou felt that his head was hurting very badly and was splitting. The guy sat down on the bed and held his head with his hand. Then, when he felt a little better, he looked at his left hand and saw the imprint of a mutant ant's face on the outside of his hand. Zhou immediately picked up his phone and looked at what was happening in his game. It looked like the companion pet had successfully hatched from an egg. A powerful mutant ant. Class: Mortal. Strength: 9. Speed: 5. Body: 9. Spirit: 9. Innate skill: Titan's Fist. Level 9. Form: Gauntlet. Zhou liked this. He decided to call this mutant ant and examine it more closely. The boy immediately got out of bed and stood in the middle of the room, and now he realized that he did not know how to call his pet companion. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and concentrated. He decided that he needed to think about the skills of the summoner and the mutant ant. Suddenly, he felt that something was happening to his hand, which had a strange print on it. He opened his eyes and saw that a combat glove had appeared on his left hand. So, this was the form of the pet. Rumor has it that it improves the characteristics of the user. A mutant ant most likely increases strength. Zhou summoned a powerful mutant ant. Of course, his apartment is absolutely not suitable for testing the ant's power here, but we can at least get a good look at it. After that, the glove flew off Zhou's hand and the sign on his arm began to emit red waves. A few seconds later, a huge, powerful mutant ant appeared in front of Zhou. It periodically made some kind of buzzing sound. The boy was even a little scared of the sight. Mutant ants look much cuter in the game. A giant ant was standing in front of Zhou, and the boy didn't know exactly what to do now, so he decided that he had a chance to ride it. The next day came. In the evening, teacher Kubai A decided to introduce Zhou to Li Xuan. He said that he liked to show off, but that he was a good person. The teacher drove Zhou Wen by car to meet Li. He gave him instructions to remember that he was here only for the exam, and not to take anything else to heart. Zhou assured the teacher that he knew what he had to do, so he shouldn't worry. The car was driving quite fast, and finally Zhou Wen, accompanied by his teacher Kubai A, arrived at the Imperial Health Club. When they went inside, they were immediately met by the administrator. The teacher said they were looking for the other young Mr. Lieutenant. The administrator showed them the way in a friendly manner. Kubai A and Wen walked down a corridor with a marble floor. The boy was struck by the gaudy grandeur around him. Finally, they entered a lush, huge hall with music playing loudly. In the middle of the room was a table, surrounded by sofas with girls sitting on them and Li Xuan in the middle of them. The guy shouted without even getting up from the couch that teacher Kubai A had come and offered him a drink with him. The teacher refused, saying that he still had classes tonight. Then the teacher introduced Li Xuanyu to Zhou and said that this was the boy he had already told him about. He also added that Wen was very bright and would be very useful in the exam. Li Xuan replied that the teacher should not worry too much because the boy trusts him completely, so he allows Zhou Wen to join him. It won't be difficult to get a good grade. After such a short acquaintance, the teacher said he was going back to school and let the boys discuss all the issues related to the test of combat skills among themselves. Finally, the teacher said he would help with registration. Then he turned to Zhou and told him that he would stay here in order to get to know Li Xuan well in the last few days, which would allow them to understand each other better during the trial. Wen thanked the teacher goodbye. As soon as the door was closed behind the teacher, Xuan told Zhou what he had heard about him, in particular, that Wen was the #1 genius of the Guide school. Zhu indifferently replied that it was just a rumor and that he shouldn't believe everything. Li agreed. Because Guide is a small town, so how could a genius come from here? After all, if Zhou were a genius, Enjing would not have defeated him in one blow. Zhuan then said they didn't need any coordination training. Zhou just needs to listen and stay out of the way when the time comes and everything will be fine. Zhou sat on the couch and played his game on his phone. In response to Li's instructions, he simply said he understood. After that, Li asked if Zhou could drink, and he suggested that if he drank the whole bottle, he could choose any of the girls present. But Zhou politely thanked him and refused, saying that he didn't drink at all. Li Xuan seriously thought about who Zhou Wen was. He had given up after only one punch. It was strange to Xuan that teacher Kubai A had to humiliate himself and beg for such a worthless person. It was definitely not worth it. Then Li Xuan leaned over to one of the girls sitting next to him and whispered something in her ear. After listening, the girl moved away from him and called Li very spoiled. But the lecherous and overconfident Xuan was only amused by the girl's remark and laughed out loud. And then the girl with the red hair looked at Zhou again and wanted to get to know him better. So she went up to him and asked if the game he was playing was interesting. Wen replied without participation that it was interesting. However, the girl did not give up easily. She continued to get acquainted and asked if this game was more interesting than her. Zhou continued to play in silence. The girl touched Joe's chin with her hand, and in the meantime, a flying ant with silver wings appeared in his game. Then this clingy lady with red hair suggested that the guy go do more pleasant things. Joe was still playing as usual. The monster that appeared in him now moved very quickly, and it was difficult for the guy to defeat it. Since Wen was absorbed in the game and did not pay any attention to the girl, she finally turned his head to her and told him to finally look at her. At that moment in the game, a mutant ant with silver wings attacked the bloody avatar. Joe was worried that he was going to lose. That's why he sharply pushed away the red-headed girl who was bothering him with her pestering and interfering with his play. The girl fell to the floor and looked at Joe indignantly and reproachfully. It was a completely unexpected reaction from the guy. Li Xuan and others in the audience burst out laughing as they watched. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen's game was over. The bloody avatar died and he lost. He was very upset. Zhuan Yu eventually liked everything that happened and was really interested in Zhou Wen's personality. The guy continued to have fun and drink with the girls until late at night, leaving behind a pile of bottles and glasses on the table and a complete mess. Li Xuan then went to the bedroom with one of the girls, while Zhou remained playing on his phone in the hall. After a little rest with the girl and a nap, Zhuan woke up because he heard a light noise. Meanwhile, Zhou was playing a game as usual. At the moment, his avatar was fighting a winged ant. The mutant ant is a powerful monster that can be defeated and rewarded with a good reward. The bloody avatar attacked the ant but missed. The ant skillfully dodged the attack. Then the monster attacked the avatar with renewed vigor and cut off its head, killing the hero Zhou. The game was over. The boy was dissatisfied with himself. He played all night and achieved nothing. Although flying ants are very strong, they have not yet reached the legendary class. That is why it is quite possible to kill them. But first, Zhou needs to at least get the opportunity to strike. A 9th-ranked Titan's fist can do a lot of damage to a flying ant with silver wings, but it takes too long, and Zhou also doesn't know if he can combine his crushing fist with the inch-long punch he's mastered. Since the game character is himself, improving the devastating fist with an inch punch in reality will also synchronize with that improvement. Well, in theory. Yichou finally got up from the couch and began to stretch his arms. Wen decided to practice his kicks a bit and try to put his theory into practice. Li Xuan had slowly made his way down the hall to the hall and was now watching what Zhou was doing. Xuan was wondering why Wen was practicing. After all, he had told him that no training was necessary, especially since Zhou is practicing an inch kick now. Li thought Zhou was hiding some secret talent, so he got out of bed to spy on him, and then he got a regular inch punch. So the guy decided to go back to bed and sleep. And then the day came when the entrance exams began, on which the fate of the school's graduates depended. All the graduates entered the classrooms, and the written theoretical test began first. The boys and girls sat silently at their desks and answered the questions with concentration. Li Xuan was also in the same class as Zhou Wen, but he was somehow bored with writing theory. After completing the theoretical part of the test, the graduates had to take the second practical part of the exams. Some were sad to leave the school, and friends hugged each other tenderly. A few days later, a bus carried the graduates to test their combat skills and pass a practical exam. This test was to take place in the old city of Guide. Zhou Wen was particularly interested in this place. After an extra-dimensional storm broke out a few years ago, a rift formed in the old city of Guide and everything around it turned into an interdimensional zone. As a result of the influence of other dimensions, local animals and plants have also undergone various changes. Troops are stationed on the territory of the ancient city, and entry without a pass is strictly prohibited. All the way there, Zhou was thinking about what interesting things he could find in the old city of Guide. Now he and his graduating classmates were facing the next stage of the entrance exams, a test of combat skills. And now the bus has arrived at the place of practical testing. A little more time and it will all begin. The graduates got off the bus. At the entrance to the old town of Guide, there was an armed soldier. There were also a lot of fully equipped soldiers and armored vehicles all around. No one could get through here easily. Zhou Wen walked around the grounds looking at it. Li Xuan and the others had not yet arrived. Zhou decided to wait for them for now. A majestic building stood in front of the graduates. On the roof of that building, someone was. Zhou noticed it, but the sunlight made it difficult to see. There was a sign on the building itself, and next to it was an image of an interesting sign. Suddenly, something confused Vanya. He felt vibrations in his pants pocket and thought his father was calling him. But when he pulled the gadget out of his pocket, Wen saw that the call was coming from a mysterious phone controlled by a man made of blood. Zhou was extremely surprised because this phone doesn't have a ringer function and had never vibrated before, and now suddenly it did. But then Zhou noticed that the phone had a camera app. For some reason, he hadn't noticed it before. He looked around to see if anyone was watching him. At the same time, he started thinking about how to use this camera on the mysterious phone. Maybe he needed to take a selfie. Zhou pointed the camera at the first landscape he saw, and tried to take a picture of it. However, he was unable to take any pictures because the sensor did not work. Wen concluded that the camera function on this phone was not working. He still tried to take photos by moving the phone in different ways, but nothing worked. While he was twisting the phone in different directions, a strange sign on the wall of the building caught his eye. Then Joe focused the phone's camera on the sign and the strange sign, and the phone triggered and began to emit alarm sounds. Then a window with a question mark appeared on the screen of the strange phone, under which it said that the download had begun. After downloading the game, a new location, ancient city of Guide, appeared on the strange phone. The real territory turned into a dungeon on the playing field. Since Joe still had nothing else to do, he decided to try to go to the new location and play. As usual, the guy dropped a drop of his blood on the phone screen and activated the game and his bloody avatar. Then he saw his avatar walking straight to the building of the ancient city of Guide. Joe entered the game and everything worked. So, the bloody avatar went through the gate and confidently walked down the street between the small buildings. Thus, Joe could already see what the inside of the ancient city looked like. Suddenly, someone began to approach his avatar quickly. It was a creature from another dimension, a skeleton soldier. This creature abruptly began to attack the bloody avatar, swinging its mace with sharp spikes. Joe Wen immediately joined the game and counterattacked the skeleton soldier, even though it was his first time here. The speed and strength of the creature from the other dimension were not very great. Joe's bloody avatar could easily deal with the skeleton soldier, and it was much easier than fighting powerful ants. With a few well-aimed blows, the player managed to defeat the monster by chopping it into pieces. And then a trophy fell out of the mangled bones of the skeleton soldier, a blue crystal. Joe Wen couldn't believe his luck. The first monster he defeated dropped a crystal with a skill. Of course, the guy decided not to waste time and took the crystal for himself, trying on a new skill right away. He noticed that this time it didn't hurt as much as the last time he used the destructive fist skill. So now Joe Wen was trained in the skeleton touch, the consumption of spiritual energy. This skill even scared him a little. But I began to remember that this is the skill of spiritual power of skeleton soldier. It's basically a low-level skill, but in the end, it won't use much energy either. Zhu decided to test the power of this skill in action, but to do so, he needed to go deeper. So he decided to summon a powerful mutant ant to use as a vehicle for the avatar. So, riding on a mutant ant, the bloody avatar headed deep into the territory of the ancient city of Guide. Having moved forward a little on the ant, the player Joe met a lot of skeleton soldiers who attacked him. However, the bloody avatar skillfully repelled all attacks. And so, going deeper into that location in the game, Joe defeated the minds of the attacking monsters, went a long way but got nothing more than that first crystal. Suddenly, Wen saw a whole flock of monsters ahead of his avatar, and in the middle of them was a particularly distinctive monster. It was a skeleton soldier of some higher rank. He was sitting on a horse and had more armor, and his weapon was a spear, not a mace with barbs. That monster approached the bloody avatar extremely quickly and attacked it. The avatar didn't even have time to deflect the blow. Therefore, the powerful skeleton soldier, almost unhindered, struck the bloody avatar with his spear. That was the end of the game. However, Joe has at least downloaded and tested the new location. When the game was over, Wen put the strange phone back in his pocket and looked at the inscription on the plate. The guy noted that he had a very strong opponent in the game, and this time, he needs to avoid him in the exam and try not to collide with him. As Joe was staring at the inscription on the sign, he felt someone looking at him. He turned around and saw An Jing standing behind him. The girl walked closer to Ving and abruptly stretched her fist right up to his face. He thought she was going to hit him, but Anne briefly told him that Uncle Feng had asked her to give him this. She opened her fist and a flashcard fell into Joe's palm. Uncle Feng is his father. An Jing looked down on Joe and decided to stab him with her own words, saying that his father had tried so hard for his son in vain. She also added that it was pointless to waste energy on people who do not develop themselves and want to degrade, and she slowly walked away. These words outraged Joe. Then, Anne turned around a little and told Wen not to even think about telling anyone that he had anything to do with the Anne family. And she said with disgust that there was no place for talentless people and weaklings. The girl behaved terribly with Joe. It was obvious that she hated him. Joe only thought to himself that he did not yet belong to that family, and that Jing was jumping to conclusions. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Li Xuan, accompanied by 2 other graduates. Xuan went up to Joe, put his hand on his shoulder, and told him not to worry about anything because Kubai A himself had stood up for him. The self-confident Li said that Joe could just follow him and let the other 2 guys on their team score the points. Wen accepted this position and thought to himself that it would be even better for him to conserve his strength. One of the guys told Li not to worry, because there was nothing outstanding in a backwater like Guide, and he could take first place even by himself. Li Xuan just looked at the boys with disdain as they served him. It was obvious that he was enjoying it. The second guy even made movements to his heart and assured Zhuan that they would do their best and there would be no mistakes. Lai was satisfied with the guy's applications. and Joe realized that Xuan was not even going to introduce those guys to him because they were really just tools for him. And then, all the participants heard one of the military officers addressing them. He said that the exam was about to start and asked everyone to come to their respective group examiner. Fan Josie was also here, walking hand in hand with her friend who told her to get ready because the start was coming. Josie was in a bad mood. The girls hurried to get ready, and then Fan Josie met Joe's eyes. He also saw her. The guy showed her a sign with his hand with a thumbs up, which means that everything is really fine. In response, the girl also wished Venny success and that he would do his best. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared from the building in front of the graduates. The practical part of the exam was about to begin. Some lightning flashed and a huge gate opened into a portal to another dimension. It was a grandiose sight. At the threshold of the open gate, an examiner appeared and informed the graduates that the essence of their test was to collect crystals of the killed skeleton soldiers. The final grade would be based on the number of crystals. Then the teacher invited the graduates to go inside through the open gate where they were waiting for the test. Finally, he wished them all success in passing the combat test. All graduates, including Zhou Wen, started the practical part of the entrance exams. Zhou understood that this dimension was formed as a result of the terrible catastrophe that had previously covered the Earth. The graduates went through the gate and headed for the portal. And so the real combat test began. A pack of skeleton soldiers immediately rushed at the graduates. The students met them with dignity. There were many monsters. They kept coming, but the graduates were good at dealing with them. Joe saw how the guys from his team, whose names he did not know before, coped with the combat test. One by one, the destroyed skeleton soldiers fell. The graduates simply blew their heads off. The guys from Joe's team were actually good trained fighters. Only Li Xuan was still missing. But Wen realized that he had no reason to worry about passing that exam at all. The destroyed monsters fell around him one by one. The guy liked this situation because it gave him plenty of time to check his guess. So Joe pulled his strange phone out of his pocket and Li Xuan saw him. He thought that Joe was playing his game again. Xuan thought for the second time that Zhou Wen really had something special, but what it was still a secret to him. Zhou opened his game and started comparing the location with reality. He saw that not only the city gate, but also the location of all the buildings exactly matched the dungeon on his phone. Wen wondered if all the dungeons in his game had a real prototype on Earth. So this means that soon there will be a skeleton rider among other skeleton soldiers. However, judging by the surveyed region, graduates are still far from it in this dimension. If the students do not go beyond the area designated for testing their combat skills, they will not run into this thing. Li Xuan called his team together and asked the guys if they were going to move further into the depths. In this area, there were very few skeleton soldiers left, and the boys needed to get new crystals to get good grades. The rate of appearance of skeleton soldiers has also decreased. The guys said that if they wanted to get a higher score, they needed to move further into the depths. Then Zhou turned to Li Xuan and said that, in his opinion, it was very risky to go outside the territory. It could be very dangerous there. One of the guys from the team told Zhou that if he was afraid to go further, he could stay here. Then he turned to Xuan again and said that the skeleton soldiers are appearing here very slowly and chaotically. To secure the first place, they must leave that area and kill as many skeletons as possible. Another guy added that they have a complete plan of the territory and a map of the division into plots, and nothing will happen if they enter the buffer zone. Li Xuan liked the idea and saw the point in it, so he turned to Zhou and said that there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if something happens, the other two guys will easily handle it. Wen wondered what to do, because he couldn't tell them directly that a monster was waiting for them, ready to kill them all. So he decided to go back into his game and try to kill that monster with his phone, but he didn't really believe it. So his entire team ran further into the territory. Zhou decided that if the situation was critical, he would simply take Li Xuan away. The boys went ahead and destroyed all the skeleton soldiers that came across their path. Li Xuan followed quietly behind them, and at the end, Zhou continued to play a game on his phone. His bloody avatar walked through the dungeon and tried to overcome the skeleton rider over and over again. But each time the meeting with that monster ended in defeat for the avatar, and the game ended. Zhou didn't know how to defeat this terrible monster yet. His avatar failed to do anything, even though he dodged and jumped, but the rider still instantly killed him. That monster is even stronger than a flying ant with silver wings. However, it was quite obvious that the skeleton rider did not maintain high agility all the time, but only momentarily increased his speed just as he was making his stabbing blow. Zhou realized that this must be his spiritual power skill. The guy realized that this way the skeleton rider could easily destroy their entire team. And then the guys from the team killed another skeleton soldier and a spatial crystal fell out of him. The guys picked up the crystal and showed it to their leader Li Xuan. The boys gave the crystals to Xuan and continued to kill monsters. Zhou Wen approached Li and said that since they had already scored enough points, they could go back. However, the guys did not support his proposal. One said it was too early to return, especially since Zhou himself didn't even need to do anything. Another guy added that it was better to kill a few more monsters to be on the safe side. Li Xuan looked at his phone with a map of the area and saw that there were no spatial creatures of legendary level or higher registered nearby, so he decided it would be better to go a little further. But Zhou Wen abruptly grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back and asked if he believed in the sixth sense. Li Xuan was not a stupid guy. He thought about what Zhou said about the sixth sense and decided to listen to him. Then Zhou decided not to waste the chance and came up with the idea of saying that since childhood, he had always had an unpleasant feeling when he was in danger, and this feeling has never failed him. Then he said that right now this feeling is extremely acute in his chest. A guy from the team mockingly said that Zhou had some kind of sixth sense involved and called it a brilliant prank. Then that guy came up to Wen and yelled at him, saying that Brother Li had only brought him into his team to help him improve his reputation, and he asked if he was ready to take responsibility for the consequences if he dragged the whole team down. Zhu replied emphatically that the Guide area is very small, so it is not unusual for few students to venture outside of it. Besides, their team has already managed to score so many points that they can easily maintain their advantage by simply killing within the area designated for the combat skills test. Wen insisted that there was no need to risk entering unknown territory. Li Xuan listened carefully to what Zhou was saying. In the end, the leader said that Zhou Wen's words also made sense, so he made his decision. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Hao, a guy from his team, pull out a knife and jump up to the other guy who was so insistent on continuing the test and swung the knife at him. With one sharp movement, he unexpectedly struck his teammate. The guy who wanted so badly to continue fighting monsters outside the area designated for the test screamed and clutched his stomach. Zhang Hao inflicted a deep wound on him, and he fell to the ground bleeding to death. And the insidious offender stood over him with a bloody knife and told him not to interfere with him. Li Xuan was also lightly wounded by the insidious Zhang Hao. He covered the wound with his hand and said that it was completely unexpected for him. Then he wondered what could have happened, and asked Hao if his other brother had sent him. Zhang Hao saw that Li Xuan had the skill of natural invulnerability. He said that he also did not expect that the younger Xuan, who loves pleasure so much, was practicing this particular spiritual power skill. Unlike the life force skills and spatial crystals obtained from spatial beings, there is something else. The cultivation method is the basic principles of improvement developed by people themselves. That is why different cultivation methods define different limits of improvement. For example, natural invulnerability. Natural invulnerability is one of those rare techniques that allows you to immediately reach the epic class, bypassing mortal and legendary. However, Zhou had heard that only virgins can follow this path. Lose your virginity and all your efforts will be in vain. No matter how you slice it, Li Xuan does not look like a person who would make an effort to improve such a skill. The wounded teammate called Zhang Hao a traitor. He could not believe that he was helping Li Mobai get rid of his brother Xuan. Zhang Hao replied that two tigers cannot live together on the same mountain and that he had already made his choice. Li Xuan said that he had no desire to fight for power with his second brother, but that he could not calm down. But Zhang Hao replied that it was his own fault. He shouldn't have pretended to be so stupid. And now it's too late. And he began to attack Li Xuan again, waving his knife. Zhang Hao called out to his pupil. Li Xuan just watched him silently and waited for the right moment. Zhou Wen sat next to the wounded man. The two of them watched everything that happened between Zhang Hao and Xuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao summoned an explosive snake that was ready to attack when ordered. The wounded guy shouted that it was impossible that a mortal could get a legendary pet. However, Li Xuan had a different opinion. He knew that all that was needed was for someone who had already reached the legendary class to voluntarily pass it on, even though it caused terrible pain. Zhang Hao said that Li Xuan was very smart, so the second brother was right. He believed that Li Xuan should die, and that's why he is here with the explosive snake. Zhang Hao rushed at Xuan, swinging his knife, but Xuan grabbed his knife with his hand and held it tightly by the blade. This was a big surprise for the traitor. He thought that he could easily deal with Li Xuan, but he saw that he had a powerful force. Li Xuan strongly pushed Zhang Hao away from him, taking his weapon from him. The traitor did not expect that Xuan also had a pet companion of the legendary level. It seemed that the respected young Mr. Xuan had his own dirty secrets. But Li Xuan objected, saying that he was not like Zhang Hao. He would never use such a horrible method. Xuan stood proudly in all the majesty of a victor over the traitor, while he lay on the ground thinking of how to get out of this unfavorable situation. Zhang Hao grabbed his knife and tried to crawl back to avoid a fair punishment. Finally, he got up and ran away as fast as he could. The traitor realized that he could not overcome such a strong opponent. However, Li Xuan was not going to let him go so easily. A traitor must be punished according to his own merit. He shouted at Zhang Hao that he would not let him escape and started chasing after him. Zhou Wen could only watch in amazement. But when he saw that Li Xuan had run away in pursuit of Zhang Hao outside the territory designated for the tests, he also rushed after him, trying to bring him back. And then he suddenly stopped because he realized that he would not have time to save him. It was too late. The wounded man shouted at him why he had stopped and told him to help his brother Zhuan Yu immediately. And Zhou turned to him and told him to go first, and he just stopped right there. Then the wounded man followed Juan and, passing Joe, shouted at him that he was just a pathetic coward. Holding his hand on the wound, the guy added that Joe was of no use and that his brother Xuan was worried about him in vain. But Joe knew that right now he could not help any of his team even if he followed them. Li Ken and Zhang Hao have their own legendary companions, unlike him, and they and the wounded man will definitely die if they run into a skeleton rider. However, Joe knew a way to try to help Li Xuan in this situation. So he pulled out the strange phone and bit his finger and dripped blood on its screen to start a new one. Joe will only be able to help Li Xuan if he finds a way to defeat the skeleton general. And so his bloody avatar met that terrible monster on a horse again. Now he will try to defeat him once again. Joe saw that there was no point in running away like that, and as soon as the skeleton rider starts to strike, the avatar will immediately become a corpse. So the monster began to attack the avatar. Joe made him throw himself right under the horse's feet, twisting to meet the danger. As a result, the monster's blows missed their target, and the bloody avatar deftly dodged the skeleton rider's attack. Zhu moved his avatar very quickly to avoid blows and prevent defeat in this battle. The skeleton rider dealt a lot of blows to the player, but they all passed by without causing damage to the avatar. Joe thought so. Now he understood how to act in order not to die at the hands of a terrible monster. Suddenly, a terrifying shout was heard calling for the destruction of the intruders. Joe realized that Li Xuan had already encountered the skeleton rider. This distracted the boy from the game, and as a result, his bloody avatar received a fatal blow from the monster. So Joe realized that now he had no choice but to act as quickly as possible. Taking into account this battle, Wen saw that the skeleton general is very strong, but it seems that there is a blind spot near his horse where he can strike. So Joe ran as fast as he could toward the danger to help his team get out of the mess. Perhaps he will have a chance to win if he uses this opportunity to get into the monster's blind spot. Wen walked down the street among the ruins, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. It looked like Li Xuan and the wounded guy were already somewhere nearby, so he hurried. Finally, Joe saw them wounded and completely exhausted but alive. Li Xuan asked him why he hadn't come for so long. Joe asked if he was okay. Xuan answered honestly that he was not feeling well. It was hard for him to fight the skeleton rider. Only now did Zhou Wen see the real skeleton general, and he looked very creepy. Zhu also noticed that the real skeleton general was too different from his image in the game. The strange thing was that behind the skeleton rider, Jiang Hao stood calmly, completely unharmed. The skeleton general did not even try to attack him. This was the strangest thing about the situation. Then Zhou Wen looked at Jiang Hao's armor and thought that such a powerful defense against the skeleton rider was hidden in it. Zhou tried to remember this armor. Perhaps it was another companion of the legendary level. Wen thought that it was very good to be rich. Then Zhou turned to Li Xuan and said that it looked like his brother really wanted him to die here. Xuan only clenched his fist tighter. And then the skeleton general said again that there were intruders and that they needed to be destroyed, so he rushed to attack again. Li Xuan immediately shouted to Zhou to immediately move back and rush to counterattack the monster. The skeleton general struck a powerful blow from which Xuan covered himself with his shield. However, the shield immediately shattered into pieces. The guy from the team who was defending Xuan was thrown far back by the blast wick, but enduring indescribable pain, the guy coughed and said that he was fine and was coping. He asked Zhou to help Xuan Yu immediately because he was now under direct threat from the skeleton general. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao finally decided to join the fight and released his pet companion on Xuan. Jiang Hao really began to swing his knife and his explosive snake spun around him. He said defiantly and indifferently that he just wanted to see how long Xuan would last alone against the two of them. Jiang Hao rushed to attack Xuan, but Xuan did not give up easily. He still had enough strength to resist the traitor. Zhu Wen saw that if this continued, Li Xuan would definitely die here. So he asked him how long he needed to deal with Jiang Hao. In the meantime, he would detain the skeleton general. Xuan shouted that 2 minutes would be enough for him. Jiang Hao did not believe what Xuan said. Then the team leader repeated to him that 2 minutes would be enough to kill him. Jiang Hao just laughed at this. He ironically stated that a mortal wanted to measure himself against a skeleton general, and he concluded that Xuan had sentenced himself to death. While the two were fighting, Zhou Wen threw off his jacket because he was going to buy time for Xuan by delaying the skeleton rider. 2 minutes is the time during which the boy had to distract the monster to allow Xuan Yu to calmly defeat Jiang Hao. Zhou then quickly ran to the skeleton general's horse from behind and beckoned the rider to come to him with his finger. The monster turned his horse around and faced his opponent. Zhou prepared to hold back the skeleton general's attacks. The monster didn't hesitate to attack the boy, but Zhou was able to dodge the blows. He noticed that the movements of the skeleton rider were not much different in reality from those of the monster in the game. This made the guy's task easier, but he still had to be as attentive and dexterous as possible. In the game, the attacks of the skeleton general are template and predictable, but the real monster is more agile. Avoiding the blows of the skeleton rider, Zhou tried to attack the monster himself at the same time, but nothing happened. Not a single scratch appeared on the skeleton general. Zhou began to doubt whether the monster had any weaknesses at all. A wounded guy from the team was watching the battle from afar. After being hit by the skeleton general, he got back on his feet. The boy wondered how Joe managed to capture such a powerful monster as the skeleton general himself, even without a pet companion. Jiang Hao heard this, and for a moment was distracted from the battle with Xuan, because he too could not believe Zhou's agility. And Li Xuan immediately took advantage of the situation and dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, saying that he should not be distracted while the fight was going on. With that blow, Xuan threw the traitor away. But Jiang Hao was a strong opponent, and he had many of the necessary skills. He defiantly shouted at Xuan Yu to keep attacking, and then they would see who would die first, him or that bastard Zhou Wen. Xuan did not hesitate to strike again at his overconfident opponent. Li Xuan realized that in no case could he be allowed to fight against both of them, Jiang Hao and the skeleton general, at the same time. First of all, he decided that he had to destroy this strange armor that protected Jiang Hao, so he struck his opponent in this area. Hao called for an explosive scaly snake because he realized that he could lose this battle without help. This entity enveloped Jiang Hao in its protection, but Xuan was already ready for this. He asked if he hoped to buy time for himself in this way, since the struggle was ongoing. And Jiang Hao simply decided to use the time he had gained to kill Zhou Wen, who was annoying him, and he swung his knife at the guy. Li Xuan then called out with lightning speed to Zhou to dodge a direct, treacherous blow to the back. Wen quickly realized and ducked back to stand on the bridge, and it helped him see the weakness. So he wasted no time in calling his pet companion. Zhu immediately struck a powerful blow to Jiang Hao, which was completely unexpected for the traitor. He could not have imagined that Zhou could have such a pet. It knocked him out of his tracks. With the help of his companion, Zhou managed to get to Jiang Hao's armor, and he became vulnerable. Immediately, the skeleton general focused on him and attacked him. The explosive snake screamed in pain as the skeleton general pierced Jiang Hao's armor. The armor, split into several pieces, was lying on the ground. The roar of the explosive snake gradually subsided. And finally, that roar turned into a faint squeak. The huge snake became a small animal again. Jiang Hao was defeated. Li Xuan crushed this little snake with his boot. Then he looked at the bloody Jiang Hao, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said that it was all his fault. And the skeleton general was now simply furious. He was insanely irritated and rushed to attack again with incredible force. Zhu realized that the monster was moving too fast and he would not be able to avoid its blow. He was already prepared to die. But Li Xuan saw all this, and he instantly stood between Zhou and the skeleton general and took the brunt of the attack. However, the knight in black armor had almost reached his limit. There was not a minute to lose. Li Xuan told Zhou that he would distract the skeleton general and let him find a way to deal him a fatal blow. The skeleton rider attacked Xuan again and again, who still had the strength to defend himself, but it was getting harder and harder to do so he asked Zhou to speed up or they would all die here. Wen tried his best to find the skeleton general's weak point. It seemed as if he had already found it, so he struck it. The monster just coughed up the blow, and it didn't even leave a scratch. And Zhou thought he had found the Achilles heel of the skeleton rider. He thought that his punch would at least cause damage to the monster. The hard battle continued. The skeleton general struck at Li Xuan, who was holding back, but Zhou Wen attacked the general, looking for a weak spot on him. But this monster was very strong. Li Xuan said that they had attacked it so many times and there was not even a single crack on it. Suddenly, Zhou grabbed onto the word crack, and the skeleton general had a large crack on his skull on the front side. Wen realized that the monster's weak point was there. Xuan agreed with him. Meanwhile, the skeleton rider was already rushing to attack the boys again. Li Xuan suggested taking a chance now. Zhou prepared to strike at the skeleton general. The guys worked in tandem. Li Xuan suffered a lot of damage from the monster. His black armor was almost destroyed. He shouted to Zhou to deal a crushing blow to the skeleton general. Zhou Wen pointed his fist directly at the skull of the skeleton general, where there was a crack in it. The skeleton rider fell to pieces, and this really turned out to be a weak point on him. The boys finally managed to defeat the monster. And as a reward for the winner, an egg was hatched from the skeleton. It was in yellow and orange colors like fire. It fell next to Zhou, and the boy picked it up, a well-deserved reward after a very difficult battle. Li Xuan approached his classmate and saw that he was holding an egg with a pet companion. It was a great success for them. And then Xuan walked away indifferently. Zhou asked if he didn't want the egg, but Xuan simply told Wen to keep it. Li Xuan picked up his shirt and began to dress and said that if it wasn't for Zhou, he and Miantu would probably be dead by now, and let Wen accept this egg as a thank you for making everything so successful. Zhu replied that in that case he would gladly take the egg. After all, it was very appropriate for him. Li Xuan then warned Zhou that since he was still a mortal, he would not be able to hatch a legendary level egg and should not be irresponsible with it. Zhou thought about Li Xuan's words. Then Xuan turned his attention to his companion Wen. He asked how the boy got it. After all, thanks to his natural invulnerability, he can at least somehow control his knight in black armor. And in general, this pet companion is of the mortal class. Xuan could not understand and wrap his head around how Zhou handled his companion. And besides, creatures of legendary level are usually stronger than creatures of mortal level. But it is also true that the weaker the creature is, the harder it is for it to form its egg. This means that eggs with mortal level companions are much less common than legendary ones. Li Shen then came close to Zhou Wen and told him that he was indeed a great lucky man. After talking about the companion animals, Zhou asked about Jiang Hao, what to do with his body, and how to explain his death to everyone else. However, Xuan lightly told Zhou not to worry about it. After all, Jiang Hao had asked for it, and Xuan would settle the matter. And then he came up to Zhou again in a friendly way, put his hand on his shoulder, and told him not to worry about anything. When they get out of that place, Zhou can apply to any university, and Xuan will personally make sure that he is accepted. Then Zhou Xuan and Mianta, who was supported by the guys because he could not walk on his own due to a serious injury, headed for the exit from this dimension. At the entrance, they were met by a mentor who had conducted a test of the graduates' fighting skills in the old city of Guide. Li Xuan told him what had happened to his team during those tests and settled everything. Zhuan then said goodbye to Zhou and got into his jeep and drove home. The sun was already setting. Zhou Wen returned home from the test by bus. He was restless because of the events he had experienced during the test. While the bus was traveling, it was getting dark. It became cool. Zhou felt that his body was accepting the cold. He thought that he might have developed anemia due to a large blood loss. He started to think about what could help him. Maybe goji berries and brown sugar. These foods contain iron, which he needed because of the blood loss. As Zhou was reflecting on the consequences of the previous day, he suddenly came across the body of a man lying on the floor. It was a man. He was lying motionless with his face down, his long gray hair pulled back in a low ponytail. He was dressed in a white suit. Zhou Wen was horrified to think that he was looking at a corpse and involuntarily screamed. But the man immediately called out and weakly said that he was still alive. Then he slowly got up and sat down on a bench. Zhou sat down across from him and asked if he was okay, to which the man replied that he was fine, just that his old illness had come back. Then Zhou stood up and said that since everything was fine, he would leave if the man did not want to say anything else. But the man called him over and said that their meeting was the will of fate and offered to talk a bit. Zhou replied that he was not a very good conversationalist. Then the man said that it was no big deal and that he would ask him some questions. And the strange man coughed heavily. Zhou waited until the man's fit was over and allowed himself to ask a few questions. Then the man asked the first question. Does Zhou like girls with small or large breasts? This question stumped Venya, and he hadn't expected. However, the boy tried to imagine girls with different breast sizes and determine which ones he liked better. Then he said that he preferred girls with small breasts. The strange man laughed sincerely and loudly and said that he liked them better too. He even repeated it twice. And then he began to explain that girls with small breasts are better and that only immature boys like women who look like milk cows. He added that if the breasts are too big, it is much harder to maintain balance during a fight. The man then asked the following question. Does Zhou like a gentle and meek girl or a bold and caustic one? Zhou laughed a little at first and was about to reply but stopped himself. He asked what kind of a question it was. What kind of a normal person would reject a pretty girl and choose a megalomaniac? However, if Zhou continues to say what the man wants to hear, this conversation will never end. In fact, the boy was eager to finally return home to wash, change clothes, eat, and play. He has already repented of his actions. As the gray-haired man waited for an answer, Zhou said that he liked the bold and the sarcastic. The man felt uncomfortable with his lie. The strange man's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou's answer. He said that he and he were just kindred spirits. After all, it's women like that who are interesting and fascinating, and there's nothing fun about gentle and sweet women. He then told Zhou that he hadn't expected the boy to be so good at judging women at such a young age. Zhou immediately regretted that he had chosen to tell a lie. He still didn't understand and wondered who would choose such a bold one, and remembered his younger sister who immediately beat him. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man continued. He said it was rare to meet someone with such good taste and called Zhou an outstanding person. Then Zhou hurried to ask where the old man lived and offered to walk him home. But the strange man did not listen to the boy at all. He kept talking about girls. He said that the body is the main thing you need to conquer a girl. And he noticed that Zhou had very little chi and vitality. Even his good taste would not help him. Then the man said that he felt the boy was angry with him. He suggested that Zhou improve his method of cultivating spiritual power and handed him a letter. Zhou took the letter, opened it, and read about the method of cultivating spiritual power that the old man was offering him. Meanwhile, the man laughed madly. He said he just needed to figure it out. He guarantees that with this method, Zhou will be able to make any problematic woman absolutely submissive. The letter would have read in the title, A Method for Cultivating the Spiritual Power of Conquering Women. Zhou decided to return the letter to the old man. He politely thanked me for such a valuable gift, but had to refuse it. He explained that he was already using another method of cultivating spiritual power. Then a strange man said that meditation through suffering was nothing. He held a piece of paper in his hands and taught that even though the Heavenly Demon Treatise was not a first-class technique, it was far superior to meditation through suffering. Then Joe asked how the man knew that he was improving with this particular method, and the old man said that the boy looked like he lacked vitality. But beyond that general fatigue, I also noticed that Joe has a strong and healthy body, and as far as he knows, this is achieved through meditation through suffering, and it's good that Joe has just started. However, the old man said that if he didn't stop doing this nonsense, it would destroy him. Afterwards, the man handed Vanny the sheet with the Treatise of the Heavenly Demon written on it and insisted that he take it, saying that this method was 100 times better. Then the man laughed very loudly and corrected himself by adding that this method was 1,000 times better. Joe thanked his uncle for his kindness, but said that they had just met by chance, so he could not accept such a valuable gift. Moreover, Joe had never heard of the Heavenly Demon Treatise before and did not take the second copy from the old man's hand. The guy said that if the man didn't need anything else from him, he would go home. Joe thought that if this was a lie, the man was just a scammer, but if it is true, it means that he is going to give such a valuable thing to a person he just met. In this case, it is hard to say what is really in the old man's mind. Yichu turned around and went home. However, the old man was not going to let him go so easily. He used a spell to make the boy stop. Suddenly, Joe really felt that he could not move at all. It scared him very much. And then some unknown force lifted him up and brought him back to the old man. The frightened Joe did not know what was happening to him. The strange old man was still sitting on the bench. Then he looked ominously at Joe and said menacingly that none of those who had denied him Jing Daoxiang had ever survived. His eyes glowed red. Joe began to recall that he knew Jing Daoxiang's name for sure, and suddenly it dawned on him. This name is written in history books. During the greatest chaos of the interdimensional storm, the most cold-blooded and bloodthirsty man in human history was born. This is a real demon who has washed the Commonwealth in blood. He has killed 27 heroes who have reached the class of epic, one by one. When Joe recalled the whole story, he finally realized who he had accidentally stumbled upon. The demon asked him what he was going to do now. Jing Daoxiang got up from the bench and asked Joe if he wanted to take the Heavenly Demon Treatise now. The boy screamed out in fright. He realized that he could not resist a real demon, but it was his fear of death that spoke. Jing Daoxiang looked the boy straight in the eye and said that, although he had expressed his agreement, his heart was screaming that he did not want to learn the skill of this demon. Zhu wondered what kind of nonsense Daoxiang was talking about. After all, if he mastered this skill, wouldn't the Commonwealth want to arrest him for associating with such a demon? And then Jing Daoxiang somehow changed his tone and said that even if he gave the boy the treatise, he would still not be able to train. The demon stood there as if deliberately stretching the time and pretending to think about something, and then intriguingly said that he had another very interesting method. Jing Daoxiang pulled a small black box out of his pocket and asked Joe if he would study. Joe felt like a small child at that moment. He politely stretched out his hand and the demon put his box in the boy's palm. At the same time, the demon asked the boy, looking into his eyes, if he would not push the old man away again. Joe replied that he would not. Hearing this answer from the boy, Jing Daoxiang closed his eyes and took his hand out of the box, leaving it in Joe's palm, and then simply turned around silently and calmly walked away. When the demon was far enough away, Joe finally released his immobility spell. The boy exhaled calmly. He just thought that he hoped the demon would not watch him from afar. Then Joe looked at his hand, which held a black small box, and thought that he could not help but accept it. And then suddenly the guy sneezed and realized that he was quite cold, so he decided to return home as soon as possible and then deal with those cards. Joe crossed his arms over his chest to keep himself a little warmer and headed home. On the way, he met a few other people in uniforms who were talking about something here. Joe knew exactly who they were looking for. They were ordered to stay in touch and thoroughly search the neighborhood. They were people from the Commonwealth. They walked down the street in a group of several people. Joe stopped for a moment and looked behind them. He wondered if those people were looking for Jing Daoxiang. And then he turned around and ran home as fast as he could. Who or what the people from the Commonwealth were looking for was not his concern. Finally, Joe returned home. The first thing he did was take a shower. He had a very busy day. First, the assault on Li Xuan, then the meeting with the legendary criminal. Joe looked tiredly at his reflection in the mirror and said to himself that he just wanted to play games in peace. The artifacts that he had obtained that day, a pet companion egg that had fallen out of the skeleton general and a small black box that Jing Daoxiang had handed him, lay next to Joe's clothes. Finally, Wen came out of the bathroom, put on his pajamas, and went to bed, completely tired. As soon as he fell asleep, he began to have a terrible dream. Joe dreamt that he was falling into a river of blood and that many hands with long, curved nails were reaching out to him from the bottom of the pond. And when he sinks even deeper, those terrible hands reach for his face. and then Joe woke up in a cold sweat. He threw up from such a terrible dream and quickly ran to the toilet and vomited. Joe did not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly he remembered the small black box Jing Daoxiang had given him and thought it was about them. The box read, "The Lost Sutra of Immortality." The letters on it glowed and radiated from themselves. Joe walked over to it, picked it up, shook it a bit, and decided that there was nothing unusual about that box. Then the guy thought that maybe he felt sick because he had lost a lot of blood the day before. After calming down, Joe went back to bed and fell asleep again. This time he slept until dawn. In the morning he woke up and went to wash his face. His mental clarity returned, and the nighttime discomfort almost completely left him. Since Joe was already awake anyway, he decided to do his favorite thing, play a game. So the guy picked up his strange phone, sat on the bed, bit his finger as usual, and dripped blood on the screen. His game has changed location again. Now the bloody avatar is in the ancient imperial city. And almost immediately, to his surprise, he saw the skeleton general there. Joe did not expect that monster to still be there. It was as if the monsters in the game and those in reality had no effect on each other. Joe even liked this feature because he already knew how to defeat the skeleton rider. He will be able to try once again to accomplish what he and Li Xuan had struggled to do the previous day during the combat skills test. So the bloody avatar prepared for the attack, and the skeleton general for his part also launched an attack on him. The rivals clashed and the fight ended in the defeat of the bloody avatar. Joe lay down on the bed and wondered why the trick he and Li Xuan had pulled in the game in real life hadn't worked. The skeleton general in the game is much weaker than in reality, but without fault tolerance, the ability of a technical system to remain operational after the failure of one or more of its components, the knight in black armor Joe will be able to defeat that monster only if he calculates every move. However, in any case, there are still a few days before the results are announced, and Joe decided to use this time to try to kill the skeleton general. He wondered how much more blood he would have to use for this, and Joe began to search the internet for ways to restore blood to the body. The search engine gave him a bunch of different ways to do this, and he got confused. Then he opened one of the suggested pages. This site provided information about different foods and medicines to improve health. It was too complicated for Joe, so he decided to just drink water with brown sugar. Wen also decided that it would be better if he didn't die too often in the game. But he needed to save up before he could start playing again. So he quickly got ready and left the house to buy some food because he was going to sit down for a long time to play his game. Soon after, Joe returned home, changed his clothes, and immediately became active in the game. Since school was already over, Wen could play freely and without interference. His bloody avatar was constantly fighting the same skeleton general. From time to time, the boy would take a break to eat. And so, during the next game, things turned around during the avatar's battle with the skeleton rider, so that the avatar managed to strike a crack in the general's skull and thus defeat him. Finally, Joe and his player managed to do it. A level 13 spatial crystal, Speed, fell out of the defeated general. Joe's strength had increased to 9, but should have increased to 13. This was strange. It seems that 9 is the extreme limit for a mortal using the meditation through suffering. Joe was a little upset because he thought he could reach the legendary class with this meditation. Everything really happened, as Jing Daoxiang said. Meditation through suffering cannot be compared to natural invulnerability. But where could Joe find a higher class method? He absolutely did not want to learn the one the demon had given him. And then suddenly Joe remembered something. So he sat down at his computer and started looking at something. Just now he remembered how Anjing had come up to him during the trials and given him what his father had asked her to give Wenya. It was a flashcard, so Joe took it and inserted it into the computer. He hoped that it would contain the information he really needed. Although I didn't expect it, it would have been very funny because it was completely unlike his father. Joe knew that his father could not have anything like this. And then a file with the skill Shooting at the Sun opened. The boy was shocked. He pinched himself for not being able to catch up with his father. Shooting at the sun, like natural invulnerability, is a cultivation method that can be used to reach the epic class and even higher. The main specialization of Shooting for the Sun is attack, and the requirements for it are not as stringent as for natural invulnerability. It was clearly a family legacy from someone powerful in the Commonwealth. Joe could not understand how his father had obtained this cultivation method. The guy thought about it for a while. He even assumed that it happened with the help of Anne's family's connections. Drew imagined his father saying that he would do anything for his son. In that case, the father would have to pay dearly. But the boy immediately rejected such thoughts because it was absolutely not like his father. He was not that kind of person at all. So Joe decided to call his father and ask him directly what he was interested in. My father picked up the phone and immediately heard, instead of a greeting, a question about whether he had all his limbs in place. Wen repeated the question and his father felt sick to his stomach and became very nervous. But he immediately gathered his thoughts and began to scold his son for such antics. He asked why his son was cursing him. The father was very angry. Joe laughed and realized that judging by his mood, his father was fine. Then Joe stopped joking and told his father that he had a very serious conversation to have with him. The father was not angry with his son. He said he was ready to talk and let Joe ask him anything he wanted to know. Then Wen decided to ask directly about how his father managed to get shooting for the sun. Of course, Joe was hoping to get a more or less constructive answer, but all he heard was a question about what kind of shooting at the sun his son was asking about. Then Joe asked his father again if it was he who had asked Anjing to give him the flashcard with that cultivation. However, my father indifferently replied that he was not interested in cultivation at all, so how could he have such a thing? Joe even felt a little sad when he realized that his father hadn't thought about him at all. But now it was unclear why Anjing had said what Joe's father had asked her to say when she handed over the flash drive. It was all very confusing. Here, my father made the assumption that perhaps Anjing decided to give Joe such a gift, but Wen had simply disengaged from the conversation. He had nothing to talk about with his father. But after that conversation, the father decided to recognize some information for his son. Zhou realized that his father had a very good opinion of the An family, but he knows absolutely nothing about how his future half-brother and sister treat his own son. First, Anjing provoked Wen at school, and then he almost failed the exam because of her commander. So why on earth would this girl decide to give Joe such a rare piece of equipment? This simply cannot be. Wen thought it would be foolish of him to improve himself with this method until everything was clear. A lot of problems had been bothering him lately. As Joe thought about this, he dozed off for a while. Suddenly, his heart was again disturbed, and he plunged back into that terrible dream in which he was drowning, and many hands with long, crooked nails were reaching out to him. He could feel those hands touching him and grabbing his face by the neck. Joe realized that this was nothing like anemia. He jumped out of bed again and ran to the bathroom to vomit. He was so sick. He was sure that the demon Jingdaxiang was responsible for what was happening to him. It can't go on like this. Something needs to be done urgently, otherwise the condition will finish him off. Zhu recalled the encounter with the demon in particular as saying that he had another very interesting cultivation method. So he went to his room and took the small black box Jingdaxiang had given him. He wondered if his health problems could be solved with the help of this box. So Zhou decided to open the small box given by the demon for the first time, and saw that inside it was completely written out in text. The boy sat on the bed in front of the opened gift and studied it. He began to understand the connection between qi energy and the magnetic field of the human body. It really was like being introduced to a cultivation method. Joe could feel his body begin to move. He immersed himself in reading that text until he was tired. Joe did not even notice how much time had passed. He had been reading for a very long time. Then the guy realized he was hungry and decided to go eat. It was good that he had bought some food in advance. So having eaten well and being full, Joe was satisfied. He was not nauseated. After the meal, he decided to continue reading. He wondered how much he had already read. But he stopped because he had forgotten exactly where he had already read the text. Since Joe could not remember on which page he had interrupted his reading, he decided to start again. He picked up the box of letters, opened it, and hoped that now he would remind himself where he had stopped reading. But he had the impression that he was seeing this text for the first time. There was some kind of devilry going on. Something was wrong. Even if Joe had a bad memory, he still couldn't forget everything instantly. The guy moved his finger across the text and tried to remember something. He read again the lines about what happens between the qi energy and the magnetic field of the human body. Suddenly, Joe remembered that he had forgotten to turn off the light in the kitchen. At least that's the thought that flashed through his mind. But immediately afterwards, another thought flashed through my mind that maybe I had turned off the lights in the kitchen. A lot of thoughts were swarming in his head, but he decided to go back to reading. But he realized that he had forgotten absolutely everything he had just read. Joe tried his best to focus on what his eyes were seeing, trying to shut out all unnecessary thoughts. He even began to run his finger over the written text, believing that this would help him concentrate on reading. But suddenly he saw that the letters seemed to be blurring before his eyes. Nothing was working. Joe concentrated with all his might, but still somehow managed to get distracted. But what was even stranger was that everything I read completely flew out of my head, even if I was distracted for just a second. However, Joe was a very persistent guy, and he was determined not to give up easily. So he found a way out, to rewrite the text so that he could read it later. He picked up a pen and immediately forgot why he had done it. Then he decided to try another option. He turned on the camera on his phone and decided to take a picture of the text, but the camera could not recognize it. Joe thought that this thing was very strange indeed, the lost sutra of immortality. Then Wen thought that if he left this sutra somewhere far, far away from him, would he be able to get rid of those nightmares and sleep paralysis. Suddenly his phone rang, but the caller's number was not displayed. Joe had no idea who was calling him, but he decided to pick up the phone anyway. It was Li Xuan calling him. He asked Joe if he had already decided which university he was going to apply to. Wen had completely forgotten that the results of the combat skills test were to be announced that day. He told Zhuan Yu that he hadn't decided yet because all he did was play the game. Then Li Xuan asked him if he wanted to go to the same university as him. Joe asked which one it was. In the end, he could apply to any university because he came in second place in the test. Li Xuan took the first place, and Xu Miantu took the third. Xuan replied that he was going to Xi'an University. Zhou decided that this was a good option for him. He had heard that the university had recently discovered an interdimensional area and interesting creatures. Xi'an is a really good choice. But suddenly Zhou turned sharply pale and thought about something unpleasant. If the boy remembers correctly, Xi'an University is located in Luoyang, and Luoyang is the Yin family's sphere of influence. Putting aside all his unnecessary thoughts, Zhou sat down to play the game again. His avatar was fighting flying ants. The hero Venya has already acquired a lot of different skills and used them in battles as he progressed through the levels. However, it was not easy for him to pass those levels. Powerful mutant ants were strong opponents. Zhou was just getting started. He should have made a lot of progress by now, but for some reason, the flying ants with silver wings are still having problems. These mutant ants have a frantic speed and can even fly. The boy was frantically thinking of ways to defeat them. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. Wen was not expecting anyone to visit, so he asked who it was. He was very tired and had bruises under his eyes. Li Xuan was standing outside the door. Zhou opened the door and Xuan greeted him cheerfully with a good morning. On the way to the apartment, Xuan apologized for disturbing Zhou so early. Wen, meanwhile, thought that he had not invited him inside. Zhou's apartment was a mess. He asked Xuan why he had come to see him, and he said that he needed time to think about applying to Xi'an University. Then Li Xuan handed Zhou a notebook and told him to read what was written in it. Zhou picked up the notebook, opened the first page, and asked Xuan what it was. Xuan replied in a low and sly voice that it contained secret data from Xi'an University. Then he invited Zhou to look closely at something and pointed his finger there. This page contained information that spatial beings in the form of internal organs had been found in the interdimensional domain. This was very surprising to Zhou. Li Xuan clearly said that in the newly opened interdimensional area of Xi'an, such creatures appear. Zhou asked what of it. Then Xuan replied that it was an extremely unique companion pet. Take the heart, for example. If his own heart is destroyed, this creature can immediately become its replacement. It is tantamount to a second life. Xuan asked loudly if Wen had any idea how many people dream of such a thing. Such companion pets are much rarer. After that, Zhou thought that they were really useful creatures. Li Xuan asked him if he had understood him correctly. Wen replied that he understood everything perfectly well, but he just didn't have the strength to be surprised. Then Xuan said once again that this area is under the leadership of Xi'an. Therefore, it is obvious that only students of this university will be able to get there. Then Xuan added that if this information is made public, the best students from all over the world will rush to that university. But the enrollment is, of course, limited. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while and decided that he would go to Xi'an University, but he thought to himself that he would only need to avoid An. And Li Xuan, who knew absolutely nothing about the animosity between Zhou and his future half-siblings, said that he had heard that the An family would also be applying. When he said this, he saw Zhou's ambiguous reaction to this information, so he asked if he was scared. But Zhou feigned complete indifference and put his hand in his pocket and told him what he had to fear. Then he pulled his phone out of his pocket and said that he would immediately write an application to Xi'an University. He explained that there was no point in postponing this case any longer, since he had already decided for himself. Then Li Xuan suggested that he quickly pack his things and they would leave for Luoyang together. Meanwhile, people from the Commonwealth continued to search for the demon Jing Daoxiang, who was spotted in the city. They had already obtained the surveillance footage. Now they were watching the recording from Shangjun Street, because it was there that Jing Daoxiang's appearance was recorded. Carefully reviewing the recordings, people from the Commonwealth saw Zhou in the footage. The head of the department said that this guy had definitely been in contact with Jing Daoxiang, so he ordered to find him immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen was on his way to Luoyang. The weather was stormy and lightning was raging everywhere. The trip took twice as long, because we had to go through all these interdimensional areas. Zhou was sad that he couldn't advance in the game, so every attempt he made was a waste of his own blood. The guy was thinking hard about what to do now that he couldn't play his game. He started to feel sleepy and was very excited about Li Xuan being in the salon next to him. If Zhou develops sleep paralysis while sleeping in the car, he will have serious problems. Zhou felt very sick again. It was as if he was running a fever. He recalled how the demon Jing Daoxiang told him that the body was the main thing needed to conquer a girl, and that he had very little qi and blood. Zhu decided that he needed to monitor his health very carefully, so he would try to play games more balanced. Zhou Wen was very angry that he had met Jing Daoxiang in his life. He simply cursed this demon, and the boy decided that one day he would definitely beat Jing Daoxiang when he became stronger. Suddenly, he was pulled by something to take the sutra given by the demon out of his pocket. He had a strange feeling. Zhou Wen pulled the notes out of his pocket. The letters there once again radiated a calm, inviting light. The boy read what was written on the cover, namely the title, The Lost Sutra of Immortality. Zhou immediately realized that the driver had to keep his eyes on the road and Li Xuan was meditating, so most likely they would not pay any attention to him. and as much as he was drawn to reading, he saw nothing wrong with it. Besides, he had absolutely nothing else to do. So he decided to just cut down on his commute to the university. It might even be useful. And then the book seemed to open up by itself, as if a glow swirled in Joe's solar plexus, and the boy noticed that the book had disappeared from his hands. The lost Sutra of Immortality suddenly disappeared. Joe could not understand what was happening. In his head, he had a picture of all the letters twisted in a spiral and him standing in the center in a circle with signs. Joe realized that he had finally read the lost Sutra of Immortality in its entirety. Now his method of cultivating spiritual power, the lost Sutra of Immortality. However, he has no spiritual force skill. So the panel has changed. Joe will no longer be able to use meditation through suffering. Then the guy decided to look up on his phone what the lost Sutra of Immortality was and what kind of technology it was. Joe looked at the table and saw that his strength had increased to 10. The amazing thing was that he had even managed to overcome the limit of 9 points set for the mortal class. Joe was pleased because he was now stronger. He really felt sorry for Jing Daoxiang. Finally, Li Xuan's car parked in the courtyard of a luxury mansion. The guys got out of the car and Xuan said that he would take care of everything. He suggested that Joe stay here until classes started. Wen agreed and said that Li Xuan was indeed a very rich man. So Joe went into the house and sat on the couch and waited for Xuan. When he came, he brought drinks with him. Joe asked if he had any maids here. Xuan replied that he did not have any maids and lived completely alone. Joe politely thanked him for the drink. It was hard for him to believe that such a spoiled Li Xuan was cleaning such a huge house by himself. Suddenly, Xuan's phone rang. He was told that a new hotel had opened in the city. Then the guy ordered to prepare the best for him, and when he was told that everyone was already dressed up and waiting for him, he replied that he would be right there. Xuan then said on the phone that they would soon apologize and warned him that he was hanging up. Zhou drank the drink brought by Xuan and asked him if he was tired of pretending. Xuan adjusted his tie and said that if his older brother wanted to see him like that, he would play along. Then he said that he was going about his business and that Zhou should get a good rest after such a long trip, as he was probably very tired. So Zhou was left alone in that big Xuan house. The journey had exhausted him. But first, he wanted to train a bit because his strength level had increased. The Titan's fist has a very large amplitude of motion, so it is difficult to apply force as with an inch-long punch. Zhou tried to use it on flying ants with silver wings, but they easily dodged the blow because they are very fast. So it turns out that you need to use other techniques to defeat those mutant ants. The guy was recalling what other techniques he knew, and the skeleton palm technique came to mind. But this technique is of a very low rank, so it is absolutely unknown whether it will be of any use at all. It takes very little time to deliver this punch. It was a surprise, but the skeleton palm goes well with the inch punch. This is a first-level technique, but Zhou noticed that for some reason it took a lot of spiritual strength. He was tired, so he sat down to rest and try out a new technique in his game. So Zhou activated the screen of the strange phone with blood, and his bloody avatar was ready for new challenges. The hero Zhou immediately saddled up a wild mutant ant and set off on an adventure. But suddenly Wen noticed that his spiritual strength was almost at 0 because he had spent a lot of it training. But a little time passed and my spiritual strength recovered somewhat. The Lost Sutra of Immortality really speeds up the restoration of vitality. The bloody avatar used a skeleton palm strike against a mutant ant with silver wings. Learned the palm of a skeleton of the highest level. The skill Palm of the Skeleton, 1st level, has passed into the skill Ash Palm, 10th level, so it was already a 10th level skill. There was a remarkable improvement. The energy consumption was also equal to 5, and the strength of this skill is quite comparable to the fist of a titan. An ordinary ant has very few points, so Zhou decided to test everything on the skeleton general. But the guy forgot that the game will start again only if the killed boss is restored. There was only one way out, and then you need to hit with all your might. Gradually, Zhou was able to get used to the way the skeleton general attacked, so he knew how to act himself to defeat him. During the monster's next attack, the bloody avatar chose the right moment to deliver a crushing blow to the opponent. And then he used the new skill, Ash Palm, to direct a blow directly into the crack in the skull of the skeleton general. After the game, Zhou went to rest. Suddenly, a girl came into his bedroom and woke him up. The guy rubbed his eyes and sat up abruptly on the bed. At first he screamed involuntarily and then asked who she was. The girl calmly asked why there was only one Zhou and where was Li Xuan. Wen replied that Xuan had left. The girl said sadly that Li Xuan was probably fooling around somewhere as usual. She felt bad that he always hid when she came to him on business. Then the girl silently turned around and walked away, leaving Zhou in complete confusion about who she was. But then she turned and grabbed the guy's hand. She decided that she would need him for something. Zhou pulled his hand out of the girl's and said that he didn't even know who she was, so let her not take it. Then she turned to Zhou and asked him if he was a friend of Li Xuan's, if he would be willing to help his older sister. Wen was shocked by this information. He thought that Li Xuan had helped him a lot, so he decided that it would be nice to repay him in some way. and then he whispered to himself why he was not allowed to play his games in peace. Xuan's sister asked Zhou what he was muttering under his breath, but he said it was nothing. He agreed to help his friend's older sister, but said that he needed to clean himself up a bit before he could. Suddenly, Xuan's sister noticed that Zhou was standing in front of her in just his underwear and a t-shirt. She told him to get ready as soon as possible. Then they went to Xi'an University to the companion animal arena. They arrived here on Xuan's older sister's motorcycle. Zhou still did not know what his friend's sister would ask him to do. The girl's name was Wei Yan. Her friends met her at the university and were happy that she was finally here. Wei Yang told Zhou not to worry, that he would not have to do anything, just stand aside. Zhou had his strange phone with him, so he pulled it out to play games since he was already told to just stand there. Students were hanging out here and there on the campus. Some were going somewhere, others were just standing and talking. Suddenly, Zhou heard someone asking Wei Yang if her younger brother had come here. He was a young man with a cocky look. He stood hugging the young girl and said that Xuan must have been scared, but Wei Yang immediately objected, saying that she was enough on her own. Wei Yan said unhappily that if that guy and her brother had fought a mutant war horse together, why did he want to take its egg for himself? The girl who was standing next to the guy got scared and hid behind him, and the boy said that he took the egg for himself because he had struck the monster dead. Then he added that there was absolutely no point in talking about it because he and Xuan had already decided that they would compete with each other, and that would decide who would get the egg. And then he added that it was time to start because he had other things to do. That cocky guy's name was Gao Yang. Wei Yang asked him if he thought she couldn't beat him. Gao Yang said that he was a fourth-year student and she was a second-year student, so he has an advantage and his victory will not be fair. That's why her classmate will be fighting her, and Gao Yan smiled very unpleasantly at this. Zhou Wen was watching from the sidelines, and he did not like the ominous expression on Gao Yang's face. Meanwhile, Wei Yang's opponent entered the arena. The girl recognized him. It was Gu Dian. They were both standing in the center of the field. The guy confidently suggested that Wei Yang attack first. He looked like a rather stout man. Wei Yang was not one to be easily intimidated. She gathered all her strength together. She prepared for the fight and told her classmate and rival Gu Dian to do the same. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling Wei Yan a sister, urging her not to fight with that guy and that they didn't need that egg. And Zhou asked the people standing next to him who Gu Dian was. A girl standing nearby heard Wen's question and replied with genuine fear that Gu Dian was the man they called the demon. She heard that on his first day at the university, he beat up a fourth-year student who wanted to make fun of him. Zhu wondered if this big guy was really so strong that everyone was so scared. Then he looked at the fragile Wei Yang and was a little worried about whether she would be able to cope with this demon. Gao Yang laughed and asked with humiliation if Wei Yang was afraid when she saw who she was going to fight. But the girl shouted at Yang to stop talking nonsense and prepared to attack Gu Dian. She was not going to back down. So Wei Yan started the fight and kicked the big demon in the neck first. Gu Dian didn't even move, just closed his eyes for a moment. Wei Yan's punch did him absolutely no harm. It scared the girl a little. The big guy had a very strong defense. Then Xuan's older sister continued to attack. She had many skills, and she tried to use super acceleration. The girl jumped up, twisted over herself, and struck a second blow to her opponent. Wei Yang did it again, kicking, aiming for his neck like the first time. But Gu Dian caught her foot near his face. And then the big man abruptly and powerfully threw the girl, holding her by the leg, to the floor. Wei Yang fell on her back with a thud. She had not expected Gu Dian to be so skillful and strong. The girl lifted her shoulders a little, coughing, and Gu Dian told her sternly that she was not his rival and kicked her so hard that she flew away. Wei Yang was hit very hard and she was still coughing, but she didn't want to give up. Gu Dian asked her if she wanted to continue the fight. Wei Yan's brother shouted at her, repeating several times that they did not need that egg, that they did not need it at all. Then the girl who was standing in Gao Yang's arms said to Li Wei Yang, didn't she hear that they were telling her that they didn't need that egg? With great effort, Wei Yang finally got up from the floor. It was hard to stand, but she said she wanted to continue the battle. Gu Dian didn't wait long. He approached the girl and immediately knocked her to the floor again, this time apparently for good. The big guy turned around and declared that Wei Yang had lost with the winner's move and left the arena. However, Xuan's older sister was very stubborn and did not want to give up. The girl slowly began to get to her feet and said she would continue to fight. Gu Dian was furious that Wei Yang was continuing this unequal struggle, so he decided to hit her hard enough to prevent her from saying anything for a while. And then Zhou decided to intervene in this senseless duel. He could not continue to watch the unlawful beating of his friend's sister. He didn't understand what she was trying to achieve. The boy ran as fast as he could to the arena to intercept the blow that was intended for Wei Yan, and he successfully succeeded. Gu Dian was rebuffed and asked Zhou who he was that dared to interfere in the fight. Zhou Wen introduced himself and said that he was starting his studies at Xi'an University this year. Gao Yang just laughed at that and said that their newcomer wanted to rescue the beauty in a heroic way, and he sarcastically wished him success in doing so. Meanwhile, Zhou was approached by Xuan's sister, who told him that the arena was dangerous. She asked him what he was doing there, and told him to leave immediately. But Joe came up to her, took the girl on his shoulder, and said that in his opinion it was her who should be taken away from here because it was time for her to rest. The girl resisted as much as she could, punching Joe's back and ordering him to let her go. He was not carrying a pig. When Wen carried Wei Yang out of the arena, her friends met her and sympathetically asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was fine. Wei Yang looked back and saw that Joe had returned to the arena with Gu Dian. Wen said to the big man that they didn't need to fight at full strength. Neither of them could take responsibility for what might happen as a result. Then Gu Dian asked how Joe suggested that they fight. Wen proposed a 3-step fight. Gu Dian would allow him to strike only 1 blow, and if the big man retreated 3 steps after that, Joe would admit defeat. Without hesitation, Gu Dian immediately agreed and ordered Joe to beat him because there was no need to waste his time anymore. Before the attack, Wen warned the big man that his punch could be quite strong. The girl Gao Yang was hugging was surprised that Gu Dian had agreed to Joe's proposal so quickly and easily. Then she thought about the condition of losing. Gu Dian would lose if she moved. This made her very nervous. Gao Yang asked her if she thought that their favorite Gu Dian was at a disadvantage right now. Then he decided to calm the girl down, telling her not to worry because Gu Dian had gained his spiritual power skill from the needle porcupine crystal. And this skill goes in addition to the fact that the big man's body is already stronger than steel. It also has a terrifying ability to repel enemy attacks, and this skill has been leveled up to level 9 at this time. The last person to challenge Gu Dian in the same way ended up losing his arm. Gao Yang thought that Joe was wrong to think that he had chosen a good tactic. The daredevil was sure that Zhou Wen would be very disappointed. Meanwhile, Joe had already prepared for the attack. With incredible strength, he struck his opponent with a powerful blow right into the solar vault. No one expected it, but Gu Dian did move a few steps. He himself was shocked. Wei Yang couldn't believe her eyes either, and Zhou said to his opponent that he had allowed him to win. Gu Dian exhaled a sorrowful but calm breath and said that he would admit defeat. Then Zhou said that defeat must be paid for. Since he and Wei Yang were going to win, the opponents had to fulfill the condition of the fight. Gao Yang listened to the back of his head and said that he would arrange for the companion animal egg to be delivered. But then the girl who had been hugged by Gao Yang the whole time during the fight got angry and asked why they had to fulfill this condition. Why should they give the egg away now, since the required consent of all members of the Avon team did not give their consent, so this agreement is not valid. After those foolish and loud words, this girl was slapped in the face by Gao Yang. He said that a loss is a loss, and Gao Yang always keeps his word, so there is no need to contradict him. As he was leaving the arena, Yang asked Zhou Wen's name again, because the freshman had made a loud statement, and Gao Yang now remembers him. He would always keep it in mind, and then he, his girlfriend, and Gu Dian left the arena. Immediately, the girls attacked Zhou, expressing their admiration for how cool he had defeated Gu Dian, how strong all the graduates of this year were, and asking what move he had just used. And Wei Yang looked at Zhou's hand and saw blood on it. Then the guy said that it was just a small wound, the blood would stop and everything would be fine. And then he said that it was her Wei Yang who needed to go to the medical center as soon as possible. She agreed with him. Then Zhou threw her over his shoulder again and carried her to the doctor for examination, and the girl was happy to think that her younger brother Li Xuan had friends like that. Finally, Zhou returned to Xuan's house, and he didn't even think it would take so long. He wanted to get into his game and play as soon as possible, as he hadn't managed to do so since the morning. And then Li Xuan also returned. He stopped on the threshold in front of the fallen door and called out to Zhou. Wen decided to get ahead of him and suggested that they talk calmly first. He said his older sister had kicked the door in. The phone didn't even have time to warm up. And Li Xuan, as if he had not heard what Zhou was talking about, approached his friend, touched his shoulder, and asked if he still remembered the interdimensional zone he had told him about, the one where creatures in the form of human internal organs were found. And without waiting for an answer, Xuan asked if Zhou wanted to go there with him. Finally, Zhou was able to get a word in, so he asked if Xuan was suggesting that we look at this interdimensional zone. Because as far back as Wen can remember, they are not allowed to enter this area until the start of school. Then his friend asked him arrogantly if Zhou had forgotten who Li Xuan was. He could easily lead anyone there. But Zhou continued to play the game on his strange phone as if nothing had happened. Xuan came closer to him and asked him if he could at least respond to what he was talking about. Zhou replied on cue that Brother Xuan was great. But Xuan still kept up with Zhou and said that he did not feel his words were sincere. Realizing that Zhou was completely immersed in his game, Xuan told him to go to bed because they had to get up early tomorrow. But Wen wasn't going to sleep yet, because he hadn't had time to play his game that day, and he really needed to. Zhou looked at the screen of his strange phone and read the statistics. Something caught his eye. So the guy called out to Li Xuan for a moment. He asked his friend what it takes to get a pet from a legendary level egg. Xuan asked if Zhou wanted to breed a skeleton general, and he advised the boy to think carefully before doing it. After all, breeding a pet companion to a skeleton general is a dangerous business. First of all, to get a pet from a legendary level egg, you need to have more than 10 points of spiritual power. If spiritual strength is not enough, his blood and body will replace it. This often leads to very serious injuries and even disability. Joe grabbed onto the word most often and said that it meant that there were exceptions to the rule. Then, Li Xuan proudly said that he was the exception. His natural invulnerability and high regeneration ability allow him to quickly restore his vitality. That's why he can take out several legendary level creatures without any consequences. Then Zhuan warned me that if the difference was too great, even he would not succeed, and he advised him to give up the idea for now. However, if he was not afraid of death, he could act at his own discretion. Shu made it to the bed and laid down tiredly without taking off his clothes. He was not afraid to die in his game on the strange phone. He held the egg that had fallen out of the skeleton general and realized that it was quite real. Then an idea came to him. Since his strange phone uses real objects to create a dungeon, this can be used in some way. And the guy pointed the camera at the legendary level egg he had, and the phone immediately scanned it. Almost instantly, full information about this egg appeared on the screen. It has now been added to your inventory. Skeleton General Egg, legendary level, purpose, defense of the city, strength, 15, speed, 13, physical data, 16, spiritual power, 18, spiritual power skill, armor-piercing spear, level 3. What could be brought out and could be drained. Even the phone immediately identified all the qualities of that egg, but Joe did not understand what fusion meant, so he decided to press the button. Immediately, he was informed that a powerful mutant ant was found among the inventory. Combination rate, 47%. The system asked whether to start the merger. So Joe's character in the game, his bloody avatar, clicked on the accept button. The merger began. Joe thought that his spiritual powers were probably not enough to take out the skeleton general, but he decided to see what would happen to that ant when it merged with a legendary level egg. He was watching what was happening during the merger. It was very difficult to predict the outcome. Finally, the bell rang, and everything was successful. The result was a mutant bone ant, mortal level, strength 10, speed 9, physical data 10, spiritual strength 9, innate skill, bone thorn, 10th level, form, battle armor. So the mutant ant remained mortal even when merged with a legendary level egg. However, the value of strength and physical data rose to 10 and a new skill appeared. It's not so bad. Joe started the game again. He was confident that this time his bloody avatar would be able to defeat the silver-winged ant. As soon as the winged mutant ant appeared in the player's field of vision, the bone ant was ordered to detain the flying ant. The bone ant carried out his order, and the powerful mutant ant was detained, so the bloody avatar had the opportunity to destroy it. At the same time, Joe noticed something else. Here, the player has just used a spiritual power skill based on flight. Early in the morning, Li Xuan and Zhou Wen got ready to go to the university. In front of the mansion, a strange giant beast that looked like something from the cat family was waiting for them. Zhou asked his friend if he was sure they should ride it. Xuan leaned against the animal's delicate fur and squinted his eyes, saying that it was a real beauty. It was a legendary white tiger with jade eyes. Xuan Yu had to sweat a lot to bring out such a beast. Zhou just said that he would definitely attract a lot of attention, and then he asked Xuan if he was going to perform in front of his older brother anymore. Li Xuan replied that he was not the kind of person who would silently endure being beaten. Saddling his horse, Xuan bent it down so that Wen could climb on it. Then Xuan winked and said that he would never give what was his what he deserved. Then the boy gave his friend Zhou a hand and successfully climbed on the back of a white tiger with jade eyes, and they all went to the university together. The tiger was running very fast, so I had to hold on to its mane to keep from flying off. Zhu started to feel sick and complained why they couldn't just drive away. Finally, the boys arrived at their destination. New adventures were about to begin for them. A guard met them at the entrance. Li Xuan put his identification card to the device and was allowed to enter. The guard told the boys to go inside, so Zhou Wen and Li Xuan went inside. The capital city of Luoyang, which united 13 ancient cities, was affected by a spatial storm. The whole area sank very much and was connected to the unknown underworld. That is why this place got its specific name. This name is the underground city of Buddha. There was a giant statue of Buddha there. So the guys went down to that underground city. There was a life of its own there. People were walking around the square exchanging power crystals for speed crystal. Others were selling the most detailed map of the Buddha's underground city. The hawkers and money changers urged us not to pass by. Ju saw people buying those crystals and the traders calling theirs the best but cheapest product. Others went around and asked if anyone wanted to join their team because they were missing one person. Zhou Wen was very surprised by everything he saw. He asked Zhuan if this was really an interdimensional zone. Who would have thought that students would even set up kiosks here? Zhuan said that the military had already cleared the perimeter, which meant that it was quite safe at the exit. If we talk about things, nothing good is sold here. But Xuan pointed to his phone and said that he had a card that only the military uses. Zhou was surprised to hear that Xuan was Doraemon. Doraemon has a secret tool that makes all dreams come true. Joe meant that Li Xuan could get anything he wanted. And the guys used the military map to move on, and then they came to the place Xuan was thinking about. It was probably the same underground pond where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grows. Suddenly, Joe saw the same sign on the floor as the one on the gate of the building where the graduates were tested for their fighting skills. He accidentally stepped on it. Then, the guy pulled out a strange phone and pointed its camera at the sign. The phone immediately responded to him. An image of a lotus flower appeared on the screen and was labeled Buddha's Underground City. Joe thought that there was a dungeon in the game that duplicated this real place. Li Xuan saw that Joe had pulled out his phone and was filming something, and he thought that Drun was taking a picture of something for himself as a souvenir, so he hurried him along a bit. And the friends went further through the underground tunnel to reach the underground pond where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grows. Finally, the boys reached that place. The water in the pond was emerald in color. Pink lotuses grew and bloomed on it. Xuan said that this is the lotus of the Buddha's heart, and the form of this being is the heart. It looks like they will not be easy to get. Xuan asked why those flowers couldn't grow closer to the shore. Joe asked if he could just swim to them. Xuan replied that it was absolutely impossible because this water dissolves flesh, and any living creature that falls into it will turn into a skeleton. But Li Xuan was thinking intensely about something. He was looking for a way to get to the lotus of the Buddha's heart, and it seems he came up with something. Suddenly, the boys felt a wind rising behind them and a bright beam shining. It was Luo Xuan who appeared with luxurious wide white wings behind him. He used them to hover in the air. So, as Luo Xuan thought, you can only get to the lotus of the Buddha's heart by flying to it. The newcomer decided to fly to that flower and cut it off. To do this, he called upon his sword. As he approached the lotus, Luo Xuan used the split moon skill and swung his sword at the flower. Joe was surprised at how fast this sword was, and Li Xuan said that it was not surprising because the Luo family is known for the art of swordplay, so there is definitely nothing outstanding about it. Everything is quite ordinary for them. The sword damaged the lotus leaves and petals in several places. Ju insisted that this thing looked very impressive anyway, and he would have definitely tried to get a flying pet companion if he had learned about them earlier. Then Li Xuan looked at his map and suggested that we look elsewhere. He said that there must be other spatial beings here. Joe agreed with him, but the area they are in now is particularly anomalous, and the military classifies it as an unknown danger zone. Joe was a little worried by his friend's words that this area was anomalous. He asked what it meant. Then Zhuan showed me the secret map on his phone that he used to navigate here, and on it was the place he was talking about. He said that many soldiers had been killed while exploring this area. They were not attacked, they just died while walking. Their organs simply failed. Therefore, Li Xuan said that for the sake of their own safety, they should never rush and act rashly. Suddenly, the bank of the pond where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grew expanded, and the boys pressed themselves against the wall, and the lotus flower closed its petals and turned into a monster, a kind of scary huge head. The guys looked at this transformation and wondered what kind of monster it was. They had never heard of it before. That monster suddenly began to make waves around him. Luo Xuan called out to his horse, Xiaobaya. The man asked Xiaobai to hold on at least a little longer. The horse that was summoned also had luxurious white wings. And then the monster opened its eyes slightly, and Luo Xuan and his horse began to fall down into the pond. As soon as they touched the water, they were dead. Unfortunately, the horse fell into the terrible caustic water, and immediately only bones remained of it, while Luo Xuan managed to land on a wide lotus leaf. Li Xuan noticed that this means that Luo Xuan's spiritual power skill allows him to move more easily, but he is still far from the shore. Suddenly, Li Xuan turned his attention to Zhou and wondered what he was doing. And Zhou put his gloved hand into the water of the pond and noticed that the water could not harm his glove. It seems to act exclusively on the flesh. And the guy had an idea. Li Xuan asked his friend what he was going to do. And Zhou said unequivocally that he was going to rescue Luo Xuan. He had already figured out how to do it. Meanwhile, Luo Xuan was jumping from one leaf to another, but they were all gone. And then, suddenly, when the boy was about to fall into that terrible water, Zhou's companion ant, a mutant ant, came out from under the water right below him. And Luo Xuan landed on her back and did not fall into the water. These were extremely exciting moments. Luo Xuan was a moment away from death, but everything ended well for him. Zhou managed to call his pet companion in time. Luo Xuan was sitting on the back of a mutant ant. Zhou then called his pet companion the bone ant to him. The giant ant reached the shore of that terrible pond unhindered, carrying the rescued Luo Xuan on its back. Now the boys have seen what kind of pet companion Zhou Wen has. It is a powerful mutant bone ant. Zhu's student brought Luo Xuan to the shore unharmed. As soon as he stepped ashore, Luo Xuan asked Zhou what his name was. The boy said his name. He saw how easily Luo Xuan jumped to the shore. Then he went up to Zhou and bowed to him, thanking him very much for saving him. Zhou was a little embarrassed and said that he had done nothing wrong. Then the rescued boy made him a promise. He bent the fingers of his right hand into a fist and pressed it into the palm of his left hand and said that one day he would repay him for this kindness. Li Xuan looked at his friend's pet companion and finally asked who he was. Zhou replied that it was a bone ant. He had just seen it in action for the first time in real life. Li Xuan nodded his head in approval, stroked his chin, and said that that bone ant was cool. He noticed that the poisonous water from the pond where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grows does not corrode Zhou's companion because he is already a skeleton. Blood water and seed attacks, as was evident during this fight, do not cause the mutant ant any harm. And Li Xuan had an interesting idea. He suggested that Zhou kill a lotus flower with the help of his pet companion, because the guy has a feeling that a real treasure is hidden inside that flower. Zhou thought that this monster was not at all like the usual mutated lotus of the Buddha's heart. Perhaps it was hiding a legendary level creature. The guy decided to weigh the pros and cons carefully. After all, this is no longer a game, but a reality, and if the bone ant dies now, Zhou will lose it forever. Li Xuan considered it all a trifle. He asked Zhou what he was afraid of, as it was just a pet companion. But if they are lucky enough to kill this monster, they will get much more in the end. However, Zhou Wen replied unhappily that he was not a gambler, so it was not his style to take risks. The guy walked on, and Zhuan caught up with his friend and asked him if he was angry with him. He also said that Zhou was not as cold-blooded as he wanted to appear. The friends returned home. Li Xuan reproached Zhou for wasting the 2 passes he had gotten. He said that the next day rumors about the giant lotus would spread, and he would not be surprised if someone beat them to it. Zhou simply said that he was going to his room and asked Xuan to give him a copy of the map of Buddha City because he might need it someday. Xuan had no problem agreeing. Wen went to rest, humming a song to himself. Xuan Yu thought his friend was in a good mood for some reason. When Zhou got to his room, he immediately picked up his phone and got active in his game. The location was Buddha's underground city. The bloody avatar was standing on the bank of a pond. There were much more flowers in the game than in reality. Here they were, even at the very shore. However, the giant lotus was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed to be hidden somewhere, so Zhou decided to look for it with his bone ant. At the same time, the giant monster flower in the real Buddha's underground city continued to be active and watched what was happening around it. Some students were approaching the pond with the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Li Xuan had told them about this place, so the guys decided to see it with their own eyes and to get something valuable from this flower. One of them was very prudent and immediately called his strongest pet companion of legendary level, a golden eagle. The boy was confident in his own abilities and that he could defeat this unknown monster flower. His golden-eyed eagle immediately began to attack the lotus of the Buddha's heart. In parallel, at the same time, Zhou continued to play his game. His bloody avatar was using a bone ant to destroy all the flowers on the pond in turn to find the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Finally, something clinked. A blue crystal fell out of one flower. It was a crystal with a skill. Zhou remembered that Li Xuan hadn't said anything about what kind of spiritual power skill fell from the lotus of the Buddha's heart. But judging by the way this flower attacks, we can assume that the crystal contains some kind of hidden weapon. The bloody avatar had already picked up the crystal and suddenly he was completely enveloped in a blue glow. The same blue radiance enveloped Zhou's body. He felt very warm and pleasant. The sensation of that radiance was not at all like the sensation of pain from the Titan's fist. So the improvement was complete, and Zhou managed to acquire a new skill, Calming the Heart, 7th level. Zhuwen had a bit of a strange feeling after learning a new skill because it was a strengthening spiritual power skill. The guy immediately decided to try it out. He sat comfortably on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to activate it. However, it seemed that this skill did not give anything else but internal warmth, so it was no wonder that Li Xuan had forgotten to mention this skill. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a new situation in the game on his phone. Something new appeared on the pond with the flowers of the underground city. The water was stirred by the waves, and the boss finally emerged from under it, a lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern. In the end, Zhou was sure that this monster would be in the game as well as in reality. He was waiting for it to appear so that he could fight it. The bloody avatar ordered his pet companion to attack this huge monster. In the game, they have nothing to worry or fear. You can try out different methods of destroying the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Suddenly, the monster was the first to attack the bone ant and fired some powerful round projectiles at it. The shells did not harm the ant at all, and it continued to step on the lotus flower. Meanwhile, the shells exploded. The lotus of the Buddha's heart began to sink again. Zhou thought that it wanted to escape, so he ordered his pet companion to destroy it. The bone ant rushed at the monster, which had almost disappeared under the water of the pond. Suddenly, the lotus of the Buddha's heart rose to the surface of the water, opened its petals, and it became clear that inside that flower was a terrible mouth with sharp teeth. As soon as the bone ant approached the lotus, the petals instantly closed, swallowing Zhou's pet companion completely. The boy saw that the lotus of the Buddha's heart had simply deceived him. After the bone ant died, the bloody avatar was left alone with the monster. The problem was that he couldn't go into the poisonous water in the pond, otherwise he would die immediately. Then Zhou thought that since his avatar would reappear in the game anyway, He decided to use it to go to the forbidden zone that Li Xuan had told him about. So the bloody avatar ran through the underground tunnel towards that zone to find out what was hiding there. On the way, we came across the ruins of some buildings. Water poured between them, creating waterfalls. Finally, the avatar ran to the stairs that went down to the forbidden zone. This place was very strange. Not even a single monster was encountered while the player was running here. The bloody avatar began to walk down those stairs. The restricted area was right in front of him. It was a huge, intact building with a tall arch in front of it. On the arch, Joe read the inscription, Small Buddha Temple. The boy was surprised that it was called a small church because the building was not small at all. Suddenly, the game was over. Joe didn't even have time to realize how this could happen. His bloody avatar had just stepped into the restricted area and immediately died. So Joe had to re-enter the game and try to get into the forbidden zone with his avatar again. The bloody avatar ran through the tunnel, climbed the stairs, and began to descend to the square in front of the small Buddha temple. Once again, the game ended suddenly. The player was dead. Ju noticed that when his avatar died, something terrible happened to his insides, as if they were twisted a little. The guy recalled what Li Xuan had told him about the mysterious deaths of the explorers of the Buddha's underground city. There were no external injuries, just internal organs that failed. It was really an anomalous zone, so it is not surprising that even the military was completely helpless there. However, it was already too late, and Joe was already very tired during the day, so he decided to postpone this issue for later and go to bed now. Miracle woke up at dawn the next day. He woke up and heard his friend laughing loudly. Li Xuan was very pleased that the news about the lotus of the Buddha's heart had created a lot of noise around him. After all, he expected it. Ju got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. While he was brushing his teeth, he decided to ask Xuan what he was laughing about. Then Li Xuan read him an excerpt from the latest news about how a senior student tried to kill a flower last night with an aerial attack by his golden eagle. The news reported that as a result of that attack, all the feathers of the companion pet were burned. Li Xuan laughed a lot about this. Zhou Wen, however, was not too amused by the failure of others. He only said that if they had listened to Xuan yesterday, everyone would be laughing at them today. Li Xuan did not care at all about the fate of those senior students. He only added that the news had simply shaken the entire university. Xuan also said that it would soon become even funnier because many people would want to try to win the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Zhou then asked if the military was going to take at least some measures to prevent such failures. Although the lotus of the Buddha's heart is quite strong, there are those among the military and students who can destroy it. Li Xuan said that since the military had not intervened so far, it would probably continue to be so. The Commonwealth has long had clear rules for such situations. For the military to act, the creature must pose a certain level of danger. A different algorithm is provided only in special circumstances. This is a great opportunity for everyone to get resources, and Zhou Wen and Li Xuan were well aware of this. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Xuan immediately reacted to this and invited the knocker to enter the house. Meanwhile, Zhou's phone rang in his pocket. He looked at the screen and saw that his father was calling him. Zhou came out of the bathroom and picked up the phone. His father was standing in front of a huge panoramic window. He immediately asked his son if he was in Luoyang. Zhou answered in the affirmative and asked why his father was interested in this at that early time. The father was a little embarrassed, but then explained that Zhou's new mom wanted to meet him and have lunch together. The gorgeous Ms. Li was sitting on the strange and drinking coffee at the time. Zhou did not like this proposal and told his father that he was doing very well now and did not want him to spoil this state by interfering with him. He heard Li Xuan calling him. His friend said that they came to see him, so he went to the door. Zhou told his father that he was generally very happy for him, that everything was fine, but that he should not be bothered. Instead, the father asked his son not to embarrass him, especially since Anjing had already volunteered to bring him. Zhou did not like this information even more. On the contrary, he wanted to avoid meeting the An family. His father replied that before he could even find out where Zhou lived in Luoyang, Anjing had already left in the morning. Zhou had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, it was Anjing who arrived at Li Xuan's house. He was shocked to hear the information and complained to Zhou that he had not told him that the man Ouyang Lan was marrying was his father. He said nervously that he should have guessed because his friend and the man had the same last name, so Zhou is also related to the An family. However, Zhou said that this marriage concerned only his father, and that he personally had no business with the family. When Zhou approached his future sister, she told him that the car was waiting for them outside the gate. The guy held his head in frustration. When he arrived in Luoyang, he was going to avoid meeting the An family with all his might, and he could not have imagined that they would show up uninvited. It was clear that Anjing did not like this course of events either. So Zhou told Li Xuan that he needed to leave for a while. His friend showed him a sign that everything was okay. Anjing and Zhou left the house. It was a beautiful sunny morning. Jing complained to her future brother that he had not practiced shooting at the sun. Then Joe took out the flashcard that Anjing had given him earlier and said that he knew that his father had not given him anything like that. The girl was very outraged. She turned sharply to Joe and asked him with a shout if he thought it was a fake, and then she turned her back on him and quickly walked to the car. She also said that it was great that he didn't train because she wanted to hurt him. Joe felt strange that Anjing was so angry about it. Something was wrong here. But whether that method is genuine or not is of absolutely no consequence anymore, because the guy using the Expended Immortality Sutra has no other methods of cultivating spiritual power available to him. Finally, Joe and Anjing went outside the courtyard gate, and the girl impatiently asked whether her future brother was getting into the car or not. The guy walked up to a fancy, expensive car and got in. It was all recorded on a video camera. Someone was watching what was happening and taking pictures with a camera and filming video. As it turned out, they were agents of the Commonwealth. They tracked Zhou Wen's arrival in Luoyang and continued to monitor him there. The organization already knew that the boy's name was Zhou Wen and that he was a brilliant student and took second place in a martial arts test at Guide School. The woman who reported to the head about Zhou, his assistant, said that the wanted man is now in Luoyang, so it is not surprising that they could not find him in Guide. The manager said that in his opinion, Zhou Wen was not related to the demon Jing Daoxiang. However, the assistant manager supplemented the story with other interesting information. Specifically, the agents know that the boy's father, Zhou Lingfeng, recently married a widow from the An family. The manager was very interested in this information. He wondered what Zhou Wen's father could possibly be interested in a woman like Ouyang Lan. Perhaps Zhou Lingfeng is confused with the group that operates from abroad. However, although this man reached a legendary level a few years ago, his age is not the right one. Everyone in that group would have laughed at him. He would have been uncomfortable there. The assistant also made an interesting suggestion that perhaps Ouyang Lan just really liked Zhou Lingfeng's pretty face. But the manager sharply denied this assumption, saying that this simply could not be the case, referring to the fact that Ouyang Lan is absolutely not like that. When the head of the An family died, huge changes began. Many people wanted to grab a piece of influence while they had the chance. Nevertheless, An Tianzu, who was only 13 years old at the time, managed to retain power. The manager asked his assistant who she thought could help Zhou Lingfeng. He knew perfectly well that such an incredible woman as Ouyang Lan would never marry a loser. The leader then ordered his assistant to find a way to bring Zhou Wen to their headquarters. The assistant went to fulfill the task. The head of the Commonwealth added that the An family should not even suspect anything about their search for Zhou Wen. Meanwhile, Enjing's fancy car took her and Zhou Wen to their destination. Jing told Wen that they had arrived so he could get out. Zhou got out of the car and was incredibly impressed by the luxury he saw. A real huge palace appeared before him. After all, this was what he expected from the An family. The children's father, Wen Linfeng, and mother, Jing Ouyang Lan, immediately came out to meet them. Father Wen was in a good mood. Ouyang Lan told Zhou Wen in a very gentle, friendly voice that she had finally met him because she had been longing for this meeting. Then we all went to a luxurious house. They entered a large hall where a table was set with various expensive dishes. Ouyang Lan brought a dish on a large plate that she said she had prepared herself. They were very fresh shrimp. They were delivered by air this morning, and the mother added that her daughter Jing loves them the most. And Jing nodded her head in satisfaction to confirm her mother's words about her food preferences. However, Ouyang Lan said that Zhou Wen was their dear guest today, so she cooked these shrimps for him. This was unexpectedly unfortunate news for An Jing, who simply scorched her stepbrother with her eyes when her mother put a plate of her favorite shrimp in front of him. And then Ouyang Lan leaned over to Zhou Wen and whispered quietly to him to ignore An Jing. The mother wants to punish the girl a little bit for insulting the boy earlier. Zhou Wen gladly began to eat the shrimp dish he had been offered personally. It was incredibly tasty, but the situation kept him on edge. Zhou even doubted that Ouyang Lan was actually Jing's mother, as she was so sweet and gentle with him. After a hearty lunch, Zhou Wen was about to return to his friend Li Xuan's house. And even here, Ouyang Lan, seeing off her guest, sweetly invited him to stay with them, and they would be only too happy to do so. Zhou politely thanked him and declined the offer. He said that when he started his studies, it would be more convenient for him to live closer to the university and that he and his friend had a very nice apartment. He thought to himself that if he stayed here, An Jing would definitely kill him. Then Ouyang Lan handed her adopted son a card and asked him to take it. Zhou asked what it was. The woman smilingly replied that it was a pass card to his private room in the Siang dormitory. She added that Linfeng had once said that her son liked to live alone, so she decided to prepare him such a gift. She asked him hopefully if he would accept it. Zhou thought it was a really useful gift for him. If he lives alone, no one will stop him from playing games. The boy wondered how his father knew what he really needed. Zhu decided to accept the gift. Taking the pass card in his hands, he thanked Ouyang Lan and called her auntie. Then the woman playfully touched her hair with her hand and asked if she really looked that old and told Zhou to call her Ms. Lan. Zhu noticed that women are really too worried about their age. When Wen returned to Xuan's house, his friend was not at home. Apparently he had gone out again. This fact only pleased Zhou, since he could play games as much as he wanted. So the guy sat down comfortably, picked up his strange phone, and started playing the game. The location is an ant cave. The bloody avatar was skillfully destroying powerful mutant ants and was once again lucky enough to receive an egg as an artifact. Joe looked at the characteristics of this pet companion, and they did not satisfy him very much because they were much better the previous time. While the bloody avatar was familiarizing himself with the characteristics, he was insidiously attacked by a powerful winged mutant ant. So you had to group up and skillfully avoid the ant's attacks because it was extremely fast. Otherwise, the avatar would be destroyed. The hero of the game tried to avoid the blows in time, but he also had to counterattack. When the mutant ant approached, the bloody avatar saw it as a chance. However, the monster flew past, hurting the avatar with its wing. It seems that it was necessary to find a way to kill this mutant ant with one blow. The bloody avatar armed himself with armor, and meanwhile the monster disappeared from his sight. He decided to play tricks again. It was difficult for the player to follow the movements of the winged, powerful mutant ant, so he had to change his tactics. The only way out of that situation was if the player tried to predict where the monster would attack next and where it would appear. Suddenly, a flying, powerful mutant ant appeared right in front of the bloody avatar, but he was ready for it. The player delivered a crushing blow to the monster right in the chest. He managed to figure out where the ant would come from. With that blow, the bloody avatar repelled the monster's attack, but still didn't destroy it. The mutant ant could still move and fly. The player gathered all his strength and decided to finish off the exhausted monster before it launched a new attack on it. It was a hard fight, but in the end, the bloody avatar defeated the flying, powerful mutant ant. A red egg fell out of it. Joe was very pleased because he managed to get the egg on the first try. Once again, the game offered the option to breed the pet immediately, or use it to merge with a bone ant. Their compatibility is 20%. This information surprised Joe, and he even thought they had made a mistake. Both pets were ants, but the game showed that their compatibility was much lower than with the skeleton general before. Chu wondered whether it was worth the risk to try to breed a legendary level pet. He thought that even if he failed, it shouldn't affect reality. For some time, he had doubts. Of course, he didn't want to make a mistake with his choice. In the end, Joe decided to take the risk because he had already done it once and it had worked out well. As soon as the bloody avatar pressed the right button, he was immediately thrown back by a powerful force. This impulse touched the boy's spiritual strength. Some incredible dramatic changes began. Something began to hatch from the egg, and Joe felt very sick and hurt and fell to the floor, breathing heavily. It was as if someone's sharp fangs were tearing his back. Unknown changes in the body brought terrible pain. Joe could barely stand it as a stream of blood poured out of his mouth. So strong was the internal shock of the changes. As a result, a whole pool of blood spilled out in front of him, which scared the guy quite a bit. And then he fell completely to the floor, exhausted. Meanwhile, his strange phone began to display something. Certain changes that are still unknown have occurred in Joe Wen's body, and he has experienced them to the fullest. It's good that it happened in the game because if the guy had done it in real life, he would have been dead. Joe was now wondering what could happen if the companion pet was unsuccessful, and he became more active in the game again. The boy assumed that if it was not possible to bring the creature out of the egg, then perhaps in the worst case, the egg would simply disappear. When Joe entered the game after those transformations, he saw that someone had hatched from the egg he had managed to get. The boy was pleased with the result because, thanks to the ant with silver wings, he will finally be able to fly and thus deal with the lotus of the Buddha's heart. So the bloody avatar called his new pet companion and was immediately surprised by what he saw. A tiny flying ant appeared in front of him. It was completely unexpected. This legendary level silver-winged ant was in its initial stage. Its purpose: king of shaving flight. Innate skill: flash of silver wings. Form: wings. Strength: 12. Speed: 14. Physical data: 10. Spiritual power: 10. The player hugged his little ant. Joe thought about what the initial stage meant. It seemed that this flying ant with silver wings was too weak for a legendary level creature, although it was quite good when it tried to kill him. The pet companion was so small and defenseless and seemed very cute. In the game, an inscription appeared that a mutant ant with silver wings was very hungry and needed to be fed as soon as possible. Chu wondered how and what he should feed his new pet companion. Two options were proposed for feeding this creature: a mutant bone ant or an egg of a powerful mutant ant. Zhu was quite surprised by the diet of his new companion animal. After all, he was going to eat either another companion animal or eggs with them. It was terrifying. He was created so that he doesn't just eat ordinary monsters. The little flying ant with silver wings was very hungry and asked for food, so Joe decided to give it one egg after all. The ant was happy to eat the egg, but it did not grow in size at all. Joe realized that this only solved the problem of hunger, and it was not easy to raise such a companion pet. This ant can't even fight properly yet. You need to see what this creature can do in the form of wings. Small silver ant wings appeared behind the bloody avatar's back. The player found himself back in the ant cave, which was quite spacious, and he decided to try out his wings there. The bloody avatar took off, and Joe watched with satisfaction as it did so quickly. The guy tried different manipulations with his player, testing how the wings behaved during flight. The maneuverability was also good. But the problem was that the flight altitude was not high. The player simply could not fly high. This means that the agility of the king of shaving flight is manifested only at low altitude. Joe also realized that since he could now fly, there was no point in killing the mutant crawling ants that had no wings. So he decided to fly to explore the cave and find out what was in its depth. After a short flight, Joe noticed that the cave was beginning to narrow. Everywhere in the cave there were crawling mutant ants. Then there were more and more of them. And in the end, the bloody avatar found himself facing a whole army of mutant ants that had gathered together. However, Joe did not worry about this at all because he could now fly, and although there were a lot of ants, they did not pose any threat to the bloody avatar and could not catch him. And then suddenly a huge pile of ants began to transform and create one solid figure. This shape resembled a palm, so the mutant ants, which had no wings and could not fly, formed the ash palm. Then this palm seemed to explode, and the bloody avatar was thrown back by the force of the explosion. Joe saw that powerful mutant ants had created a huge anthill. Many flying powerful mutant ants began to fly out of this anthill and immediately began to attack the bloody avatar. Of course, the player was attacked by monsters and died. Joe saw that there are many interesting things in this dungeon. The boy was sorry that his abilities did not allow him to get closer to the anthill. He decided to return the little ant to its original appearance. Joe played the game for a long time this time, and now he felt very hungry. So he went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and saw that there was no food in it, only bottles of alcohol, so he had to go for a walk. So Joe got ready and went outside. It was already evening and there were few people on the street. People from the Commonwealth were closely watching the boy. They immediately reported to the management that the target had left Li Xuan's house and was heading for the main street. The agents asked Captain Lisa if they could capture Joe Wen now, but the captain refused because there were enough people around for such an operation, and old Chow asked them not to reveal their identities, so she decided to take over. The woman was wearing a rather open, short, light dress and stockings. She put on lipstick and said that the boy would not be able to resist her. Captain Lisa stood around the corner of the building and waited for Joe to come closer to her. As soon as the guy approached, she came around the corner and pretended to stumble. The woman fell to her knees in front of Joe, sobbing that she was in great pain. Captain Lisa looked up at Joe Wen and pleaded with him to help her up. However, Joe did not even look in her direction. He simply walked past, leaving the woman sitting on the ground. Captain Lisa was very angry with him, outraged that the guy dared to ignore her charm. So she decided to use her trump card and began to catch up. There was no time to lose. And Joe walked and thought that now he could fly. It would be much easier for him to get to the lotus pond. But to overcome the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern, he needed something else. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Captain Lisa, who had already caught up with him and grabbed his elbow. Joe turned to her and the woman asked where he was going in such a hurry. He asked who she was in surprise. Then Captain Lisa said that she was lost and had just fallen, so she asked him for help. The woman thought to herself that she had just fallen in front of him, and he asked who she was. Then Joe pulled out his phone as if nothing had happened and said he would call the police for her. This was something Captain Lisa could not allow. She asked him not to call the police yet and said she just wanted him to walk her home. After that, Joe said that he needed to have dinner, so he should find someone else for the occasion, and then he turned around and walked away. It was a huge blow to a woman as charming as Captain Lisa was. She was furious that some guy had dared to say that food was more attractive to him than to her. The woman was completely angry with Joe and decided that if he didn't want to do it in a good way, it would be in a bad way. She turned to her skills to beat Joe unconscious and take him away with her by force. So Captain Lisa activated her skill and stabbed the guy right in the back. But then the woman stepped back, shocked by what she saw after she struck Joe. Ant wings appeared behind the guy's back and he flew into the air without any problems. Joe was now able to get a closer look at the woman who had attacked him so unexpectedly on the street, and he remembered seeing her after his meeting with Jing Daoxiang when she was looking for the demon. Instead, Captain Lisa saw that Joe was very clever, and she had underestimated him. I think we should get serious now. Joe landed on the billboard and began calling the police to report that he had been attacked. Captain Lisa realized that if things continued in the same way, she risked being exposed and would have a lot of problems if Anne's family suspected anything. The woman was very angry and said that this time she would let Joe go, but let him be. Then Captain Lisa left the place and Joe could safely climb down from the billboard. Now he began to think seriously about why people from the Commonwealth needed him since he had done nothing. The guy began to recall his meeting with the old man and was horrified to think that the agents had mistaken him for an ally of the demon Jing Daoxiang. Joe's friend Li Xuan was having fun at a club at the time. Joe decided to call him. Xuan picked up the phone and cheerfully said that it was a surprise for him because he never thought that Joe would ever decide to call him. Joe was not in the mood for fun, and asked his friend to find a quiet place to talk. The guy said in a serious tone that he had something very important to tell Zhuan. So Li Xuan came out of the hall where the music was blaring and everyone was talking loudly, and Zhou told him how he met the demon Jing Daoxiang. My friend said that he was very jealous of Zhou because he also wanted to meet such a legendary character. Zhou only thought that it was a good thing he hadn't told Zhuan about the part of the Immortality Sutra that interested this demon king the most. If he had, Li Xuan would have gone crazy with excitement. Zhou also spoke about people from the Commonwealth who were chasing him, and Zhuan suggested that they were hyenas. He explained to Venya that this is a special organization created to solve problems that the Commonwealth cannot deal with by legal means. He also said that these hyenas act with particular cruelty, without thinking about methods and consequences. They have a very bad reputation, so they are called hyenas. Zhou was upset when he heard who was hunting him, because by the name of the game it was clear that they would cause a lot of trouble. Zhou then asked Xuan if he knew of any way to get him enrolled in the university as soon as possible. Li Xuan said it was a very reasonable idea. Although the special inspection has almost complete freedom of action, they cannot work openly enough or disregard Xi'an University. And then Xuan said that since Luoyang is the An family's sphere of influence, Zhou should just stay close to them, and the hyenas would not dare to do anything to him. However, Zhou asked his friend not to mention this, and asked if there was anything he could do to help him. Li Xuan said he could do it. It's just a small thing, and he will also apply for early admission to the university. He said that he would talk to his father and see if there was another way to deal with the problem. Zhou thanked his friend for his participation. After the phone conversation with Li Xuan ended, Zhou wondered why something was always happening to him. He really wanted to become stronger so that his life would be easier. The next morning, the Commonwealth Special Inspectorate analyzed the attempt to catch Zhou Wen. The head of the department scolded Captain Lisa for her behavior during the detention of the target. He had told her many times that she had to work secretly and unnoticed. And recently, he received a call from his bosses asking him how he should explain the actions of his subordinate. Captain Lissy justified himself by saying that it was the fault of other subordinates who had misjudged the strength of their target and what he favored. And the woman asked me to give her one more chance to catch Zhou Wen, and then she would definitely try to finish the job. The manager said a little more calmly that now it would be much harder to get closer to their goal than the first time, and he suggested that Captain Lisa review the materials they had collected on the case. The manager said that he had asked his mentor to find secret information about Ouyang Lan and the An family. Now he is offering his subordinate to read it. Captain Lisa picked up the folder and began to read, turning the pages one by one. As she read, she was shocked. The woman put down the folder and asked the manager if this place was not meant for Anjing, why the An family allowed the outsider Zhou Wen to occupy it. The manager fully agreed with Captain Lisa that there was no explanation for this, but there was no mistake here either. The An family exercised their right to make changes once and gave the seat to Zhou Wen. The head of the special department compared the facts, which all said the same thing. Both Jing Daoxiang and the An family, everything completely agreed on him. So, this Zhou Wen is a very interesting personality worthy of their special attention. At this time, Zhou sneezed because his nose was very ticklish, and he thought that someone was mentioning him. He was on his way to Xi'an University. Finally, he arrived at his destination. It was good that he had a map of the area, so he used it to move on. Just now, he was passing through the Garden of the Four Seasons. So, walking through the campus, Zhou got to the right building, that is the dormitory. The guy went inside, climbed the stairs, and used his card given to him by Ouyang Lan to get into the room. So the door opened and Zhou saw how big and beautiful the room was. The guy liked that the room was quite spacious. Ms. Lan arranged everything in an unusual way. Zhou Wen was very pleased with this gift, and now a new life was beginning for him. Then he opened his backpack and realized that he had been in such a hurry to get here that he had taken too few things, so he needed to buy some more things. There should definitely be a store on campus. Zhou decided to use the navigator again. When he first walked out the door, he immediately met Anjing coming down the stairs. Zhou shockedly asked his half-sister if she lived on the floor above. However, Jing walked past him in silence, not even glancing at him, just furrowing her brows. After all, it was an unexpected meeting for her too. Zhou looked after his half-sister and did not understand why she was angry with him again. But he wisely decided to pretend that nothing had happened and went about his business. On the street, Zhou set up a search in his navigator to find the store and set off. But something strange was happening because the map showed that the store was somewhere nearby, but he hadn't seen it yet. Zhou looked at the buildings around him, but there were no shops in them. He was beginning to think that he had come to the wrong place. And the neighborhood was so empty, there was no one to ask for advice on how to find the way to that store. Suddenly, Zhou heard a meow, and someone saying that the cat was very polite and should always behave well. Wen was happy to finally meet someone. Walking in the direction from which the voices were heard, Zhou thought that the man's voice was familiar. When the guy came even closer and was about to turn the corner of the house, he apologized for disturbing him and suddenly stuttered. Joe saw the formidable Gudian petting his cat Batesai and tenderly telling him that the cat was the most polite of all, and the cat was caressing him. Wen was extremely impressed by what he saw. He could not reconcile the powerful strength of Gudian and his incredible tenderness for the little animal. Then Gudian poured food into a bowl, and the cat named Batesai went to eat. After the animal had eaten, it ran off to walk, and the owner gave it a warm look. Then Gudian turned his attention to Zhou Wen, walked up to him, put his hands on his shoulders, and threateningly warned him that if he told anyone about what he had seen, he would not live. But Zhou hastened to calm the nervous Gudian, saying that he only wanted to ask where the store was located. The man calmed down a bit and said that this was an old part of the campus, then pointed Zhou in the direction where he should go, where he would see guards who would take him to the store. Finally, without turning around, Gudian had something else to say to Zhou. He told Wen to stay out of their way. It was clear that this was important to him. There were many cats in the area, all of them friendly, and Zhou sat down to pet one of them. After the spatial storm, people were able to enter into contracts and subjugate creatures with enormous power, and most people now do not consider it necessary to pay attention to simple earthly animals. Zhou remembered the fearsome Gudian in today's episode again. He would never have thought of it. And it turns out that the tiger also enjoys the scent of roses. Even a fearsome man can show tenderness. After going to the store and buying the necessary things, Zhou returned to his dorm room and continued playing. His bloody avatar died again. Zhou could not understand what was causing it or what was going on. But he was absolutely sure of one thing. The path from here to the small Buddha temple is guarded by a mysterious force that will destroy anyone who dares to enter. It was very strange. Zhou had just spent several lifetimes trying to get close to the temple, but each time he was destroyed without any warning. The guy tried different ways, even tried to fly to avoid touching the ground. But as soon as he got into that zone, he was immediately eliminated, and the game ended. Zhou tried different methods, but none of them worked. Perhaps it was a dead end. But it is still a game. No matter how difficult it is, there must be a way out. The skeleton horseman and the flying ant with silver wings are strong and can find a blind spot to attack, but they were still destroyed. And it doesn't even look like a battle with a boss at all. Zhou wondered what it looked like, what it reminded him of. He saw that there was a door. To enter it, he needed a key. So we had to look for a key to get into the small Buddha temple. But in the Buddha's underground city, there is nothing to explore except for a pond with poisoned water and lots of lotuses. Shu remembered that he had recently acquired the skill Calm the Heart, 7th level. Perhaps he should use it here. It is, after all, a skill of the Buddha city. But it doesn't increase defense, attack, or speed. It only uses up spiritual power. So this skill has a completely different application. Yicho again led his bloody avatar down the stairs to the square where the small Buddha temple was located. The player, using the Calm the Heart skill, took the first step into the square. Previously, the game ended at this point. But this time, the bloody avatar survivor skill worked. Zhou got it right about its application. It was great. Now the player will be able to explore the temple, and he boldly walked forward across the square. And then his spiritual power began to decrease sharply, and the game ended. However, Zhou did not give up. He entered the game again, even though he saw that his energy consumption was too high. Now we had to find a new way to get to the small Buddha temple. So the guy decided that he had to do it as quickly as possible until his spiritual strength was at 0. He had to run to the temple in one bound. However, the speed was still not enough, and the bloody avatar fell dead on the way. Then Zhou decided to test a flying ant. So the player flew much faster than running, but the energy consumption also increased equally, and the game ended again and again. It seems that the 7th level is not enough to move on, and you need to increase it, so you'll have to clear the lotus pond again. Suddenly Zhou's phone rang, and he reluctantly picked it up. It was Li Xuan who called to ask his friend why he was in a bad mood again, and urged him to come to the pond as soon as possible, because an interesting show was about to start. Zhou did not understand what show Xuan was talking about. A lot of people had gathered near the pond, all looking at Anjing and another guy who stood in front of her with a challenge. Li Xuan only cryptically told Zhou that he would see everything with his own eyes when he arrived. Everyone in the crowd was curious about what was going to happen. She was the one who was rumored to have reached the legendary level before entering the university. Opposite her was a third-year student, Yang Lei. Legendary level. No wonder Yang Lei wanted to destroy this lotus of the Buddha's heart and give Jing a gift in honor of her enrollment in the university. And Jing looked at that ominous flower and asked Lei not to waste her time on such nonsense. Then the girl added that Yang Lei would not be able to destroy this lotus with a bloody pattern. Everyone calls this creature the blood-knotted Buddha heart lotus. Li Xuan thought that the Yan family must have studied everything about this monster in detail for a long time. Shumiantu said that this Yang boy really wants to suck up to the An family because he put on such a show right after he started school. Li Xuan replied that although the Yang family has some influence, it is far inferior to the An family, and their business depends heavily on the An family's position. Yang Lei will never like Anjing. Miantu laughed a little and said that she would definitely only like Li. Li Xuan got angry and shut his friend's mouth and shouted at him to stop because he was not interested in Anjing. Miantu continued to laugh, and Xuan added that Jing was his friend's sister after all, and he cannot offend him by courting his sister, even if she is not his own. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen came to the lotus pond. The guy saw what was happening there, that everyone was gathered to see Yang Lei make a gift to Anjing, and asked Xuan if he had called him here for that reason alone. Li Xuan laughed and said that Zhou's sister had an admirer, so shouldn't he do something as an older brother? Zhou asked why he was so excited about it. Yang Le, meanwhile, told Anjing that he did not expect her to think so badly of him. In the end, he said he would kill the monster and she would be forced to accept his gift. To this, Anjing arrogantly replied that this was a completely meaningless promise and that he should not embarrass himself. This statement made Yang Lei even more angry and irritated, and he simply walked closer to the pond and said to watch him destroy the monster. Then the third-year student called his pet companion, confident in his abilities. Xu Miantu exclaimed with delight when he saw Yang Lei's legendary silver hawk. He had 2 of them. Hawks majestically circled over the lotus pond, and Yang Lei ordered his students to finish off the lotus of the Buddha's heart as quickly as possible. Immediately, the 2 hawks flew to attack the monster. The lotus of the Buddha's heart struck them lightly. The silver hawks, in turn, struck the flower. Xu Miantu shouted with satisfaction that the bloody water could not harm the feathers of the silver hawks. This was expected from a legendary level. Perhaps Yan Lei would be able to win after all. And Zhou Wen, who also watched this battle, said that everything is not as simple as everyone thinks. The battle was not yet over, so it was too early to celebrate victory. Zhou knew how cunning this monster was. The legendary silver hawks flew close to the lotus of the Buddha's heart and scratched its petals with their claws. The flower opened slightly. Then it was completely on the surface of the water. Yang Lei noticed that the monster was angry. As a rule, spatial creatures plant are very weak. This is what experience shows. But the lotus of the Buddha's heart is proof of the opposite. This spatial plant being has a powerful force. But Yang Le was not going to give up so quickly. He was determined to win. However, its blows had no effect and did not harm the lotus of the Buddha's heart. This monster also has defensive skills of spiritual power, which was a huge surprise for Yang Lei. But it seems that this blood shield works only in 4 directions. Yang Lei noticed this peculiarity. The guy decided to just try to distract the monster and struck at it. The second silver hawk was to strike from above. This was Yan Lei's strategy. Zhou Wen watched the battle intently, and he already knew what to expect from the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Then the boy shouted loudly that the flower was about to set a trap for Jan's companion animals. The third-year student heard this, but it was too late. The monster was ready to counterattack the silver hawk. At one point, the lotus of the Buddha's heart opened its white petals with a bloody pattern, and everyone saw the monster's terrible mouth with sharp teeth. The crowd of onlookers was shocked by how quickly the monster reacted to the hawk's attack. If Yang Lei continues the battle, he will lose even more. But the third-year student was not very stubborn. He understood all the risks for himself, so he called back his pet companion. He was very angry at the whole situation because he was unable to defeat the monster. Then he saw Zhou Wen and approached him. Yang told him that he had thought from the very beginning that he would not be able to handle the lotus of the Buddha's heart with the blood pattern. He asked how Zhou knew this. Then Xu Miantu intervened in the conversation, saying that it could not have turned out otherwise. Everything was obvious. Miantu then told us that Zhou Wen took second place in a martial arts test in Gui Day. Yang Lo said that in this case, Zhou was very strong if he managed to take second place, and he smiled, which surprised Mianta. The guy accused him of not caring enough that his silver chicken died because he would have fallen into the ground if he were in its place. Yang Lo was already getting irritated by these words. He asked what great plan the other one in Gui Day had to destroy the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Shumiantu was very much taken by Yang Lei's provocative words. He put his arm around Zhou and asked the third year what he wanted to achieve with it, and then he added that if Brother Wen took up the case, he would easily win and not be ashamed as Yang Lei. Zhou himself was surprised that Miantu was talking about it so easily. Just then, Anjing ran up to them. She went to her half-brother and asked him if he was sure he could handle that monster. But Zhou had tried many times before to defeat the lotus of the Buddha's heart in the game, and he had never succeeded. In addition, the real lotus with a bloody pattern used a skill that was not in the game. Zhou Wen clenched his fists tightly. He was not happy that Shumiantu had said so much about him. Anjing stared at her half-brother, and Yang Lei mockingly asked Zhou what had happened. He said that the guy was just scared, probably. It turns out that he and Miantu can only talk. And then I heard a proposal to try to overcome the lotus of the Buddha's heart together. It was Li Xuan who said it. Yang Lei wondered who would have thought that a famous dude from the Li family would want to help. The third-year student said arrogantly that even the Silver Hawk lost and that they were weak and dreaming that they would win. But then he stepped back and said he was ready to see what would happen. Let the guys try it. Li Xuan attacked Xu Mianta with accusations that he could never keep his mouth shut, and Zhou Wen said that now these accusations have no meaning. They have already accepted the challenge. Now they need to discuss strategy. The boy failed to defeat the Lotus in the game alone, but now there are 3 of them, and he hopes that it will be easier than 1. And Li Xuan still has 2 legendary companions. Perhaps things are not so hopeless. The guys began to consult on the strategy. The main question was how to enter the pond. Zhou said that you can't rely on the bone ant alone. It won't be able to withstand all 3 of them. Li Shen admitted that as soon as they learned about the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a blood pattern, he started looking for an egg with a pet companion that can fly. But this is very rare, and so he managed to find only a mollusk that can barely fly. Zhou immediately thought that the flying shell did not inspire confidence. Then Xu Miantu pulled on a mask and told the boys to rely on him. Mentu said something to himself, and immediately a huge, powerful foot-and-mouth disease appeared in front of them. He immediately plunged into the water. Only the top of his shell was visible. Li Shen was shocked because it was a turtle with a dragon-scale shell. He thought that Zhou Wen had gotten an interesting specimen, but Miantu had also saved a mortal-level companion. So all 3 friends jumped on the back of that turtle and swam through the poisonous waters straight to the lotus of the Buddha's heart with the bloody pattern. When they were already at the flower, Miantu told Zhuan and Zhou not to worry and to start fighting, and he would guide the turtle to help them. Then Li Xuan called for his defense and told Zhou that they were starting. Zhou Wen jumped off the turtle's shell and onto his pet companion, a bone ant. The guys trusted each other completely. They had already had one experience of fighting together against a powerful monster. So Xu Miantu was left to control his dragon-scale shell turtle. Zhou Wen saddled his bone ant black was in preparation for Li Xuan's battle. The spectators in the crowd were greatly impressed to see another legendary-level companion, and were also quite surprised to see Li Xuan, who was considered the frivolous and dissolute 3rd son of the Li family. They simply could not believe it. Meanwhile, the boys armed themselves and were ready to start the battle with the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern. Yang Lo was very angry at what he saw. He was angry that his family was not as rich as Li Xuan's. And Zhuan was standing on his little shell, which was very unstable in flight, and the boy was constantly swaying. Zhu saw this, and told Miantu that Xuanyu was having trouble controlling the clam, so he should make sure that their friend did not fall into the water. Miantu told Zhou to rely on him. So Li Xuan and Zhou Wen began to attack the lotus of the Buddha's heart, and Miantu was protecting them. The monster began to fire projectiles at its opponents. Zhou immediately ordered his pet companion to act. The bone ant repelled the lotus's attacks. Li Xuan meanwhile struck the flower and wounded the monster. The lotus of the Buddha's heart stopped firing its projectiles and began to hide underwater. Zhou immediately noticed this trick. The monster uses it to force opponents to attack him from above. Li Xuan also realized the trick and said he would attack the monster head-on. Then a flower suddenly emerged from the water and began to attack the shell on which Li Xuan was standing. The boy used a tiger kick and inflicted huge damage on the monster, whose petals began to burn. However, the shell under Li Xuan shook violently, and the boy lost his balance and simply began to fall into the poisoned water of the pond. When the petals of the lotus of the Buddha's heart were completely burned, everyone saw that inside the lotus was a huge frog. Li Xuan was falling into the water in flight, and he used the fist of a titan. Zhou shouted to Miantu to pick up Li Xuan as soon as possible, and he would get rid of the frog. Xu Miantu was ready as he had promised. He sent his turtle to catch Xuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen jumped off his bone ant monster frog, attacked the boy in flight. But Zhou had easily defeated her. Now he stood in the middle of the destroyed lotus and looked at Xuan. And Li Xuan fell into the poisoned water of the pond, and Xu Miantu did not even try to save him. The guy looked his so-called friend in the eye, and the latter challengingly told Xuanyu that he shouldn't blame him. On the shore, Enjing was also watching the battle, and she had already prepared to defend Li Xuan. Li Xuan himself was ready to die, but Zhou caught him on the fly right above the water by the hand. Shen could barely say that Zhou Wen had once again saved him from certain death. Zhou got silver ant wings so he could fly. Both boys climbed down on the shell of the turtle Miantu, and Miantu just shouted in anger that this could not be possible. Why Zhou had kept it a secret that he had a flying pet companion until now. Zhu said with disdain to Miantu that he first insulted the senior student and then rushed to help them. This is completely unlike him. Li Xuan then punched his former friend Mianta in the face and told him to learn to pretend better. Mentu fell on his back screaming in pain. Now the fight was between him and his 2 former friends. Li Xuan asked him why. He only wanted to know the reason for such a betrayal. And Miantu replied that Xuan's second brother Li Mobai had long ago bribed his brother's entourage and could not cope with him. Then the guy shouted madly that it would be great if they all died together now, and he began to destroy his turtle's shell by splitting it. Xuan and Zhou realized that they were dead. But then suddenly the boys found themselves in a huge bubble, and Mianthu's turtle shell completely disintegrated, drowning its owner in the poisonous waters. This protection was created for Li Xuan and Zhou Wen by the latter's half-sister, Enjing. Xi'an University, of course, launched an investigation into the case. Li Xuan and Zhou Wen were summoned to the investigation room. When they told their version of what happened, they were released, saying that they had clarified the situation in general terms. The guys went out into the corridor and Li Xuan asked if he was such a bad person that all his friends betrayed him one by one and tried to kill him. Zhou Wen asked his friend why there was such a strong hatred between him and his second brother, because he only thinks about how to destroy his younger brother. Li Xuan said that after the death of his older brother, he did not communicate with Li Mobai. His second brother was constantly discussing important family issues with his father, and he simply enjoyed his position as a young lord. Zhou then asked if Xuan was not going to compete with his brother for power, why did he want to destroy him? Xuan said that it was not because of the power of the Li family that his brother wanted to destroy him. At the time, Zhou did not understand what Li Mobai's goals were in wishing his brother to die. Li Xuan stopped with a heavy sigh and told Zhou that it was awkward to talk about it here. The guys came to Zhou's room. Li Xuan had brought a lot of beer cans with him, and Zhou scolded him for it and told him to clean up after himself. Opening another can of beer, Xuan asked Zhou if he knew the difference between the levels. He began to tell me that there are the following levels: mortal, legendary, and epic, and finally the mythical level. After all, Zhou should know this himself. As the level rises, the gap grows larger and larger, eventually turning into an unbridgeable chasm. And given this, how did Zhou Wen think the first creature of the mythical level was destroyed? Zhou asked why Li Xuan was asking him about this at all, if it wasn't written in the books. And he began to tell what he knew: the 6 first epic heroes of the Commonwealth, 3 days and 3 nights later. But then Li Xuan abruptly interrupted his friend's story, saying that it was all nonsense. To defeat a higher-level creature, even 100 such heroes would not be enough. The real reason why 6 heroes were able to win is different, namely, only because they had companion animals of a mythical level. But Zhou Wen said that this was illogical, because how can you get a mythic-level companion pet without first killing a mythic-level creature? This is a well-known scheme. First you need to kill a mythic-level creature, then raise a mythic-level companion pet. And then Li Xuan raised his index finger up and spoke of divine blessing. Someone gave the 6 heroes a key to destroy such a creature. Those heroes were given the embryos of mythical creatures. The question is, who gave these embryos? Zhou did not believe in any blessing. He asked if there was any evidence of it. Personally, he thinks it's just a legend. Li Xuan, opening another can of beer, smiled at Zhou's disbelief. He said that the Commonwealth has set up a special high-level department to investigate what happened to those heroes, but most people don't know about it. And this department allows certain people to receive the same gift. Zhou Wen thought very hard when he heard this information, so the divine blessing really does exist. Now he also wondered why his friend Li Xuan had told him about it. And then the guy began to realize that Xuan was one of the certain people who had been given this key. Li Xuan confirmed these guesses. It was exactly like that. The old man chose him as the first heir to the blessing from the Li family, and Li Mobai can only get this place in one case. This will happen only when the second brother physically destroys the third brother who has been granted the divine blessing, and the guy symbolically showed himself cutting his throat. They talked for a long time and Li Xuan had a good drink. Then Zhou gave him his bed to sleep in. He sat down to play his game on his phone as usual to improve his skills. He recalled a conversation with Li Xuan in particular that his friend warned him to be careful because he had already disrupted his second brother's plans several times and he might be noticed because of that. So Zhou just had to get stronger as soon as possible. He realized that this was no joke. When the boy became active in the game, the information that the flying ant with silver wings was very hungry and needed to be fed immediately popped up. Zhou was not very happy about this, because eggs and their companions cost a lot. But there was no way out. If a guy wants his pet companion to grow up, he needs to feed it. Therefore, the bloody avatar had to read the dungeons several more times to gather food for the flying ant with silver wings. The next day, a video of Li Xuan and Zhou Wen fighting with a lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern spread on social media. All the students watched with admiration as the boys skillfully defeated the monster. There were 3 legendary-level companion pets involved in the battle, and Li Xuan was still immortal. They also saw that Zhou Wen was a good help and that he had a quick reaction. It was very unfortunate that Xu Miantu betrayed Xuan and Zhou. If not for this incident, the boys would have destroyed the lotus core of the Buddha's heart. The female students also passed the video to each other, gathered in groups and watched it together. They admired the handsome Li Xuan and dreamed of meeting him in person. In another group of girls, Weiyan was Zhuan's older sister, so her friends asked when she would show them her younger brother. One of the girls noticed Zhou Wen and took a liking to him. The Commonwealth's Special Investigation Team also reviewed the video of the sensational battle because it involved the subject of their interest, Zhou Wen. They saw how the boy reacted quickly and avoided the attack of the poisonous moon frog, and then you hit it with one punch. Captain Lisa said that relying only on the capabilities of one's body is extremely difficult to achieve this, but in Zhou Wen's movements, you can't feel the use of spiritual strength. This means that the guy uses some very unusual cultivation method, but only last week did they receive information from intelligence that Zhou Wen was practicing meditation through suffering. However, with such a weak technique, it is impossible to achieve impressive results. In response, the leader said that all that was known for sure was that Zhou had used this technique when he was in Guide. On the evening when the demon Jing Daoxiang was spotted, the head of the special unit could only barely see Zhou Wen, but there could be no mistaking it. A calm jade glow emanated from the boy's skin, a distinctive sign of meditation through suffering. But now that glow has completely disappeared, so this means that he is no longer practicing that cultivation. Captain Lisa asked the supervisor if he thought that Zhou had stopped cultivating the meditation he had practiced for several years. Then there must be a person who taught him a higher level method. And the manager continued that it could be, for example, a person from Anne's family or someone else. And that other person may well be the demon Jing Daoxiang, whom the community has been actively looking for a long time. Meanwhile, Jing Daoxiang felt that the effect of the Lost Immortality Sutra on his body was getting weaker and weaker. He wondered if Zhou had begun to practice this method. The head of the special unit continued to think. Zhou Wen had met his stepmother only a few days ago. Even if Ouyang Lan had given him an advanced cultivation method, the boy would not have had time to master it. It turns out that the An family is gone. This leaves only the demon Jing Daoxiang. Only he could pass on the new method to Zhou Wen. The supervisor ordered Captain Lisa to find any way to accuse Zhou Wen of conspiring with Jing Daoxiang and then request a warrant for his arrest. The unit had to get at least some information about the demon out of the guy. Captain Lisa immediately got down to business. She needed to find out more information about Zhou Wen. The woman was determined. She decided to personally deal with the boy when they got to him. Captain Lisa then clarified some information with the supervisor, namely whether the An family would protect Zhou Wen since he was now at university. However, the supervisor told him not to worry about it because when they get an inter-regional warrant for his arrest, An's family will not cover it up if they do not want to violate the laws of the Commonwealth. Moreover, An Tianzu and An Jing themselves created problems for him, which means that they do not agree with the changes in the succession of divine blessing. Therefore, it is unlikely that they will help Zhou. Meanwhile, An Jing came to her mother and asked her why Zhou Wen would fight for the divine blessing instead of her. He may be talented, but talent alone is not enough. And Ouyang Lan should have noticed that after a small setback, he completely disbanded and started playing games. However, Ouyang Lan was relentless in this matter, saying that everything had already been decided and no one would change it and there was no point in discussing it. But An Jing stood her ground and told her mother that she would still prove to her that she was better than Zhou Wen. After talking to her mother, she decided to visit her half-brother, so she knocked on the door to his room. Zhou was playing a game as usual. He opened the door and was surprised to see An Jing at his door. She told him that shooting at the sun was a genuine method and he could practice it safely. Zhou wondered why she was reminding him of this. After all, he couldn't use it now, even if he wanted to. An Jing asked if her brother still didn't believe her. She told Zhou to show the U-disc to Uncle Feng, who could help verify its authenticity. Then Zhou asked his sister why she gave him shooting at the sun after all. The girl answered frankly that it was obvious that she wanted to prove that she was better than him. Then she added that her brother was angry at her for what happened at school, that he lost to her. But Zhou Wen denied it, saying that after that incident he only admired her. An Jing said that she had defeated him in front of everyone, so doesn't he want to take revenge on her? The girl also said that she had seen her brother's abilities when he fought with the lotus of the Buddha's heart, and with the help of shooting at the sun, he can easily reach the legendary level in 3 months. Finally, An Jing said she would wait for him, and when the time comes, they will determine the winner. Zhou then asked if he could immediately admit defeat. If he could, he would do it right away. But his sister attacked him and angrily said that they had to fight in a duel. The girl could not understand what her mother saw in this guy. Then An Jing also told Zhou that if he needed any crystals, he should not hesitate to ask for them. And during the fight, she won't feel sorry for him like she did last time. Zhou Wen could not understand. After all, An Jing was a true genius known throughout the Commonwealth, and she had managed to reach a legendary level at the age of 13. He wondered why she was so eager to fight him, since he was still a mortal. He could not understand anything at all. Then he picked up 2 large black bags of garbage that Li Xuan had left behind in his room. After Zhou threw the garbage in a container on the street, he returned to his game. His bloody avatar destroyed monsters to get more artifacts. He destroyed lotuses on a pond with poisoned water. After another battle with monsters, an egg with the lotus of the Buddha's heart fell out of one of them. Everything was great. Li Xuan once said that it was a very useful companion. But immediately on the screen popped up information about a flying ant with silver wings, the initial stage. The pet was starving to death. It needed to be fed as soon as possible, and there was very little time left. So the first thing to do was to deal with him, and Zhou pressed the feed button. Immediately, The little companion pet began to eat the egg with the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Joe was really expecting that maybe the flying ant with silver wings would get a little bigger this time. After the baby pet ate, to Joe's surprise, he remained as small as he was before. The guy thought about it. This baby had already eaten 2 mortal-level eggs, but it was still at the initial stage. It could be assumed that mortal-level materials do not improve legendary-level creatures, but legendary-level materials are not so easy to obtain. The skeleton general can be used to quickly clear dungeons, but Joe doesn't know how much spiritual power it will take. The guy was tired and decided to get some rest. He went to bed and remembered the recent visit of his half-sister and how many problems she had, although it would be nice to reach the legendary level in just 3 months. Ju has studied the basics of the Lost Sutra of Immortality and therefore cannot switch to shooting at the sun, and he still doesn't know how to upgrade himself with the help of the sutra. So Joe lay there thinking about his improvement and his head hurt. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door again. Joe went to open the door. A familiar guy was standing on the doorstep, smiling kindly and asking if Joe remembered him. It was Gao Yang. Wen remembered him. He asked him rather rudely what he wanted. Gao Yang replied that he had come here specifically to apologize for what had happened then. Zhou Wen looked at the uninvited guest with distrust, wondering what he wanted from him. Gao Yan, meanwhile, said that they say that you don't get to know each other without a fight, so he suggested that we forget all our grievances, and he extended his hand to Zhou as a sign of reconciliation. But Zhou did not want to shake his own in return, and instead pushed Gao Yang out the door and said that if that was all, he was going to play on. However, the uninvited guest asked him to wait a little longer. He said that he actually came to see Zhou for a reason. Then Zhou became a little interested. He allowed Gao Yang to tell him why he had paid him a visit, and after hearing the truth, he agreed to go with him. So Gao Yang brought Zhou Wen to Haifeng. Haifeng thanked him for his work, and immediately a monster appeared in front of Zhou. But the guy was not afraid at all. He just said that if they wanted to fight him, they should say so right away. Haifeng laughed and enthusiastically said how impressed he was with Zhou Wen's coolness, and that he had not made a mistake in choosing him. He then took his monster away and apologized to the guest for such a rude greeting, then introduced himself as Hui Haifeng. He wants to invite Zhou to join their team to destroy the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a blood pattern. Zhou Wen simply asked why they decided to invite him to this team. Haifeng then explained that he had carefully studied the video of Zhou's fight with the lotus. Li Xuan, of course, also proved himself to be excellent, but he was much more impressed by Zhou's ability to command and analyze. Then Haifeng said that the university is full of people who are many times stronger than Li Xuan, but Zhou's observation and ability to see the full picture of what is happening is rare. Haifeng noticed that Zhou was able to determine in advance where Li Xuan would fall and also pick the perfect moment to destroy the poisonous moon frog. Haifeng also said that if not for the problems with the team member who betrayed them, Zhou would have been able to destroy the lotus core. Haifeng said that Zhou does not need to take the same risks as last time and enter the pond with poisonous water. His job is to show them how to manage their companion animals. Then he asked if Zhou was up for it. Zhu immediately replied that he did not agree to do this. He thought to himself that leading a bunch of arrogant undergraduates was not for him. He'd rather focus on taking down the boss in his game. After all, he now understood his abilities, so it was only a matter of time before he would win. Gao Yang was shocked by Zhou's refusal and asked him if he really wouldn't even consider it. Haifeng is one of the best legendary level disciples, and the rest of his teammates are also legendary level. Nothing would happen to Zhou if he joined them, but Zhou stood his ground. He apologized and said that he was not interested in the offer. Gao Yang was very annoyed by Zhou's refusal, and he thought to himself that he would never have noticed the guy if it hadn't been for Hui Haifeng. However, Haifeng itself was not going to give up so quickly and asked Zhou to stay a while longer. He directly told the guy not to refuse so quickly and to just name his condition. Then Zhou decided to try to set this condition. He said he needed an egg with a legendary level companion pet. Gao Yang perceived Zhou's impudence in setting such a valuable condition as enormous. Zhou walked up to Gao Yang as if nothing had happened and repeated to his face that he wanted an egg with a legendary level companion pet for his help. Gao Yang grabbed the guy's shirt and yelled at him that he was being excessively greedy because he just needed to manage his companion animals without taking any risks. So why should he be given such an egg? Then Yang also called Zhou a snot-nosed brat, but Zhou calmly said that he had named his condition. It was up to them to fulfill it or not. Then Hui Haifeng intervened in this dispute and stopped the insults from Gao Yang. He then turned to Zhou and asked if there were any special requirements. Zhou replied that he did not. I thought to myself that it would be just fodder. After that, Haifeng immediately took an egg with a legendary level companion pet out of his pocket and threw it to Zhou. Then he said that he had fulfilled Zhou Wen's condition, so the guy should now join their team. Zhou couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the gift of an egg. He really managed to get it so easily. Hui Haifeng asked Zhou if everything was now agreed between them. Zhu now gave his consent and they shook hands. After all, he got what he wanted. Zhou Wen had already gone home, and Gao Yang could not calm down. He asked Haifeng how he had given the boy the poisonous bee egg so easily, and whether he really trusted Zhou that much. Haifeng replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he felt something when Zhou Wen was fighting the lotus. It was as if he had learned the skills of this monster long ago and practiced fighting it. Gao Yang couldn't believe it. Then Haifeng laughed and said, "What difference does it make now? They will consider Zhou an additional safety net." Meanwhile, Zhou Wen returned to his dorm room and decided to feed his flying ant with silver wings in reality, so he called her out. The companion pet appeared, and Zhou showed her an egg with a legendary level creature. A flying ant with silver wings approached its owner and took the egg into its mouth. And then everything started to spin. Zhou thought that evolution had begun. For a while, the fiery glow was still spinning. Then everything calmed down and Zhou saw the result. So it turned out that after the merger, his pet companion also acquired some of the characteristics of a poisonous bee. Perhaps because they were both insects, they had mutated rather than evolved. Zhou decided to read up on this. So now he has a flying ant with silver wings of legendary level, adult. Purpose, king of the shaving flight. Strength, 17. Speed, 20. Physical data, 16. Spiritual strength, 19. Innate skill, flash of silver wings, magic light needle. Form, wings. Zhou was very pleased because his speed and spiritual strength had almost exceeded the limit for legendary level creatures. Zhou was especially interested in the magic light needle. He didn't know what it was, so he decided to look at the detail. Magic light needle, long range, launches a super fast needle of energy at the selected target, piercing the enemy. It was a great ranged skill. Zhou patted his pet companion on the head with satisfaction. With this ability, he would definitely be able to deal with the lotus of the Buddha's heart with the blood pattern. Now Zhou has decided to get active in the game again to test his new pet companion in battle. A bloody avatar and a flying ant with silver wings appeared in the dungeon and began to attack the lotus of the Buddha's heart. The flower again, as always, began to use its trick to capture the opponent who would attack from above. It was a very dangerous situation for the flying ant with silver wings, and the monster dived out to grab his opponent, but he failed. The pet companion managed to escape, but instead managed to launch a magic light needle at the lotus. The needle reached its target. The monster screamed with a terrible scream and a powerful explosion occurred. Zhou was surprised at how strong the explosion was, and he did not think that the magic light needle could be so powerful, and the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern turns out to be exploding before death. And now everything valuable in that lotus can simply end up in the water, in that poisonous water that kills all life. But then, a flying ant with silver wings flew up to the bloody avatar, holding a crystal that had fallen from the lotus of the Buddha's heart. Perhaps the skill of the spiritual power of the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a blood pattern is the key that is needed to enter the small Buddha temple. The bloody avatar did not hesitate to accept the crystal, and immediately Zhou Wen was enveloped in hellish heat. He felt incredibly painful. He hoped that he had understood everything correctly and was doing the right thing. It was very difficult for him. So, the crystal with the Buddha's heart lotus skill with the blood pattern was absorbed. The original calm the heart skill was transformed into the current bloody Zen skill. Finally, the flames that enveloped Zhou went out. He thought he was going to fry. The heat was so intense that he took off his t-shirt and was wringing sweat from it. When using blood Zen, the spiritual power is consumed much more slowly. It can definitely last for half an hour. So now, with this new skill, you can go and explore the small Buddha temple. That's why Zhou didn't even take a break from the game and went to the Buddha's underground city, as he thought bloody Zen and calming the heart have the same effect and block the power of that area. So the bloody avatar successfully entered the square where the small Buddha temple is located and stopped in front of the gate. He really wanted to explore this temple, but he was a little worried about meeting some strong spatial beings. After passing through the gate, the bloody avatar walked confidently across the square to the temple. Surprisingly, he did not encounter any spatial creatures on his way. Now the player walked more cautiously each time, expecting something unusual, so he came to the door of the temple. On the stone on the right was written, Short Prajnaparamita. Prajnaparamita is one of the central concepts of Mahayana Buddhism, or another way of saying it, transcendent intuitive wisdom. Zhu had heard of the great Prajnaparamita. During the spatial storm, the famous Buddhist teacher created one of the original methods of cultivating spiritual power. And now it is one of the two most famous Buddhist methods of cultivation of the epic level. But he did not know what a short Prajnaparamita was. The bloody avatar was standing in front of that sign. Suddenly, all the characters on it were distorted. It was as if they were spun into a fiery vortex, and a powerful energy was emanating from them. The bloody avatar screamed, and his head felt like it was splitting. There was some kind of devilry going on here. Something was pushing incredibly hard right into the player's solar vault. His head was buzzing with pain, and suddenly everything stopped. The oppressive pressure on the guy's body stopped. It just disappeared. The circulation of the lost Sutra of Immortality had just slowed down in the boy's body, and the pressure was no longer felt. Now Joe could calmly look at the tablet. He no longer felt anything, but he wanted to know what the secret of the Immortality Sutra was. Suddenly he noticed that half of his spiritual strength had already been exhausted, and he had not even entered the church yet. Therefore, Joe decided not to spend so much time here but to move on. Otherwise, he simply would not have enough spiritual strength. So the bloody avatar continued his journey and came to the door of the small Buddha temple. The door opened in front of him, and the player entered a large building. In the center of the temple stood a huge statue of a three-faced Buddha. Joe wondered if Buddhism had such a thing. And then suddenly something spun around the bloody avatar and he died inexplicably. It seems that in order to get inside the small Buddha temple, you need to follow some rules. Now, Joe Wen admires those people from the past who paved their way at the risk of the only thing they had. Even using bloody Zen, Joe can't get inside the temple, and he didn't see any spatial beings there. So after all, only that stone plaque can help you enter. It is obvious that the stele contains a method for cultivating spiritual power, but because of the Lost Immortality Sutra, Joe cannot use it, and the boy re-entered the game. He decided that it would be useful for him to memorize this text anyway, and the bloody avatar stopped again in front of the stone tablet with the inscription. This scripture is quite long, but not as difficult to study as the Spent Sutra of Immortality. It takes a lot of time, but you just have to manage to leave the temple before the spiritual power runs out through bloody Zen. After that, Joe can regain his strength and return to writing as many times as necessary. So Joe spent the whole night studying that text. The next morning came. He was very tired, but he had memorized the entire scripture. Once again, the circulation of spiritual power took possession of Joe's body. The study of the text was not in vain. It was definitely a short prajnaparamita. He felt that he had become stronger. It was strange, really, because Joe was sure that he hadn't practiced this method, but it was activated simply from memory. However, the guy was already very tired, so he sat down comfortably on the bed and decided to sleep first. So Joe fell asleep, tired, and his body continued to change. When he got enough sleep, he went to the shower and was horrified to see that his skin was shedding off in pieces. But he remained in the same form as before, only as if renewed. He wondered if this was the short prajnaparamita. So I decided to see how its characteristics had changed. So, class, mortal, strength, 10, speed, 10, physical data, 11, spiritual strength, 10, method of cultivating spiritual strength, the Lost Sutra of Immortality. Joe did not understand. After all, the cultivation method was the same as before, but the physical data indicator had exceeded the limit and reached 11. And there can be no mistake. He can definitely feel the circulation of the short prajnaparamita in his body. Suddenly, Joe realized something incredible. Now he could switch from the lesser prajnaparamita to the Lost Sutra of Immortality, and he had mastered 2 methods of cultivating spiritual power. Most of them have huge differences in their very nature, which is why one person cannot master 2 methods at the same time. And the better and more sophisticated the methods, the worse they are combined with each other. Joe was thinking about his transformation when his phone rang. It was Hui Haifeng who called and said that the whole team was already at the Lotus Pond, so where is he? Joe simply forgot about this agreement. He really overslept. So the guy quickly got ready and went to a general meeting. There, the team began training. They were going to destroy the lotus kernel of the Buddha's heart with the bloody pattern. They threw a water-entangling vine at it so that it would strangle the kernel and it would release an egg with a poisonous frog. The dosa had firmly entangled the flower trunk with its flexible and strong stems. Joe led the team members and warned them that a poisonous moon frog was about to hatch, so they had to prevent it and act now. He called out for Tengu to fly his blood raven into action. The team acted perfectly and smoothly. Joe said that now everyone should retreat at least 20 meters. However, Tengu disagreed with this decision and was not going to retreat because he believed that now was the best time to strike. The boy did not want to obey Joe, so he pushed him away and said that he would destroy the lotus core of the Buddha's heart himself. Tengu launched a shower of bloody blades at the monster from his bloody ravens. The crows flew to attack the lotus, launching many bloody blades on the fly. But suddenly there was an explosion, and one raven was killed. Tengu was very angry about this, and Joe calmly said that the death of the blood raven was not his fault, so he was not going to pay anything. But Teng had no complaints. He admitted that he was too impatient. A girl from the team expressed her admiration for Joe. Meanwhile, at the university, the teachers were talking about Joe Wen, saying that he was very promising. He got into teacher Wang Fei's class. She guessed that Joe knew in advance that the lotus of the Buddha's heart was self-destructive. The lotus took 5 legendary-level creatures with it from the Western Region's army headquarters. There were already rumors around the university that Joe Wen was somehow connected to the An family, so the teacher thought that the boy had learned about the lotus from them. However, teacher Wang Fei said that there was a conflict between the children of the An and Zhou family, so it is unlikely that they would have shared this information with him. The teacher asked for more information about Zhou because it would be a great favor to Xiaolan. Perhaps this refers to Ouyanglan, the mother of An Jing and An Tianzu. Zhou Wen meanwhile was playing his game as usual to learn new skills. He's already figured out the Blood Lotus attack mode and the Flying Ant's abilities, so now it's easy to eliminate the boss. Having defeated the frog sitting in the center of the monster flower, Joe received an egg with a pet companion lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern, legendary level. Purpose: a pure lotus in muddy water. Strength: 15. Speed: 13. Physical data: 12. Spiritual strength: 18. Skill of spiritual strength. Buddha statue with a bloody pattern. Since the pet was a legendary level, its characteristics are very good. Joe thought about it because the Blood Lotus had many useful skills and this pet had only one, and it was very weak. If the guy tries to take it out, he will end up dead, and it's almost certain that this lotus will be in its early stages. So Joe decided to try again to merge the two companion animals. But when the guy saw that the coefficient of correspondence between the lotus of the Buddha's heart and a bone ant was 1 whole and 0.6%, and a flying ant with silver wings was 3%, he realized that nothing good would come of it. Then the game suggested using a lotus egg of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern as food for a flying ant with silver wings. Joe was surprised that this ant can be fed even when it is not hungry. Apparently this ant can grow even bigger. Since there were no other good options, the guy decided to feed his pet companion. So the flying ant with silver wings ate the legendary level egg. At first, no change was noticeable. Joe was even a little angry about it. Wen then decided to continue exploring the small Buddha temple, and with the help of a short Prajnaparamita, his bloody avatar managed to enter the hall. In the middle of the hall was a huge statue of Buddha. Up close, it looked much scarier. Joe wondered who this Buddha was. Suddenly something fell from above and fiery patterns appeared on the floor. Joe thought he was going to die suddenly again. However, inside this pattern he saw an egg with a pet companion. An inscription appeared on the screen saying that Trilokya Vijaya, a devout Buddhist who travels the world guided by the basic vow, offers Joe to accept his gift. Trilokya Vijaya is the Emperor of Knowledge who conquered the 3 worlds, one of the 5 knowledge emperors of Buddhism. Wen did not believe that they wanted to give him an egg with a companion for nothing because it never happens. He decided to look at the characteristics of the egg, but since the gift had not yet been accepted, the review of the characteristics was not available. Zhu realized that there was only one way to find out if his bloody avatar was holding an egg. Immediately, the mythical creature Titan hatched from that donated egg. This creature looked like a lion. But Zhou Wen had not yet given his consent to the withdrawal, so he was very annoyed. This mythical creature had a very powerful spiritual force, just amazing. However, there was one problem. Zhu had already almost died once because of a legendary level companion, and he was worried about what would happen to him after the mythic one was removed. The guy felt the full force of the changes on himself. It hurt, and his mouth was bleeding. But the process had begun, and it was impossible to stop it. Zhou thought he would be the first person in the world to die because of a video game. For several minutes, the guy was undergoing a transformation, but fortunately he survived. But it was not known whether Zhou managed to bring the pet out. He felt as if part of his blood and all his spiritual energy had been sucked out of him. The guy was lying exhausted on the floor, unable to move. Then suddenly his pet jumped on him. It was a very cute little creature that looked like a small dog with long ears and one horn on its head. Zhu Wen took the baby in his arms, unable to believe that he was looking at Tita, the mythical creature who brings destruction. Titan, mortal level, initial stage, strength, 11, speed, 11, physical data, 11, spiritual power, 11, spiritual power skills, hear the truth, immortal golden body, eradicate evil, lord of the 9 heavens, form, earring. Zhou was surprised by these characteristics. After all, Titan had 4 spiritual power skills, and all the other characteristics exceeded the maximum value, but he was only a mortal level. The guy did not understand how it was. This could not be possible at all, and Titan was squinting his eyes sweetly at his owner. But Wen remembered that from the very beginning, the phone had reported that the creature being bred was a mythical level Titan. Finally, it was interesting to know what is meant by the initial stage. Perhaps it can be raised in the same way as a flying ant. Titan, the white dog of the Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha, can hear everything in the world. In the novel Journey to the West, Titan was able to recognize the deception of a 6-eared monkey pretending to be Sun Wukong, the king of the monkeys. The other creatures did not even suspect anything. Zhou Wen sat down next to his new pet companion and thought that this was not how he had imagined him. Bodhisattva literally means a sentient being, sattva, who strives for enlightenment, bodhi, and practices altruism. Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha, one of the 4 most revered bodhisattvas in Mahayana, particularly in Far Eastern Buddhism, embodies the power of the vow to save sentient beings. So now Zhou has new skills as well. Titan launched the transformation. Zhou Wen felt that his hearing had become sharper and more sensitive. The boy was standing in his room in the house and heard the leaves on the tree rustling in the breeze. He also heard a girl talking on the phone. He could clearly hear what she was saying. Then Zhou heard someone crying and realized that it was his half-sister An Jing. The guy even felt a little bit like a pervert eavesdropping on the girls. He began to convince himself that he hadn't heard anything at all. And yet Joe could not calmly continue to listen to Enjing cry because she was really hurting. So he left his room and went to his sister to ask if she was okay. Joe realized that he shouldn't use this ability too often, otherwise he would go crazy. Wen started knocking on Enjing's door, but she didn't answer. That made him even more worried that something was wrong. Without waiting for a single word from his half-sister, Joe decided to force open the door to her room. The guy stepped away to accelerate, and then ran up and pushed on the door with force. However, the door to Enjing's room was a special burglar-proof door, and it was impossible to break it down with physical force. Enjing sat on her bed and cried. She had already heard her half-brother calling for her, and wondered how he could have heard her. However, she did not want Joe to see her in such a weak and miserable state. After Joe knocked on the door and tried to shout to his sister, everything suddenly went quiet, and Enjing thought he had already left. But the very next moment, she was horrified to hear someone burst into her room, smashing the window. Fragments of glass fell everywhere. Immediately afterward, Enjing saw her half-brother, who excitedly repeated his question about whether she was okay. The girl was frightened and asked why Joe had appeared in her room in such an unexpected and strange way. The guy scratched the back of his head guiltily and explained that he did it because his sister did not answer his knocking on the door. He was worried that something had happened to her. Ju noticed that Enjing was depressed about something and suggested calling a doctor, which she strongly disagreed with. She said that she just needed to rest a bit, that it was just a small exacerbation of an old illness. Joen was even more disturbed by his half-sister's words. He did not understand what kind of old illness Enjing was talking about. The guy unceremoniously decided to ask the girl if she was menstruating, but Enjing threw a cup at his head and kicked him out of her room. Already in the stairwell, Joe turned around and wondered what he had said to make his sister so angry. Enjing closed the door behind her brother, then leaned on it and went down to the floor, unhappy with her recent visit. And Joe returned to his room and began to brew a drink from some red berries, hoping that it would help him restore at least some blood. While he was waiting for the drink to boil in the pot, his phone rang. He received a call from Li Xuan. The guy said that today was the first day of classes and university clubs were recruiting newcomers, so he had to hurry. But Joen said that he was not going to join any club. He was not interested in such things. Li Xuan then said that Joe should join him because he wanted to start his own club and promised that he would take good care of his friend. Xuan then asked if Joe agreed to this, and Wen replied briefly that he did not. He thought to himself that he could develop much faster with the help of the game. However, Xuan was not going to back down so easily, and asked his friend not to be so cold to him. After all, he had heard that most university assignments require teams of several people, and if they had their own club, they wouldn't need to ask others for help. Xuan also said that Joe probably doesn't want what happened to them at the school exam to happen again. Wen then agreed, but added that it was hardly possible to form a club with just 2 people. Then Li Xuan said that this is why they needed to wander around the campus. So, entrusting his drink to Joe, he began to get ready for the university. They agreed to meet Xuan in the central square. Upon arrival, Joe saw an incredibly large number of students on the square. When he got closer to the university building, he heard Xuan calling him. His sister Huayan was also standing next to him. When Joe got closer to his friend, Xuan asked him why he needed the bag. Joe pulled out a bottle of a drink he had just made at home and explained that it was a special tea made from red dates and goji berries. He offered the tea to Xuan Yu, but the boy refused and said that Joe was a brave man for not being afraid of the side effects because the drink had a lethal concentration. Li Weiyan also said hello to Wen. She, like all the students, was waiting for classes to start. She then asked if Joe would like to join her club, the Weiyang Club, and then she pointed to the students standing nearby and said seductively that there were many beautiful senior students in her club who would be happy to meet him. But Xuan interrupted the conversation and told his sister that Joe Wen would be with him at his club. The guy also said that it was too mean to use pretty girls to lure people to his club, and Joe noticed that his friend was drooling at the sight of those seniors from his sister's club. Joe politely apologized to Wei Yang and said that he had already promised Li Xuan that they would have their own club. After that, Wei Yang went to her friends and expressed her wish that they would help each other and complete tasks together whenever they had the opportunity. Li Xuan answered for his friend that it would be so, and they agreed. Then Xuan sat down and said that Joe had just lost the chance to be surrounded by beautiful girls. However, Joe simply told his friend to stop with his jokes because they were going to start their own club and it was time to do something about it. He also said that if they continue to drag their feet, all the newcomers will be sorted out. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd suggested that someone join someone else's club just to see what they were considering. Li Xuan replied that there was nothing to be done. To create a club, freshmen need to study at the university for at least 1 month and gather 5 or more members, and at the moment they can't register. Then Joe asked why they had come here. Li Xuan replied that they had come to look at the beauties. Joe was very angry with his friend because he was wasting his valuable time. Suddenly he heard someone speaking to him. It was Fan Zhoxi and Tian Xiangdong was standing next to her. Josie said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xiangdong asked Joe if he hadn't expected to meet them here. Zhou just said that it was a big coincidence that Josie and Xiangdong went to the same university as him. Suddenly, Li Xuan came up behind him and asked him who the beautiful girl was who had come up to them. Zhou replied that the girl's name was Fan Hosi and they had studied together in high school. Xuan wondered why he didn't know her if they had gone to high school together. Zhou said that Xuan only came to some classes. Then Li Xuan approached Josiah and told her directly that he and Zhou Wen wanted to start their own club, so he invited her and her friend to join them. The girl immediately agreed, which surprised Xuan. The guy then added that they would be able to apply for the club no sooner than in a month, so let the girl think about whether she and her friend would wait. Fang Josie said without hesitation that it was no big deal and they would wait. The girl then passed Xuan and walked over to Zhou Wen and bowed low in front of him, apologizing for not taking him to her team to test his fighting skills in high school. She still felt very guilty about this act and was very worried about whether Zhou would be able to pass the final exam. Li Xuan, who heard Josiah's apology, wondered if it was for Wen's sake that the girl had entered Xi'an University. Zhu told Josiah that he did not see anything wrong with her actions because it was impossible to blame them for the situation. Then Tian Xiangdong intervened and said that it was all true, that they were just forced to do it, but he personally guaranteed that this would not happen again. After all the apologies, Li Xuan said that everything was going well. Since everyone has known each other for a long time, there is no need to waste time exchanging pleasantries. He added that it was getting late, so everyone should go home and get some rest before tomorrow's classes. Zhou said that everything starts with a test of martial skills and asked Xuan if this test would take place in the Buddha city. However, Xuan replied that he absolutely did not, because the Buddha city is a territory that has recently been discovered to have too many hidden threats, and no one would risk freshmen. Fan Josie said that judging by previous years, the university will choose one of 4 relatively safe spatial zones on campus. The essence of the tax test is to kill spatial creatures. The more you kill, the higher your rating will be. Zhou was surprised by his friend's awareness and asked how they knew about all this. Fan Hosi in turn was surprised and asked if Zhou didn't read the university's spatial forum at all. Finally, the friends went home, and Zhou thought about this university forum all the way home. The forum was created by the Commonwealth to encourage residents of different spatial areas to exchange information. There is no need to confirm your identity to register, so both military and civilians can post here. When Zhou was studying in Guide, he rarely encountered complex spatial zones, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He did not expect that almost everyone at Xi'an University communicates through this forum. Zhou thought that he really needed to learn how to use that forum. The guy looked at his phone and suddenly heard someone say hello to him and ask if he was also accepted for special reasons. Zhou turned his head in different directions, looking for someone to speak to him, but saw no one. Then he heard the same voice saying that she was here. He looked down and saw a little girl in front of him. Zhou politely introduced himself and said that he lived in this dormitory on the 2nd floor. The girl was happy to see the boy's privacy and said that she had just moved in today and that her name was Wang Lu, but he could call her Xiao Lu. She added that she lived on the 1st floor, so they were now neighbors. While the girl was talking about herself, Zhou Wen had already gone to his room. Wang Lu was left standing in the middle of the stairwell alone, thinking that her neighbor was a rather strange person. Meanwhile, Zhou drank his miracle drink and immediately sat down at the computer to read information about the university forum. He found out that this forum is a platform that provides open access to data. Both university students and all kinds of people share information here. Zhou Wen was quite surprised that such a huge platform does not require identity verification. The Commonwealth needs to be more concerned about security. There is no telling what dark personalities might want to use the formula for their own purposes. Then, Zhou discovered that the forum platform had a reward system and the ability to exchange points for various resources. So, as Wen noted, the only way to get points is to publish materials. There are posts that can be read by any user, but the author of few of them gets only a few points for 10,000 views. And if someone wants to earn more points, they can post paid content, and then users will pay to read it. The content of paid materials and, accordingly, their costs depend only on popularity. Since the forum is completely anonymous, you need to earn some popularity on your account to make people want to pay. In addition, the Commonwealth and universities also publish information, and the price is quite low. So Zhou seriously thought about what to post on the forum's platform. Wen didn't think for long, but suddenly he remembered something, so he happily started working. At the time, teacher Wang Fei was resting in her bedroom on her bed with a cup of coffee in her hand and a tablet. She was reading the forum and, as usual, was surprised by what the freshmen wrote about, which amused her a little and sometimes annoyed her. The teacher even thought that it would be a good idea to give those young idiots a good thrashing and kept flipping through the pages. Suddenly, Wang Fei's eyes landed on an ad that offered to buy a strategy for the small Buddha temple for 20,000 points. The teacher stood up and did not understand how this could be, and how someone had found out about this place. The vicinity of the temple was declared a forbidden zone by the management of Xi'an University, and most of the teachers have not even heard its name. The teacher continued to monitor the post and noticed that it was posted by a brand new forum user who was demanding 20,000 points for reading the post, and Wang Fei even suggested that it might be a common scammer. But the author of the post knows the secret name of the temple. If this is true, the military losses during reconnaissance will be significantly reduced. So teacher Wang Fei decided to buy the right to read the post. She was given information on how to act when entering a classified area. Namely, it was necessary to use the skill Calm the Heart, which can be obtained from a crystal that falls from the lotus of the Buddha's heart to resist the strange force that protects the temple. The skill constantly absorbs spiritual power, so the higher the level, the longer the effect. There was also a friendly advice in the post not to even think about going inside the temple. It was strange for Wang Fei to read about calming the heart. She considered this mortal level skill completely unnecessary and kicked herself for believing in such nonsense. In the meantime, Zhou Wen continued to play his game, and he passed the ancient imperial city dungeon. A bone ant with silver wings was flying toward the skeleton rider when it disappeared from the monster's view and attacked him by surprise. The duel ended with the victory of the bone ant with silver wings, and the boy was rewarded. And that reward was a long-awaited egg with a pet companion. The bloody avatar picked it up and immediately fed it to his bone ant with silver wings. Zhou, as always, hoped that the ant would grow up a little bit because it was not so easy to get eggs for it, but it did not happen. Eventually, he realized that the skeleton general and the flying ant did not go well together, so his pet did not develop at all. Zhou decided to move further into the map. He climbed on the back of his flying ant, and they moved forward. It was strange to the boy that he did not see any skeletons as he moved deeper. Suddenly, he drove up to an astronomical observatory near the ancient imperial city of Shangqiu, named after the creator of Ibo, the son of Emperor Ku Ebotai. Ibo is the name of the tower. Zhou Wen could not understand where that tall tower came from or how it got there. Ibo, the son of Ku, one of the 5 legendary emperors, this hero became the embodiment of the god of fire. According to legend, he used the tower to observe the celestial bodies, which is why it is also called the Fire God Tower. However, the textbooks say that Ebotai is located in the southwestern part of Guide, so why does the game show it in the inner part of the ancient city? Suddenly, Zhou noticed something flying out of the highest point of the tower. It looked like a firebird. The bloody avatar fell off the back of the flying ant, and the fiery bird flew between them. After flying a certain distance, the bird turned around in a circle and stopped a little in the distance. Then the firebird abruptly flew at the bloody avatar, and Zhou tried to counterattack it. He was waving his fists in anticipation of an attack, and then there was a collision. The bloody avatar defended itself. However, Zhou thought he had missed. He felt as if he had hit the air. Still, the firebird hit the crooked avatar and the game ended. Zhou drank a glass of the prepared drink to replenish the blood in his body. Feeling a surge of fresh energy, he decided to try again to climb the tower in the game. The king of shaving flight is very skillful, but due to the limitations of this ability, the bloody avatar cannot fly high enough to get to Ebotai. He was also constantly being chased by a firebird and needed to come up with something immediately. When the flying ant dodged the attack, the firebird switched to a bloody avatar. As if it was attacking the one who came closest to the tower, Zhou decided to make his player a decoy. So the guy ordered his pet companion to hide and ran to the tower, and the firebird rushed to attack the bloody avatar. As a result, the flying ant fired its magic light needle at the bird, which proved to be quite effective against it. The needle pierced through the body of the firebird, but for some reason there was no notification that it had died. But it wasn't that important. We had to run to the tower as quickly as possible and examine everything there. And as soon as the bloody avatar ran closer to the tower, the firebird started attacking him again, and now there were 2 of them. Then Zhou ordered a flying ant with silver wings to distract the birds so that he could get to the tower. The companion pet flew faster to the tower, and the firebirds immediately switched to it, which was a good plan to allow the bloody avatar to reach the tower. But suddenly from above, many firebirds began to attack the player, not letting him get any closer. And so, the bloody avatar almost managed to get to the tower itself despite all the obstacles. He wanted to see, at least from the corner of his eye, what was going on up there that those firebirds were protecting. The player jumped up high, used the ash palm skill against the attackers, and rapidly flew upward. Zhou tried his best to see what was installed at the very top of the tower, with fire blazing all around. However, the boy managed to see a piece of the hieroglyphic figure and the game ended immediately. It was some kind of stone monument, a few frames above it, made in the form of a hieroglyph. What Zhou managed to read was Emperor ... Wen recalled a gate with a sign above it that read, Ancient City of Guide. This dungeon was apparently based on the real ancient city of Guide. But in the game, it is called an ancient imperial city, so this stone monument stood there. Although the bloody avatar had killed the firebirds, there were no reports of their death, and Zhou thought that it might be some kind of special summoning with a spiritual power skill. Those birds were causing a lot of trouble, and Wen wondered what would happen if he met the real boss who summoned them. The Tower of the Fire. God hides many more secrets. but Joe hasn't had the opportunity to explore it yet. Suddenly, he received a notification on his computer that 2 people had already bought the right to read his post. Joe thought it was pretty easy money. He also saw that someone had written to him in private messages asking to talk about the small Buddha temple. This message was sent by teacher Wang Fei because she was worried about who might know information about the classified small Buddha temple. She has been waiting for a response for a long time, but Joe hasn't said anything to her yet. Suddenly, the teacher received a phone call saying that they had conducted a small investigation, which revealed that Calm the Heart had indeed neutralized the power of the temple, but it was still unknown who was hiding behind the nickname Poison_SSFDGF and how he knew about everything. The person who conducted the investigation said that the issue with the church has not yet been resolved. He explained that the stone stele at the entrance to the church was causing a lot of trouble. They were talking about stone steles with cultivation method, and the teacher mentioned that such steles were appearing in other regions. There are rumors that by learning this method you can gain incredible strength, but not everything is so simple. A short prajna paramita is inscribed on the ceiling near the temple. Unfortunately, the volunteers who decided to study the records depicted on the monument died. No one knows what conditions must be met to learn the short prajna paramita. The agent asked teacher Wang Fei to try to find out more information about it. Ju decided to start a dialogue with the unknown person who wrote to him privately and asked him to specify his request. The teacher had been waiting for an answer for a long time, so she was very happy that Joe had gotten in touch. Wang Fei decided to get straight to the point and asked her interlocutor if he knew about the short prana paramita, and Joe of course answered in the affirmative because he already knew about it well and had already studied it. The teacher guessed that Joe was in the know. It looked like her interlocutor knew the temple like the back of his hand. So she asked what it would take to learn the short prajna paramita and added that she was ready to reward generously for such information. Joe leaned back and wondered if there was anything else special about the method of study. But then he remembered the first time he tried to do it, when he almost fainted because of a severe headache. The Lost Sutra of Immortality was what helped him in studying the short Prajnaparamita, and he could not share this information with anyone. He decided to keep it secret. So Joe decided to end the dialogue. So he simply left the chat and went to university the next morning. Students were gradually gathering at the university, ready to start their studies. Joe almost immediately met Li Xuan there. The friend saw that Joe was carrying that potent drink again and didn't like it too much, so he decided to warn him. He said that she needed to learn self-control because Joe indulges her desires too much. But Joe realized that last night he had again wasted a lot of blood trying to explore the ant cave. The flying ant with silver wings has become much stronger and can easily destroy black ants. But Wen himself and his bone ant are still mortal, so they were torn to pieces by the guy before he could even collect anything. The students were in the classroom talking loudly to each other, and suddenly the noise was interrupted by the teacher's stern voice. Teacher Wang Fei came into the classroom and introduced herself to the students, saying that she would be their tutor for the second character of the word ruler and the second character of the word concubine. The teacher was extremely tired. She had been waiting all night for a response from the mysterious person she had been chatting with in the evening, i.e. Joe. Li Xuan could not help but say something stupid. He asked Wang Fei which ruler she was a concubine of and whether she wanted to become his students laughed together. The teacher said that of course she wanted to, but let Zhuan finish university first. Then she turned to serious matters and said that she was going to tell the students about the exam that awaited them. Wang Fei said that the students had 10 days to form teams of a maximum of 4 people, and their task would be to destroy the demon general at Hulao Pass. This information surprised Joe. And the teacher continued to tell me that the students would have 1.5 minutes to do it, and those who failed would be expelled from the university. This scared the students quite a bit, and some of them asked if it was too difficult a task to start with, since they were still on a mortal plane. But Wang Fei calmly replied that if they all tried hard, there would be enough time to prepare. Then the teacher announced that from that moment on, the Hulao Pass was open for 10 days for study. Finally, she smiled slightly and expressed her hope that 10 days after the exam, they would meet in the same classroom with the same group. Li Xuan was also not happy about the fact that they would have to fight the demon general at Hulao Pass, and Joe asked his friend if it would be difficult to defeat him. Xuan explained that the Hulao Pass is an ancient battlefield, so the spatial creatures there have become incredibly powerful, and the demon general is considered stronger than average legendary creatures, and some generals even reach the peak of the legendary level. Almost all of the freshmen are mortals now, so the task I gave them is too difficult. However, Joe said that they could only accept the conditions and suggested exploring the area a bit. After meeting the students, teacher Wang Fei went to the teacher's room. Here she was told that she had previously used this test for talented students, so it was hardly suitable for ordinary students. However, the teacher said that everything was fine because she had posted details about the demon general on the forum, and if the students prepared carefully, it would not be difficult for them to destroy the monster. And of course, she threatened them with expulsion from the university so that they would not be too overconfident. After all, they may face much stronger rivals in the future. Meanwhile, the students, including Zhou Wen and Li Xuan, went to the Hulao Pass. At the entrance to the portal, there was a soldier who was letting students through according to a list. So the students had 10 days to explore the territory of the pass and learn how to deal with local spatial creatures. From the high tower, the students had a view of the pass and saw the creatures there. Li Xuan saw that there were only demonic soldiers in the area and that the whole area was a vast desert. He suggested that Zhou go a little further to find the demon general, but Wen said that he shouldn't gamble with his own life because he didn't know the area at all and couldn't promise to save his friend if something happened. Li Xuan only said that Zhou was too cautious. He would have taken the risk himself. Wen decided to walk around the neighborhood a bit and explore the area. The guy thought that if there are dungeons that copy the city of Buddha and the ancient city, then anything is possible. Suddenly, he came across a stone pillar with a sign on it that he already knew. He was very excited about this discovery, because now he can use the game to learn how to defeat the demonic general in reality. Meanwhile, some of the students descended from the tower to try to destroy the demonic soldiers. Li Xuan watched the fight from above and saw that 2 mortals could easily handle a demon soldier, and they looked quite weak. He thought that Zhou was being too cautious, because even if something happened, they could just run away. Meanwhile, Zhou came back to the tower and told Zhuanyu that it was time to go home. Li Xuan noticed that his friend was beaming with joy and asked him why he looked so happy, but Zhou replied that he was not, and deep down he thought that he had finally found a new dungeon. When the boys returned to their homes, Zhou immediately sat down at the computer and found detailed instructions on how to defeat the demon general on the forum, and realized that teacher Wang Fei did not ask them to do anything impossible. But at the very end of the instructions, there was a warning that it only applies to ordinary demon generals and that special creatures with the hieroglyph should be avoided. Zhu Wen wondered what this could mean, and he remembered that Li Xuan had also mentioned those special creatures with the character. But it didn't matter. The boy had already read all the clues and now decided to put his knowledge to the test in the game. So his bloody avatar ended up on the Hulao Pass. The player immediately jumped down from the high tower where many demon soldiers were waiting for him. The bloody avatar laughed merrily and engaged them in battle using his skills. Although it was written that demon soldiers are stronger than ordinary mortal beings, they were still quite easy to defeat. The soldiers kept attacking from all sides, but the player skillfully destroyed them. Applying the acquired skills, it was easy to do so, and the demon soldiers fell one by one. Having thus dealt with all the attacking creatures, the bloody avatar ran on. And again, fresh attackers appeared in the middle of the desert. The player and his flying ant destroyed them very quickly. Zhou did not know whether he would be able to meet those special generals here. Suddenly, the boy saw a demonic general appear ahead of him. Zhou Wen saw that there was a character engraved on his helmet, so this was the special demon general that teacher Wang Fei had written about. So the boy decided to attack the monster and ordered his pet companion to fly towards the general. The monster could not hit the ant because it could fly. The demonic general was standing far away from the flying ant, but he was going to attack anyway. So the monster jumped high and still struck the ant with silver wings. Zhu wondered what kind of spiritual power skill was so powerful that the demon general destroyed the flying ant in an instant. The general was extremely strong. He had a very powerful aura, and Zhou was eager to get him. The characteristics of the flying ant, especially its speed, are very high even for a legendary level, but the demon general easily destroyed it. It looked as if the special general had already reached the peak of the legendary level. Zhu Wen decided to try a second time to enter the game and fight that monster. When he entered the game, he saw that the general he had fought in the previous round had simply disappeared. Apparently, this special creature rarely appears, and unfortunately this time the bloody avatar was only a regular one without hieroglyphics on the helmet. Zhu easily defeated ordinary demon generals with his player. Although both the special demon general and the regular one were of legendary level, the difference between them is very huge. After defeating a simple demon general, the bloody avatar received a 15th level spiritual power crystal. Zhu regretted that his characteristics had already reached the maximum level, and even if he used this crystal, nothing would change at all. This time, there is no general with a tattoo blocking the way, so we could move on to explore the area. The player soon came to a majestic structure. Zhou thought that this was Hulao Pass. Suddenly, from the very top of that building, someone shot the bloody avatar right in the chest. Zhou Wen was very angry about this because he was going to explore an unknown area. He didn't even have time to see where the arrow came from, and only by the sound of it could he tell that it was fired from somewhere behind the gate. Then he decided that he had to break through at maximum speed. But here even the flash of silver wings was useless. The bloody avatar was hit and destroyed again. So Zhou decided to take a short break and check the forum to see what else was being written about Hulao Pass. In fact, there was a lot of information, but very little that was really useful. Once upon a time, a team of epic-level members tried to break through the gate, but was defeated. So the area 2.5 kilometers from the pass is declared a restricted zone, and of course, students and teachers are not allowed to enter it either. and there was no information about the special demon generals with the engraved hieroglyph on their helmets, except that extremely powerful creatures of this type appeared at that location. Joe realized that he could only rely on himself. And then Little Titan came up to him, and the boy remembered that he needed to feed his pet companion and also an ant with silver wings. Before clearing a new dungeon, you need to get food for them in the ancient Imperial City. Joe learned the terrain that the freshmen were supposed to explore for 10 days at home by playing a game. The students came to the Hulao Pass every day to hone their skills because they were facing a difficult exam. Since there were clear instructions on how to defeat the demonic general, everyone tried to test the material they had learned in practice. For several days now, the students have been practicing continuously. Teacher Wang Fei was constantly watching her students and noticed that the student Zhou Wen had come to the pass on the first day and never came back. Meanwhile, Zhou was learning new skills by playing the game and also by providing food for his pet companions. Now he came across a crystal of spiritual power. The guy did not expect the chance of crystals falling out to be so low. For almost all this time, he had only been getting eggs with companion pets. Zhu immediately decided to absorb the crystal of spiritual power that he had finally come across. This absorption did not make him feel very uncomfortable, probably because his physical characteristics have now reached 11 points. In this way, Zhou Wen acquired a new skill for himself, the 9th level Buddha Lotus Flesh. The guy did not know what category this skill belonged to. Perhaps it was a defense skill. We had to get together and test it to see how it would manifest itself. Zhou felt that his spiritual strength began to deplete very quickly, so he realized that the Buddha's Lotus Flesh skill burns a lot of energy, so you can't use it for a long time. Zhou didn't know how strong his defense was and had to find out in the game. So the boy became active in his game again and saw that the Buddha's Lotus Flesh repelled all the attacks of the demon soldiers. The demonic general's spiritual power skill is quite capable of destroying that shield, but the force of the blow is still much less. Finally, Zhou decided that he had to try to catch the arrow. So far, all attempts to catch it had failed. The arrow pierced the bloody avatar through and through. And even with such protection as Buddha's Lotus Flesh, the player still died. The Buddha's Lotus Flesh is a legendary level skill, but for an arrow, this shield is equivalent to a piece of paper. It seems that the archer who fires such an arrow is already above even the legendary level, so with Zhou's current strength, it is better not to approach the gate at this time. The bloody avatar was reborn in the new game and went to explore the Hulao Pass. This time, he met a special demon general again. When the player met him, the monster was standing with his back to him, and now that he turned to face him, Zhou saw that he was different from the previous ones. In the meantime, the Commonwealth continued to gather information about Zhou Wen to possibly eventually reach the demon Jing Daoxiang, and one agent infiltrated Xi'an University. The head of the special unit said that they already had an interregional arrest warrant in hand, so they could start the operation. But he warned that the An family should never suspect anything, so he ordered Zhou Wen to be captured as soon as possible. Captain Lisa accepted the order to execute it, and she wanted to do it as soon as possible. The agent went straight to the rector of the university, and he asked what this student had done, that people from the special inspection came to pick him up personally. However, Captain Lisa reassured the rector, saying that there was no reason for concern, they just wanted to ask a few questions, and that the student was not in danger. But the rector was not so loyal. He said that he knew the reputation of their organization, and that if he allowed them to take Zhou Wen, he was worried that they would not return him in one piece. Captain Lisa realized that the old rector was not willing to cooperate with their inspection. Then she told one of the guards with whom she came to the university to give her the relevant documents. And then I put this document on the table in front of the reactor for review. It was the arrest warrant for Zhou Wen that their organization managed to obtain. Captain Lisa slyly asked whether the rector might want the university to break the law. The rector was quite shocked by the warrant because it meant that the organization was taking his student Zhou very seriously. He wondered why a document of such a high level was taken out to delay a simple ordinary student. At the time, Zhou Wen was in his dorm room and continued to play the game while learning new skills. His player met a new monster and had to learn how to defeat it. Zhou carefully observed the movements of a special demon general. The bloody avatar rushed to attack the monster using his skills, while Zhou watched the general defend himself. Finally, he saw that the demon general's hand turned into a blade, which means that this general has a completely different ability. Then Zhou began to remember what special generals he had encountered during the game, namely what was written on their helmets. There were some with the character knife and some with the character paper, so he jokingly suggested that now he had to wait for a demonic general with the character stone on his helmet. So far, the bloody avatar couldn't do anything to the paper demon, but he can try to dodge the other one's slashing attack with the help of the flash of silver wings. After considering the course of the battle, Zhou came to the conclusion that it was better to split up with his pet, because when a general fights alone against two, there is a greater chance that he will open up for a strike. Another disadvantage of combining a boy with a pet is that the ant cannot use the magic light needle. Suddenly, Joe heard a knock on the door and wondered who needed him at such a time. The guy went to open the door and saw a gendarme on the threshold. The soldier asked Joe when to go with him to the rector's office, which surprised him even more. At the time, Ann Jing was sitting by the window in her dorm room, so she saw her half-brother being led somewhere. At first, Joe silently followed the soldier through the streets of the town. And then he began to notice that people were meeting less and less on the road. Finally, the guy stopped and informed me that they were not going to the rector's office because there was only one way out of the campus. And then he was met by Captain Lisa, who said that Zhou Wen was a very observant guy. The next moment, she ran up close to Joe and stabbed him in the solar plexus. From an unexpected and strong blow, the guy fell to the ground coughing up blood, and Lisa stood over him and said that they had finally met again. Then the woman said with a malicious smile that she would knock out everything the boy knew about Jing Daoxiang. Joe looked at the captain and remembered their first meeting, and now he realized that this whole persecution was because of that old man. The guy got to his feet and asked what would happen to him if he didn't know anything, because when they arrest a person, don't they have to show at least some evidence? Captain Lisa was surprised that Joe was able to get up because someone of mortal level should not have been able to move at all after being hit by her, but she told the boy that they would get proof when they arrested him. She then ordered her escort to grab Zhou Wen. However, the guy was not going to give up so easily and asked what would happen if he resisted. Captain Lisa immediately replied that in that case she would simply cut off his arms and legs, so she advised him to just surrender calmly. The next moment, the man reached for Zhou's neck, but the boy suddenly disappeared, vanishing into thin air. Li Shi realized that Zhou had flown away with the help of a spiritual power skill and needed to find him as soon as possible. He could not have gotten too far away. The agent decided that the boy was hiding somewhere in the nearby forest, and Zhou realized that Captain Li Shi was firmly convinced that he was Jing Daoxiang's accomplice, and she refused to listen to any of his explanations. And he did receive the Lost Sutra of Immortality from that demon, so the Commonwealth can easily invent accusations. Zhou was still hiding in the woods when he was suddenly struck and even slightly injured. Captain Li Shi really quickly caught up with the guy and started attacking. Zhou could see by the situation that he could not go on like this, so he threw off his ruined t-shirt and decided to act immediately. The guy realized that both of his pursuers were of legendary level, so it was only a matter of time before they caught him. After hiding among the trees, Zhou decided to look at the game on his phone. He entered the underground city of Buddha and decided to try to get rid of his pursuers. So the game suggested that this place was actually the underground city of Buddha, and Zhou Wen went there. Captain Li Shi and the agent accompanying her also followed the fugitive into the dungeon. At the entrance to the city, as usual, there was a soldier checking the documents of everyone entering, which angered Li Shi. The agent who accompanied her said that they could not waste another minute because they risked An's family finding out. But Captain Li Shi understood that their pursuit had dragged on. Therefore, she decided to act even more cruelly and continuously attacked Zhou, who barely had time to dodge her blows. His entire body was already covered with small scratches from the sharp blades Li Shi had thrown at him, but he managed to fly up using your wings, and the captain realized that this was a legendary level ability. However, it was also clear that the guy would not last long in this condition. Meanwhile, Zhou had already managed to reach the square where the small Buddha temple is located. He used his Bloody Zen skill and ran up the stairs to cross the bridge. Captain Li Shi confidently shouted after him that the boy would not be able to escape from them. When they reached the bridge, the pursuers stopped, and the man said that further ahead of them was a forbidden area. However, the captain was not going to give up so easily, and said that if the student managed to step in with his foot, then what should they be afraid of? As the pursuers went up and down the stairs on the other side, they saw Zhou stop in the square and sit down on the ground, exhausted. Li Shi asked him why he had stopped. Zhou asked if they were sure they wouldn't die if they stepped any closer to him. The captain ordered the agent who accompanied her not to be a coward and to go on. Zhou Wen continued to sit on the ground, and when the man stepped into the square, he pointed his hand at him as if he was shooting at him. The man immediately fell lifeless in front of Zhou. Captain Li Shi was shocked to see her trying to get closer to her accomplice. Then she put her hand to her husband's body and realized that he was already dead. Horrified and irritated, she asked Zhou Wen what he had done with her accomplice. Zhou angrily replied that he had warned the man about such an end, and asked if Captain Li Shi also wanted to try to get him. However, Zhou saw that the woman did step onto the site and that nothing bad happened to her. The captain knew that this place was really quite obscure, so it was no surprise that Zhou ran into it. And Zhou saw that Captain Li Shi was under the protection of a headless angel. Legend has it that this nun went mad when she became a deity, a creature from another dimension who came from the western sector, but became known throughout the Federation for her military achievements. This creature has weak attacks, but it has one special technique. The invulnerable body is immune to all kinds of curses and also protects against evil spirits, and is currently one of the strongest guardian beasts. Captain Li Shi ordered Zhou to surrender and follow her. The boy wondered how that headless angel could have become Li Shi's guardian beast. Zhou realized that he could only go on to the Buddha Hall, and if even the three-faced Buddha could not cope with it, he would have to give up. So Joe continued to create obstacles for his pursuer. However, Captain Li Shi easily destroyed all the obstacles, moving further behind the boy. She asked Joe if he was so brave that he was ready to fight with the highest legendary level. Meanwhile, the boy ran into the Buddha hall and fell to the floor, while Li Si continued to attack him. The woman came to the entrance of the hall and saw Joe, who was lazy, and said that he had nowhere else to go. And Joe mockingly told her to say goodbye to her leg. Now she wouldn't be able to run away either. Suddenly, Captain Li Si was horrified to hear the floor crack under her feet. The eyes of the Buddha statue shone with a bright light, and then something irreparable happened. The statue directed its vision to the floor, after which the floor cracked loudly, and a huge abyss formed. The very next moment, Captain Li Shi unexpectedly fell into that pit. Joe Wen was glad that everything had turned out this way for him. His pursuers were neutralized. The boy realized that Captain Li Shi was very badly injured as a result of falling into the pit, although he himself was also injured. Ju decided to destroy her while she was so weak from the wounds she had just received. However, somehow the woman did not lose consciousness, even though she was severely wounded. Nevertheless, she managed to escape and save herself from certain death. The captain got out of the dungeon on Campus Street. She was completely exhausted and angrily said to herself that she would definitely file a case against Joe Wen for the murder of a federal officer, and then even the An family would not help him. As she was thinking this way, barely able to move her feet and hold onto the walls of the buildings with her hands, Li Shi ran into a gun pointed directly at her head. A man stood in front of her and pointed a gun at her, asking what would happen if they, i.e., An's family, came. Not far away stood An Tianzu, who did not know why those men were there. Captain Li Si looked up and saw that she was now trapped and under the gun. An Tianzuo asked whether Li Shi had chased a student at Xi'ang Academy and how she had the courage to do so. The captain began to feverishly defend herself, saying it was an order from the Senate itself. The man who put the gun to Li Shi's head interrupted her and said that the warden had asked her a certain question, so she should answer it specifically and not say anything else. However, the woman continued to evade a direct answer, saying that this time it was about Jing Daoxiang. Then the man coldly shot Captain Li Shi in the leg and wounded her. The woman fell to the ground screaming. She was in great pain and began to complain. Then the man again cold-bloodedly shot the captain in the second new wound, causing her another wound. He was irritated and attacked her as if she didn't understand how to answer the question in a human way. Then he grabbed Li Si by the collar and told her that if she continued to talk nonsense, he would blow her brains out. And Tianzu intervened and told Ashen not to waste time, but to simply kill Captain Li Shi and let her body be taken by her superiors. The woman was very afraid for her life and started shouting that Xiao Xiwan had ordered her to come here. And Tianzu simply turned to Ashen, and he immediately understood what his master wanted. Ashen picked up the phone and made a call to Xiao Xiwan to find out the situation. Xiao Xuan picked up the phone and heard himself being told clearly that he had 5 minutes to come and watch the end of the life of someone who had spat on the law in the academy itself. When the 5 minutes were up, An Tianzu looked at his watch and ordered Ashen to start executing the order. So Ashen, without hesitation, put the gun to Captain Li Shi's head again, and the woman screamed in despair. Suddenly a shout was heard from above for the men to stop. It was Qiao Shiwan who had arrived. When he heard that Captain Li Shi had fallen into the hands of the An family, he quickly packed up and flew to rescue her, not understanding how she could have been captured. The head of the special unit asked the supervisor An Tianzhou to listen to him. First, he apologized for the inconvenience this case caused them, but Li Shi is the daughter of an influential senator, and he values his daughter very much. Therefore, Qiao Xiwan asks them to do them the favor of releasing the woman. An Tianzhou asked who the customer was, who was behind all this, and why he personally knew nothing about it. And these were all senior federal officials, and he explained to the supervisor that the Federation was now following Jing Daoxiang, and Zhou Wen was the only witness in the case, so they wanted to ask him to help them with the investigation. Qiao Xuan then reminded us that An Tianzhuo had also criticized Zhou Wen at one time, and now he was in trouble. Tianzhuo was angry at these words, saying that he understood everything perfectly well, but that a nobody like him did not need to know about it. Qiao Xiwan recognized that they had gone too far. Then An Tianzhuo arrogantly said that he saw that the head of the special inspection was repentant, so he allowed him to take the woman with him. But only after they deprive her of her cultivation, and Ashen was waiting for the order to do so. The next moment, Qiao Xiwan shouted in horror that Li Shi was a member of the Cape clan, after which An Tianzhou asked the man if he knew why he was nicknamed An, the Heavenly Lefty. Qiao Xiwan didn't know, so he asked him to tell him why Tianzhou had such a nickname. And the son of the An family replied that he was so named because he was the left hand of God. All this time, Zhou was sitting on the steps to the Buddha hall waiting for Li Shi to return, but the bitch still hadn't come back, so he thought she had run away, but in fact he was afraid that the woman would bring more people to catch him, so he stayed in the small Buddha hall for half an hour. Then Zhou decided that he couldn't go on like this and needed to go upstairs to reconnoiter the situation. Although the bone ant was seriously injured, it was restored in time, and now Joe needs to think about how to solve this problem. He thought about the possibility of contacting Li Xuan. Zhou Wen was thinking and making plans while the elevator was taking him from the dungeon to the surface. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he was met at the exit by Ashen, who bowed to him and called him the young master. At first, Zhou Wen did not understand what was going on, but Ashen explained that Ms. Lan had sent a watcher to follow him. The guy was even more surprised that An Tianzu himself had come to pick him up. So, Ashen walked the young Mr. Zhou to the car where his older half-brother was waiting for him. And Tianzu was the first to speak, and he asked his brother if he really hated him. However, Zhou replied that everything was fine now, and he wondered what Tianzu wanted from him. Did he really want him to thank him for almost ruining his entrance exams? Then Tianzu said that he didn't care what he thought of him, but let Zhou remember one thing, namely that he didn't think the guy had the skills to replace Jing, to which Zhou asked him to be more specific about what he meant by replace. And Tianzhuo looked at his half-brother ambiguously and remained silent, and Zhou was seething with anger, thinking that when Tianzhuo returned to his kindergarten, he should be taught to talk to people there. Finally, the car drove up to the Yun family estate, and Ouyang Lan, who kindly greeted Zhou and his father, came out to meet the boys. Since Wen was not wearing a t-shirt, all his wounds were immediately visible, and his father asked what his son had done to get so injured. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lan asked Tianzhuo how he was doing, and his son reported that he had already taught those people a lesson. Lan then turned to Lin Feng and Zhou Wen and invited them to enter the house. The father and son went to the bedroom, and Lin Feng began to examine his son's injuries. He carefully treated all the wounds on Zhou's body and bandaged them where possible. Then my father said that he now feels as if he has returned to his childhood. However, Zhou disagreed, saying that his father had it all wrong because he was the one who was beaten because he tried to flirt with a pretty neighbor. The boy told his father that Tianzhuo told him that he lacked skills, and he did not understand what it meant. But then Ouyang Lan came into their room and explained to Zhou that he lacked the skills to receive the blessing. However, Zhou asked why he should receive this blessing. Lan said that it was strange that the boy was not surprised to hear about the blessing, so she assumed that the young gentleman from the Li family had already told him about it. Now Zhou thought that Anjing had been deprived of such a valuable opportunity, so it was no wonder she was behaving this way, and he said so out loud. And Lan explained that her daughter has been sick since childhood because of the cold. Her mother understands that Jing is strong enough to participate in the trial, but she does not want her to risk her life again, and this is all her mother's worry. Then Zhou asked why Tianzu was not chosen for this, to which Ouyang Lan replied that her son was already strong enough and did not need it. Even her father once said that Zhou was more suitable than Jing. Lin Feng told his son that he knew who he was talking about when they met in high school and handed him a photo. Zhou was just putting on a clean t-shirt and looked at the photo with interest. In it, he saw the principal of the high school where he had studied before entering the university. His father left them when he was in high school, at which time Zhou trained hard, even on weekends, so he often ran into the principal in the gym. More than once, the director came by and enjoyed watching Zhou train, sometimes bringing him refreshments. The boy realized that the principal respected the fact that his student was so responsible for strengthening his skills. One day, the director invited Zhou to go out to eat and take a break from training. Rumor has it that the director retired early due to health problems, and Zhou hasn't seen him since. The guy would never have thought that Lan's sister would turn out to be his daughter. Ouyang Lan told Zhou not to worry, that he should think about the offer, because if he did not want to take the risk, it was no big deal. After all those conversations, Ashen brought his young master Zhou Wen home and assured him that those people would never dare to bother him again. So Zhou finally returned to his dormitory after such a busy and intense day. Suddenly, his phone rang, and it was Li Xuan, who told his friend that there had just been a small disturbance at the academy, but that the An family had settled it. Zhou was surprised that Xuan had found out so quickly. The guy replied that he, as the president of the organization, was obliged to take care of its members, even though the organization did not yet exist. A lot has already happened today, so now Zhou needs to rest, and tomorrow they will finish solving the entrance test together. Suddenly Zhou heard a very loud sound on the phone and asked his friend where he was. Li Xuan replied that he was in Hula Oguan and invited Zhou to come to him if he wanted to. Wen agreed to join his friend after all. The day was not over yet, and he had an overwhelming desire to take out all his anger that had already accumulated in him. So he arrived at the Hulao Pass and fought the monsters with such zeal that Li Xuan said that sometimes Zhou scares him a little. By the way, the guys have already gone quite far, but so far they have not met a single demon general. Li Xuan even noticed that the area was suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, they heard numerous frightened screams of fleeing students, who urged everyone to run for the exit. One student shouted that everyone should immediately run away and save themselves because an unknown demon general was approaching. Both Zhou Wen and Li Xuan did not understand exactly why everyone was running away so scared. They both stood there, and Zhuan suggested that they go see what had scared their classmates so much. Suddenly, they saw Wei Yang's friend, who was also running away, and she told them that Wei Yang had not returned yet, but had stayed to help the students. For Li Xuan, it was like a bucket of ice water, and he realized that he needed to save his older sister immediately, so he ran to help. Xu Wen wondered what the demon commander-in-chief was famous for. But he didn't run anywhere yet, and then Anjing came up to him and asked if Zhou would like to help his friend, because she knew he would be very happy to do so. Zhou asked Jing if she had informed Ouyang Lan that some people had taken him away. However, Anjing briefly said that she did not understand what her brother was talking about and rushed to help the fleeing students, but Zhou had already guessed everything. Meanwhile, Wei Yan tried to escape from the demon commander-in-chief, and it was very difficult to do so. The girl stumbled and fell to the ground, but Li Xuan came to her aid and drew his sword. The boy did not hesitate to fight the monster, even though it seemed to have destroyed all his internal organs. Li Xuan began to worry that he would not be able to defeat the demonic general, but he had to stop him. And then he found a way to escape from it, and the boy rushed to attack the monster again. Li Xuan quickly summoned his companions, left them to fight the demon commander-in-chief, and grabbed Wei Yang's hand, and together they ran away from the place as fast as they could. However, almost immediately, the demonic general destroyed both of Xuan's companion pets with a single blow, even though they were of legendary level. The guy felt extremely sorry for his white tiger, with whom he had won glorious victories more than once. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen and Anjing were also rushing to Wei Yang and Xuan Yu's aid, and suddenly Zhou saw something on the ground. He sat down and guessed that it was the sword of the demon general, and realized that if he and his sister acted together, they could defeat the monster. Zhu told Anjing that she could take the drops of the demon general and suggested that they destroy him together. Suddenly, the boy saw that the monster had caught up with Li Xuan, and he shouted loudly to his friend about the danger. Li Xuan immediately reacted to this and sharply pushed his sister away from him, shouting at her to quickly run for her life. Zhou quickly flew up on the bone ant to his friend, picked him up, and they flew away together. Zhen said that he didn't know how many times Zhou had saved his life, and Zhou only told him not to let his friend take the monster's drops for himself. Li Xuan then asked if Zhou really thought that the two of them could defeat the demon commander-in-chief, but Wen said that of course he didn't think so, but now there are 3 of them against 1 enemy. And while the guys were successfully moving away from the demonic general, Anjing was doing her job perfectly, destroying the monster. Li Xuan was shocked at what he saw. Although it was expected from a cultivator who focused on perfecting the art of Sunstrike, he didn't understand how Zhou had managed to get Jing to help them. It should have been an all-out attack. Afterward, Anjing tiredly knelt down and prayed to her mother and grandfather that even if she was born with an ice body, she could still use the full power of the Sunstrike. Then Li Xuan and Zhou Wen rushed into the attack again, striking the monster without giving it a chance to recover. And suddenly the commander-in-chief of the demons shouted loudly he was continuously attacked. Then the monster began to disappear from the battlefield, enveloped in red waves. Li Xuan thought that the demon general was trying to escape in this way, but Zhou knew very well that this was not the case, that now the monster was just moving at breakneck speed and had its own goal. The boy felt where the demonic general was heading and quickly flew in that direction. The monster's target was Anjing, who was still very exhausted after the attack, but Zhou managed to get ahead of him and save his half-sister from certain death. The girl did say that even if Zhou had not come to her aid, she would have been able to dodge the blow. The guy ignored this and continued to destroy the demon commander-in-chief. He struck him a powerful blow, and the demonic general lost his breath, and Zhou got the trophy. It was the crystal of the essence energy skill, and now they have it. Zhu immediately handed over that crystal to Anjing, to which his sister asked if the boy did not know the value of that trophy. Then Wen replied that he said he would not help her for free, and the drops would be given to her. However, Jing turned away and said that it was not necessary because he had saved her and she did not want to be in his debt. Then the girl walked away, and added that Zhou shouldn't think he could just become her big brother, but Wen didn't even think about it. Wei Yang tried to take pictures, and she told her brother that there are definitely a lot of monsters in his generation, but Zhuan laughed that he was used to it. So after a terrible battle, everyone successfully returned to their homes. Zhou immediately absorbed the essence energy crystal of the mutated demon general. Then the guy logged into the game to test his new abilities and realized that by accumulating the essence energy from the sword's chi, he could immediately destroy the demon general. The Chi Star Sword of Oblique Strike Essence Energy Utilization. A special rank does not have a strength determined by the strength of the essence energy the user has invested. So that sword has no fixed use of essence energy, and this was the first time for Zhou that he encountered this type of essence energy skill. Now it was not surprising to the boy that the engraved word of the demon general could instantly destroy the legendary Jade White Tiger Shu. It was just an incredible skill. But Zhou realized that it needed to be used more wisely, although its power was enormous when all the essence energy was inserted, but during the period when all the essence energy was used. Wen was slowly learning this new skill, and in the meantime, his bloody avatar faced the demon general. A battle broke out between them, and the monster struck, but the player managed to dodge it. Then it was the bloody avatar's turn to strike at his opponent, and he swung his Star Chi sword to slash. The demonic general looked menacingly at the player directly in the eyes, taking his blows. and not a single blow did him any harm. The sword of Qi did not even leave a scratch on his skin. As a result, after the next monster attack, the bloody avatar dies and the game ends. The Demon General's sword word skill is useless against fist word, as if the word specially engraved on his head really is like a rock, paper, scissors. The 3 Demon Generals have unique abilities. If it looks like rock, paper, scissors, then the sword essence energy that Joe countered must be paper. But the percentage of spawning specific Demon Generals is very low, so Joe decided to go through other dungeons. And the next morning, everyone on campus was discussing the video that Wei Yan had made the day before at a forum about him, and students were wondering if the guy who appeared in it was actually a freshman. Wang Lu also came to class, and she heard her dorm mates actively discussing her, saying that Zhou Wen was only a mortal. So what right did he have to fight alongside the brilliant goddess Anjing? But still, the two of them destroyed that special legendary demon general without being defeated. Hearing all those conversations, Wang Lu realized that her upstairs neighbor was very strong. Then she ran off to school, and meanwhile, teacher Wang Fei was also watching the video Wei Yang had made. She sighed heavily. Another teacher noticed that her student had not only passed the test, but had also destroyed the engraved word of the demon general, so why wasn't she happy about it? The teacher explained that Zhou Wen is really talented, but he has never attended any self-study classes at school, and these days he practically plays games without letting go of his phone. Wang Fei said that she would not allow her students to indulge in degradation and dissipate their talents, so she prepared a plan for Lao Junshan's education. This means harnessing the power of the mysterious wordless stele Lao Junshan, whose teacher believed that in this way she would make Zhou get rid of his gambling addiction and focus on studying and training. Zhou was sleeping peacefully in his bed, sometimes troubled by scratches on his body. A phone with a strange game was lying next to him on the nightstand, and Zhou dreamed of an interesting elephant. It was as if he had flown through some inscriptions and found himself in a stone desert lying on the cracked ground. The guy tried to get up and saw the outlines of a city in the distance, and he began to remember what kind of terrain it was. Then Zhou got to his feet and walked to the edge of the abyss, and saw the city burning in the palm of his hand, consumed by fire, and saw the one-eyed monster that the military was trying to destroy. A little further on, Zhou saw other foot-and-mouth monsters attacking and gnawing on people. A picture of a destroyed world appeared before his eyes, and he suddenly felt a substance behind him. The guy turned around sharply, sensing danger, and shouted who was approaching him. It was some kind of ghostly creature in a cloak whose face was hooded. Zhou woke up from his own scream. The picture of the destroyed world was so realistic that when the guy woke up, he exhaled, realizing that it was just a dream. In his dream, Zhou saw those monsters and the military as very realistic, even tasting blood and smelling burning. Wen also remembered a creature that appeared in a dream behind him, and he tried to figure out who the mysterious person was. Zhu held his head and thought that perhaps this was an effect of the Immortality Sutra, because the previous dream was just an illusion, but this time it seemed very real, like a waking dream. The guy thought that maybe the Immortality Sutra was out of control. Maybe it was something from the Demon King. Then Zhou thought that maybe the dream he had more than once wanted to tell him something. A guy who came up to him, Tito, asked him why he got out on his own and if he was hungry. So Zhou entered the game thinking that he still wouldn't have any clues even if he thought further, and even if it was a sign of disaster, all he could do was get stronger before that disaster came. Meanwhile, the game's bloody avatar has reached the spatial defense line, Eastern Sea region. And then an alarm sounded, and a notification came that the detected dimensional creature had passed the defense line. The image captures a captured, confirmed dimensional creature of the Eastern region, the Sea King Snake. The measurement defense line located on Chess Hill has been activated and put on alert. Then Zhou Wen went to university where his classmates had already gathered. Teacher Wang Fei congratulated all the students on passing the entrance exam, and now it was time to officially start their studies. She said that today they would not study wrestling, but she would bring everyone to Mount Laojun to do a meditation on cultivation. On that mountain, there is a divine mysterious power. A fearless stele is their goal. The teacher also added that she believes that everyone will benefit from it. Zhou was standing behind all the students, and he was very sleepy. And Li Xuan asked him what his friend had been doing all those days, because it seemed he had overdone it, and he had told him to restrain himself, to which Zhou asked if Xuan's brain could be filled with other things. Then Wen yawned sweetly and said that these few days he had been trying to learn the progressive method, and now he could not break through the mortals. Even if he absorbed the attribute essence crystal, he could not increase it. Now he has only a small level wisdom sutra that helped him break through the attribute to 11. And there is also a stele on the tower of the fire god. Perhaps it is some mysterious art of essence energy that will help increase attributes. Just after Zhou sacrificed hours of sleep, he did not move forward. It is not enough to rely solely on the flying ant. He needs to master some kind of essence energy art, such as light body or flight. Finally, teacher Wang Fei noticed that Zhou was sleeping, and was surprised that he could sleep standing up. She adjusted the glasses on her face with satisfaction because she was counting on her teaching method to make Joe less lazy, as she thought. And something terrible was happening on Chess Mountain. It was all in flames and ruins, a real disaster. A horrible monster holding its severed head in its hand attacked people. The soldiers fearlessly entered an unequal battle and very often lost their lives in this struggle. Another hero desperately tried to defeat the sinister monster using all his strongest skills. He called the supervisor to do it because the monster had extraordinary strength. The monster's eyes shone with a bright light on the head he held in his hand. Then the monster finally fell to the ground among the destroyed buildings and burnt earth. And then the supervisor, Tianzhou, appeared because he was called to help. The soldier who had just fought the monster reported that the last soldier of the third team of the Chess Mountain was killed. All the soldiers lay dead. None of them retreated a single step. All of them accepted the battle with dignity and died in it. The supervisor and another soldier tried to save the last soldier, but he was no longer with them. Unfortunately, they came too late to help, and many soldiers were lost. And Tianzhu said that all these warriors are the pride of all mankind, and they passed away as true heroes. Therefore, with indescribable bitterness, he closed the warrior's eyes and told him to rest in peace. Then he stood up and said that there was no time to grieve. They could not waste their sacrifices. They needed to send an engineering team to restore the defense line as soon as possible. Now, the mutation in the dimensions of the Chess Mountain is becoming serious, and they must find the source. Tianzhu also expressed hope that the situation in the eastern part of the sea would be resolved favorably. Meanwhile, teacher Wang Fei and her students were climbing the high mountain of Laojun. The students were delighted with the surrounding nature and what they saw on the mountain. Li Shen said that he would never have thought that they would get to that place so quickly, because last year only the students of the special unit had such lessons. Zhou asked if there was any danger here. For some reason, the teacher had brought a whole group of freshmen to class. Xuan was calm about it. This place is known as the No-Kill World by the Federation. Creatures here will not take the initiative to attack, and humans are also forbidden to harm anyone. To a certain extent, this is the safest area of measurement, but in no case should you violate the rule of killing, because you will be in trouble. Li Xuan joked that those who violate this rule will not be caught by fair karma. Zhou asked if his friend still believed in her. Usually the Federation doesn't write this in the rules, so they have to be obedient. Zhou then asked Xuan if he had any clues about the silent stele, to which his friend replied that he was not sure, but that he had heard that the thing was very evil. Although it won't kill him, it will make him incapable of resistance and seems to have unlimited energy. Suddenly, the teacher noticed that Zhou and Xuanyu were actively talking to each other, so she told them to come to the front row. The boys had to simply accept the baptism of that silent stele. The teacher set the task this time to hold out for 30 minutes under the power of this stele, and not a second more or less. Wang Fei was holding a stopwatch and announcing the started it for 30 minutes. So Zhou Wen sat down in front of the silent stele to receive its baptism. He felt a warm, mysterious energy gradually flowing into his body. And then the guy felt himself getting hotter and hotter. But then he realized that it was not just the temperature, but his whole body felt unrestrained, and he clenched his fist. And then this feeling disappeared. The Immortal Sutra reminded him of what he had experienced in the small Buddha temple. All the first-year students sat and received the baptism of the silent stele. Some people felt pain in that state. Others were just uncomfortable, but everyone had to hold out for exactly 30 minutes. Then the teacher told them to forget about the restless stele, which can really help calm them down. But if you use it for a long time, you can become too excited. So Wang Fei expressed hope that the boys could change and become hardworking students, especially Zhou. Wang Fei noticed that Zhou was sleeping, and she said that time was about to run out, and if Zhou continued to be in this state, the power of the stele could harm other students. Finally, time ran out, and the 30-minute meditation ended. The students came out of it very excited. One said he couldn't wait to fight someone. Another said he had fought because now with 10 of them they were screaming and tearing their clothes. Suddenly, the teacher's gaze settled on a student who was completely unaffected by the restless stele. It was the first time she had seen such a student, and Wang Fei even thought that Zhou Wen was so lazy that he had become hopeless. Zhou, who had slept well, stretched, and next to him, Li Xuan, who was overwhelmed with energy, continuously pressed up from the ground. Then the boy told his teacher that he was full of energy and felt tireless. He asked for permission to go for a walk or run a marathon. But Wang Fei did not believe him. She thought it was better because he had improved his acting skills and whether he believed in his own words. The teacher allowed him to go for a walk, but ordered him to return within 3 hours for a general meeting. So Zhou went for a walk in a beautiful forest, and of course played his game. He looked at his players' characteristics, where it was indicated that he had 10 points each of agility and health, and 11 points of essence energy. But this was to be expected, because as soon as he meditated, his essence energy grew to 11, just as in the case of the little Buddha, so he broke through another boundary. In addition, the aura of his body is the third type of essence energy art. Then Zhou thought, What if the restless stele is a hidden source of essence art? Joe was completely absorbed in his thoughts and constantly looking at the phone screen, so he didn't notice that his face was suddenly immersed in something soft, fluffy, and warm. Right in front of him stood a huge, multi-dimensional creature with long white hair. Joe was very much impressed by the size of that creature. It was simply gigantic. The creature was grazing peacefully on the grass, as if it was not going to attack Joe at all. When the guy noticed that the creature actually tasted like grass, Joe even thought it was some kind of specific rare herb. Then he looked around him and saw the kind of grass that the creature was chewing on with pleasure. So Joe decided to go closer to that plant and examined it more closely. It was a delicate white shining flower. The guy wanted to take it for himself, so he tried to pull it out, but the plant would not give in. Joe tried hard to pluck the thin stem of this flower, but he could not do it, so he thought that it was indeed a special plant. The huge creature was angry at the boy for picking this grass, and it came closer to Joe and grabbed his clothes with its teeth. The creature muttered something, and Venny managed to pull out a special flower with its roots. He exhaled, and Joe borrowed the strength that would have pulled him in, and so he was able to pull the plant out. And then the huge creature reached for the flower to eat it and get its pleasure. However, Joe was not going to just give the creature what he had so hard won. He said that he was the first to find this flower. But the hairy creature threw Joe to the ground and began to lick him from all sides. The boy realized that he would not escape from that captivity so easily. First, he put the flower in his mouth and then pulled it out and held it out to the multidimensional being. However, the creature did not want to eat the grass now, showing its disgust, and Joe thought that even if he could not defeat the creature, there were many other ways to do so. After this adventure, the boy went on walking in the forest and came across an interesting place on Mount Laojun. He saw the archway completely covered in thick fog, as if no one had entered it for a long time. Coming even closer to the arch, Joe examined it and found an engraved sign that he had already seen in the game. So the guy pulled out his strange phone and scanned that sign, thus opening a new location, Mount Laojun. Joan was very pleased that he had not just walked through the forest for nothing, because now he was going to have new adventures. But the guy did not notice that this multi-dimensional hairy creature came after him and suddenly pushed him in the back with its horn. Ichu just abruptly fell into a thick fog, and then something ended. The guy grabbed onto his back, and the creature, which was very sick, viciously attacked him from behind, and Joe's lower back almost broke. The creature knew that it could not fight him on Mount Laojun, so it decided to push him to this place to deal with that trash. And it was just for one blade of grass, and suddenly the boy saw green shoots sprouting from his palm. And immediately his whole body began to be pierced by the succulent branches of a plant. Joe was afraid that he would turn into a vegetable if this continued. So he used a certain skill of his, and the plant began to disappear from his body, just like in the Buddha's temple, where you need a special art of essence energy to remove the effect of mysterious energy. After Joe had dealt with the plant, he wondered where he should go, because everything was in a thick fog. But suddenly the boy saw a multi-dimensional creature approaching him, with green curled horns and 3 eyes. The creature looked at Joe with all 3 of its eyes and mumbled something. The boy did not understand what it wanted from him now. Suddenly the creature hoofed it, and Joe saw that the fog had cleared a little, and he could see the road ahead. As the guy stood there like a stone, the creature gently pushed him forward in the back. So Joe walked along the path, looking around him, and saw a rather quiet town in the territory of the dimensions. Finally, he came to a certain building that had the same aura as the little Buddha temple. There was a large, clean temple in front of it, and there was even a sign with such an inscription. Then the boy saw a statue of an old man and thought that it could be one of the 3 pure ones, Taishan Laojun Zhou, and wondered if this temple had the same curse because he felt that everything here was not just for fun. While the boy was standing and wondering what to do next, a multi-dimensional creature approached him again and pushed him inside the temple with its hoof. The guy fell to the floor, and the creature continued to stand at the entrance as if nothing had happened. The avenue is formless. It gives rise to heaven and earth. The avenue is ruthless. It moves the sun and moon. It does not know its name, but its name is Tao. And if you are a student of the Taoist sect, you can choose one of 3 mascots. Drew recalled that first there was Buddhism, and now Taoism. So who could tell us what was really going on here? The boy saw that he had a choice again. This time it was jade wooden and gold. The wooden talisman is associated with nature, so it is most likely to represent the power of Taishan Laojun. So Zhou decided to choose his wooden talisman. And as soon as he picked up the talisman, he was twisted again in severe pain, and the forced hatching began. Zhou fell to the ground and felt very weak, as if he were completely exhausted. Then he saw a small green glowing ball right in front of him. Looking closer, Joe saw a small green creature that looked like a girl. It was a small companion animal. Banana fairy mortal rank, evolving, strength 11, agility 11, constitution 11, essence energy, Tai Yin, he state beast companion fan. Zhu saw that the fairy had only one skill, Tai and Yin, which was win. But he decided to deal with it after he returned, because if he was gone too long, his teacher might suspect him. When Joe returned to the restless Steely, the teacher scolded him a bit for coming back so late, as the sun was setting. Wang Fei was looking for him all over the neighborhood but couldn't find him, but the guy said he was just walking and accidentally wandered off somewhere very far away. Li Shen said that Joe went too far and asked if he had made friends with the sheep, but Wen pretended not to understand what he was being asked. Suddenly he heard a characteristic meow next to him and saw a small sheep with green horns. Yicho realized that it was the same sheep he had met while walking in the forest. So everyone returned home, and Joe took his lamb with him, and he gave it a washed special flour. But the lamb refused to eat it, and the boy wanted to return to Lao Jun. However, the lamb would not eat, and Joe did not know how to appease it. The guy thought that there must be a way to get rid of that ram master in the game, so he tried to log into Lao Jun on his phone. In fact, Joe thought it would be as safe as in real life, and he did not expect that as soon as he entered the room, he would be immediately attacked by a monster that could kill him in a few seconds. The only difference between reality and the game was that, in reality, I followed the sheep into the dungeon. Apparently, despite the fact that his character was so-so, this unusual creature was still a high level. Although Joe hasn't figured out why this creature is following him, he can't take it away, so he has to take care of it. He continued to play the game and improve his skills and abilities. At the Ebo Tower, the bloody avatar was no longer alone. The banana fairy was fighting next to him, and firebirds were attacking them both. A banana fairy flew high to intercept a firebird in flight, and they collided. The cold of Tai Yin Feng can work against the firebird of the fire element tower. The banana fairy landed exhausted after the collision. Her current life force can only be used once. But this Tai Yin Feng technique is incredibly powerful, and the range of distribution is very wide if it is well applied. Although there are many firebirds on top of the tower of the fire god, if you can figure out how to gather them all together, you can destroy them all at once. Joe liked the idea and decided to try it, and he gathered all his companion animals. But there were a lot of firebirds, and the boy's flying ant fell into their trap. Of course, it wasn't as easy as Joe had imagined, because both he and the flying ant would be surrounded by those birds before they could get them together. And to avoid their encirclement, the boy needed to become more agile and fast. It seems like it's time to find a suitable vitality skill to speed up the movement. It seemed to me that the time had come to activate the skeleton of life forces. To do this, Joe decided to open a forum and see what people were saying about it, and if anyone had any suggestions. But having not found any useful information there, Wen decided that it was better to go to the library himself and look for what he needed. When the boy heard his lamb bleeding, he asked if it was hungry and then asked if it liked to enjoy life. So Joe packed up and went to the library and started browsing the shelves of books. Yulongbian and Yin Yishan allow you to enter super acceleration in an instant, but it takes a lot of energy. So it is no longer suitable, as many other techniques seem to be only the art of flying. The Dragon Gate is suitable for the guy. The art of flying goes back to the goddess Huazhong. Although using it you cannot be still for a long time, but the movements are very refined and fast, and it can be maintained for a long time. The Longmen Caves are located in Luoyang, and Joe decided to go there tomorrow without delay. Suddenly, the boy felt a strong vibration of the ground, then heard the cracking of asphalt, and a giant monster came out of the ground right in front of him. It was a huge shock for Joe to think how an interdimensional being could appear here in the city. It looked like a black snake of incredible size and came out completely unexpectedly, the monster twisting its huge body into rings. Joe flew upward, knowing full well that the consequences of fighting such a monster could be devastating. The guy was sure that this monster was an epic-level creature until he managed to jump aside a bit. This monster used life force techniques, and they were very powerful. Almost immediately, the military appeared on the spot and opened fire on the monster snake, which hissed menacingly. The military kept arriving by helicopter, constantly firing at the enemy that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. As it turned out, they had been chasing that monster for a long time, but the creature was still trying to escape from them. Another man also appeared on the battlefield, and he used the thunderclap ability against the monster and hit the snake right in the neck. As a result, the snake was defeated, and it covered Joe with its blood from head to toe. Then the man came up to the boy and asked if he was okay. Joe replied that he was fine, but something remained unclear and unbelievable to him. The man explained that it was just a pet that went crazy and ran away from the owner because of his excessive passion for cultivation. He then said that the military would take care of it, so he suggested that we leave as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary panic, and asked Joe to keep his mouth shut. However, the boy had serious doubts that the monster was someone's pet because it did not look like someone with whom such a contract is made. After such a strange and inexplicable incident, Joe returned to his room and said to himself that everything outside the door smelled like blood. The guy immediately decided to go to the shower to wash, and when he took off his clothes, he did not notice a small shell that was attached to his jacket. He felt it fall to the floor and was surprised because it was not his thing. Suddenly this shell turned and some light began to come out of it. That light seemed to wrap itself around Joe's neck like ribbons and began to strangle him. Then a creature appeared and said that it had finally managed to escape from someone's sight, only to feel sorry for its pet. Joe tried his best to save himself from being strangled. The pressure of the creature was even stronger than that of a snake. Then the creature turned to face Joe, and he saw a rather nice reptilian woman who thanked him for helping her in passing. Then the creature instantly turned into a monster and growled that Joe's reward for saving her would be to eat him. And just as the creature was about to pounce on the boy, it was suddenly thrown away from him with a powerful blow. It was a master ram, and he quickly dealt with the monster, which surprised his master. The master ram held the books Joe showed him in his other paw, and the boy realized that he needed to buy them and promised to do so. The reptilian woman woke up and was very angry with Wenya, saying that she was the queen of the Siren clan because some ram could defeat her, and the ram kept his hoof right on the sunny vault of the monster, not letting her get up. Then Joe asked the ram master if he could finish off this monster, maybe blow something up, but the queen of the Siren clan asked them to stop. She took on a pleasant face again and apologized for having offended them, and promised that if the Lord pardoned her, she would give him the secret of her father, the god Kaisa. Kaisi is the father god of their race and is considered the primary deity in human mythology. He was the first god who was born in cosmic chaos. He is the beginning of the whole order of time and space, and he is also the beginning of the whole world. The woman herself fled from the west to get the divine secret that was held by the demons. So if Joe pardons her, she will give him this secret. Joe asked whether the divine secret was a secret technique of life force, and the woman confirmed it and said that he would only need to observe the space in the pearl, and he would be able to feel the power of the god Kesa. The siren released a small ball from her mouth that attracted the eyes of both Joe and the lamb. She just beckoned them to her, and as soon as the siren saw that she had their attention, she changed abruptly. And then Joe felt as if he was being pulled somewhere, and he realized that something was wrong with him. When the boy and his lamb were pulled into an unknown whirlpool, he realized that they were both trapped. Joe tried to understand what kind of place he was in. It really looked like a huge whirlpool. Then the boy tried to address his ram master, but realized that he was bewitched. Then Joe heard someone calling out to him from the very center of the maelstrom, calling him his countryman. The guy did not understand what was happening here. Since when did he become a local countryman? Meanwhile, he was getting closer and closer to the center of the maelstrom and realized that he was about to be sucked in. Suddenly, Joe felt the Sutra of Immortality begin to self-circulate again, and he thought that perhaps he had become a believer in another ancient god. The siren told him that only those who have the blood of chaos in them can comprehend the secret, and he will be locked in this space forever. But suddenly the small ball used by the siren cracked, and the very next moment, the ball completely disintegrated into small pieces, blinding the queen of the Siren clan with its harsh light. The reptilian woman cried out in horror that it couldn't be. She had failed to capture Joe. The guy was not affected by the chaos at all, and even more so, now he has a divine technique and the Master Ram has drawn the queen of the Siren clan into it. Now Joe was holding the small ball in his hands. He realized that this Nagi sphere had lost its divine chaos technique and turned into an empty marble. It seemed that there was still space inside that ball, and it could be a pretty good bag. It seems to me that it can preserve living beings now that their offender was there. The next morning came and the little lamb went to breakfast. He was very fond of different fresh fruits and vegetables. Then Joe approached the Ram Master and told him that he had to go on business and that he should be careful and stay at home. Wen went to a forum to see if there was any information about the Dragon Gate grottos and found a lot of stuff. The length of the Dragon Gate grotto is about 1 kilometer and contains more than 50 caves, with more than 100,000 Buddha statues in them. After a dimensional fissure appeared in the cave, a huge number of dimensional creatures appeared in each opening, and there are also different types of monsters from each fissure. Although the grottos of the Dragon Gate are one of the most explored areas, there are still many mysterious places waiting for their seekers. Joe saw that the grottos had a lot of caves. He wondered if he could find the dungeon marker there. He didn't know which dungeon had this technique. Going down the stairs, Wen met his downstairs neighbor Wang Lu. The girl turned to him and smiled kindly, wishing him good morning. Joe also greeted her and said that he would call her Xiao Lu. The girl asked where he was going so early in the morning, and the boy replied that he was going to the grottos of the Dragon Gate. Xiaolu said that it was great and she had recently cultivated there as well, and then suggested that they go with him. Joe agreed. Then the girl said that she had just won a new vehicle in a previous TV lottery, and it was very convenient. Joe thought the girl meant a bicycle, but suddenly he saw a helicopter descending in front of them, and he asked Xiaolu if she was really a princess of the country of O, and the girl modestly asked if it wasn't strange to win a helicopter. Many people came to the grottos of the Dragon Gate, and this day was no exception. They talked among themselves about who was going to which cave and discussed various possibilities of exchanging things among themselves. Joe saw that the grottos of the Dragon Gate were extremely huge and wondered if he would be able to find the dungeon's mark. Xiaolu asked Wen whether he came to the Dragon Gate Grottos to complete a task, but Zhou said that he came here to learn the heavenly soaring dragon technique. Xiaolu wondered about the soaring dragon technique. She asked if it was the dimensional essence crystal that had fallen out of the Drum Lotus Cave, the soaring celestial beast that happened to be her target as well. The girl said that she was just short of an assistant, so why don't they make a deal now? Zhou asked what kind of deal she had in mind. Xiaolu then explained that she needed to destroy the soaring sky beast, so she asked the boy for help in doing so, and if the crystal of the essence of the sky beast's technique fell out, he would be able to take it away. Zhou agreed to such a skill essence crystal, a rare thing, so why is the girl so sure that it will fall out? Because her luck can't be that good. So Xiaolu and Zhou Wen entered the Lotus Flower Cave. In that cave, a heavenly soaring dragon was sitting on the ceiling, and it was the one Xiaolu was going to defeat. She gave Zhou her phone and asked him to help her take a picture of her beautiful fighting pose. The guy laughed that Xiaolu was missing someone to video her fighting. Meanwhile, the battle between the girl and the heavenly soaring dragon began with Xiaolu's first blow, which wounded her opponent. Zhou was nearby and tried to film everything carefully on the girl's phone, as she had asked. At one point, the boy saw a mark of a dungeon high on the cave ceiling that he wanted to find among the many caves in the grottos. He took another closer look and was very pleased with his discovery. Zhou never imagined that he would get lucky and find what he came here for so soon. Finally, the battle ended, and a crystal of the essence of the technique soaring in the sky fell out of the defeated beast. Xiaolu asked how long her battle lasted and was answered 1 minute and 5 seconds. Holding the trophy in his hands, Zhou wondered how crazy Xiaolu's luck was, since she could get the rare skill crystal on the first try, and the girl wondered if she hadn't fought the dragon for too long. Suddenly, a guy entered the cave and asked Xiaolu if she had come to break his record again. It was Senior Huang Zhi, a graduate of the Zakat Academy. The girl admitted that she wanted to break his record but failed. Then Huang Zhi laughed and said that actually his record had already been broken and pointed to the guy he came to the cave with. It was Feng Qiuyan, a student of the special set of the West Academy, who managed to defeat the heavenly soaring dragon in 20 seconds. Xiaolu was very surprised by the information that Feng Qiuyan had also come to the West Academy. Then Zhou interrupted the conversation and asked his neighbor if they would continue. However, the girl said that there was no point in continuing because Feng Qiuyan had a legendary creature, the heavenly king of swift sabers, who specialized in fencing, and no one dared to match him in speed. So Xiaolu said that she wanted to walk to other caves, and Zhou said that he was going to walk here. But the girl was detained by Huang Zhi, who asked her about the investments he had told her about the previous time. So Xiaolu and Huang Zhi began to clarify their questions with each other. Meanwhile, Zhou and Feng Qiuyan were left alone in the cave. Qiuyan said that he had seen a video of him fighting a demon general and said that it was really incredible. But his teacher said that Zhou was not concentrating on getting stronger, and at first he thought that the teacher was lying, but personally he would never have thought that Wenya had time to work as a photographer, and for that, he felt very bad. Then Huang Zhi came up to them and told Zhou not to pay attention to it, that Feng Qiuyan himself was a good man, but he had a bit of a temper. However, Zhou did not care about that. He realized that Feng Qiuyan was a rude bastard. Then everyone left and Zhou was left alone, and that was a huge advantage. Zhou pulled out his strange phone and said it was time to go to a new dungeon. The game has opened the location of the Dragon Gate Grottos, of course. The grottos with the Dragon Gate are also one of the copies of the dungeons in the phone. Thinking like this, Zhou was walking through the grottos when he heard a familiar voice urging him not to pass by, but to look at the beautiful goods. It was Huang Zhi. He came closer to him and the guy said in a friendly way that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wen asked what he was selling in the middle of the street, and Huang Zhi replied that it was just the eggs of a legendary chimera and asked if Zhou was interested in that. The guy began to advertise his product, saying that the chimera has good characteristics and also has the petrified skin technique, which makes it very strong in defense, but unfortunately it is not so strong and useful in attack. However, there are some rare specimens that hatch with magical abilities, such as the Overlord ability, which can turn its defense into an attack, making it one of the best in the legendary class. Huang Zhi asks for 200,000 points for one egg and asks Zhou if he wants to try his luck, but Wen says he doesn't have enough money to buy such an egg. And then Huang Zhi lost heart. He said that he thought that if Zhou was Li Xuan's friend, he must have a lot of money. Zhu decided to scan the eggs to see their characteristic, and he saw that they had strength 10, speed 12, body 18, spirit 12, and the innate skill petrified skin. When almost all of the eggs were examined, the boy saw that they had only one ability, fossilized skin, and that the Overlord's ability was really rare. Zhou wondered how Huang Zhi managed to defeat the chimera and take so many eggs, and Xiaolu told him that it was not so strange, although she agreed that Zhi did not look very strong. However, Mr. Huang Zhi is indeed the best graduate of the Zakat Academy. As soon as Zhi saw Xiaolu, he was very happy and offered her a chimera egg, but she refused because she likes cuter animals. Zhou Wen was very surprised that this guy was the best graduate of the West Academy. He then asked Huangzhi why he needed to set up a small stall to sell his companion's eggs, and Huangzhi looked at Zhou meaningfully and said that he needed it so that he could play the game. This answer interested Zhou, and Ji showed what game he was playing, and it made Wen very funny. He said that this game was too hard for Ji, and it was strange, to which Huangzhi replied that that was why he needed money to improve this game. And then Ji added that his game was based on reality, and the cards and monsters were the same as the ones he had fought in the real world once upon a time. Then he told Huangzhi that it was a pretty good idea, and the game would be useful for all beginners, but unfortunately he didn't have any money at the moment, but when he did, he would definitely contribute. And he thought to himself that once this game was developed, it would be less dangerous for him to play on his phone in the future. And then Huangzhi got emotional, because at least someone approved of his intentions to create a game, which was really important to him. Then he went up to Zhou Wen, shook his hand, and said that from now on they would become partners. And as a sign of the beginning of their cooperation, he offered Zhou to take one egg for free. Wen thanked him, but warned Ji not to get carried away and give eggs to anyone. Suddenly, Xiaolu interrupted their conversation and asked Zhou to help him choose an egg, to which he agreed. The girl went to the basket of eggs and picked one out of them, and Zhou asked her if she was a goddess, and she remained silent. After such an interesting and informative day, Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory. In the room, he saw a lamb sleeping on the floor with a stuffed belly next to empty boxes that had been filled with vegetables in the morning. Zhou asked if the master lamb had eaten them all at once. Zhou looked at his chimera egg and thought that this case would not be the easiest, and Huangzhi would need to work hard to get the money. But while in the grottos of the Dragon Gate, he received the heavenly soaring dragon technique and a chimera. Suddenly, someone suddenly and sharply pulled the egg of the legendary creature out of his hands. It was little Titan, who immediately swallowed the egg. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. The chimera eggs are gone, but Titan is not hungry, so Zhou just sat down to play his game. In the game, he found himself in a pond in a dungeon where the lotus of the Buddha's heart grows. The blood lotus was just here, and it was just in time for Zhou to try what he had learned. So the game started, and the bloody avatar was about to attack the lotus of the Buddha's heart with a bloody pattern. All Zhou had to do was apply a little pressure, and he could immediately perform a variety of tricks.